across centuries. From the wisdom of our scriptures came a spark, a force which urged India to move to a newer horizon, into an age where the wealth beneath the earth would shape the destiny above it. At the turn of the 20th century, India's industries were waking up. But a vital force was missing: trained professionals who could understand the geology beneath their feet and the minds that would soon fuel a modern nation. There stood a great need, a need for knowledge, a need for a mining college, just like the Royal School of Mines, London. The Indian National Congress, at its 17th session in December 1901, passed a resolution. The Macpherson Committee was formed, and its report became the blueprint of a new national vision. So when the nation was dreaming of freedom, a seed was sown here, right in Dhanbad, in the Black Diamond City. On 9th December 1926, the Indian School of Mines was born, and it was inaugurated by Lord Irwin, the then Viceroy of India. Our founder principal, Dr. David Penman, played the true captain, paving the way for the first cohort, the class of 1929. As the decades passed, our roots grew deeper. ISIM grew into phases, each decade adding layers of strength. In 1967, under the UGC Act, ISIM became a deemed to be university. Its reputation spread across India's mining industry and energy sectors. From mining and applied geology, sciences and humanities, through expansion into earth sciences, core engineering disciplines, other circuit branches of engineering, computing and management. Every phase an upward step, every step a move closer to the national goals, aligned with the needs of a technology-driven, sustainable India. From the Silver Jubilee graced by the President, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, to the icy frontiers of Antarctica, to our recent 45th convocation, our footprint has expanded beyond the mine shafts. As custodians of the earth, this red building has strengthened the nation's core through its rich legacy and tradition of excellence in mining and geosciences. A trusted brand for industry, and with a record of alumni who went on to achieve significant milestones. As the new millennium dawned, so did a new momentum. It brought in new centers of excellence, new dreams, and a new era. A renewed identity, a national leap. In 2016, ISM was elevated to IIT ISM Dhanbad, carrying its long heritage into the IIT family and embracing a future powered by innovation. From coal to critical minerals, from hydrocarbons to semiconductors, today IIT ISM stands at the core of India's resource future. Its research supports not just mining, but the entire energy security ecosystem: power, petroleum, renewable resources, and sustainable extraction. Our centers of excellence are the new engines of progress. These centers bring together academia, industry, and policy, advancing national missions with global standards. Its research strengthens the dream of Atmanirbhar Bharat, a self-reliant, innovation-driven India.
Connectivity or Innovation Center, Joint AI Research Center, जैसे कई कदम उठाए हैं। हमने क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर सहयोग के लिए एक इंडस्ट्री गिल्ड और सप्लाई चेन ऑब्जर्वेटरी की स्थापना का निर्णय लिया है। इसका सैटेलाइट कैंपस आईएसएम धनबाद में होगा। सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स के प्रति हमारी साझी प्रतिबद्धता है।
As India marches towards Viksit Bharat at 2047, IIT ISM stands ready, grooming engineers, scientists, managers, thinkers, and innovators who will help build a prosperous, technology-empowered nation. 100 years ago, it began with mining and a mission to power India. Today, it stands with the synergy of the two brands, IIT and ISM, driving knowledge, innovation, and national growth.
The winner, IIT ISM Dhanbad.
From the coal fields of Dhanbad to the frontiers of science and technology, the journey continues. Walking past the Penman Auditorium or stopping by the RDT stall after the classes, every year, the
A very good morning to our dignitaries, eminent speakers, faculty colleagues, researchers, and dear students. With great honor and immense pleasure, I, Professor Madhulika Gupta, from the Department of Chemistry and Chemical Biology, welcome you all to the inaugural session of the National Symposium on Fueling the Future, Navigating the Global Energy Transition, organized as a part of the Centenary Week celebrations of IIT ISM Dhanbad on 8th December 2025. For over a century, IIT ISM Dhanbad has contributed to energy, earth sciences, and engineering education in the service of the nation. We have our dignitaries on the stage. With this note, I feel honored to welcome our esteemed chief guest, Shri Om Prakash Sinha ji, Director, ONGC. I also wholeheartedly welcome our distinguished guest, Shri Bobby Mohanty, Honorary Consul of the Republic of Maldives in Mumbai. I extend a warm welcome to Professor Premvat, Chairman, BOG, IIT ISM Dhanbad. I also welcome Professor Sukumar Mishra, Director, IIT ISM Dhanbad. We also have with us on stage Professor Vikas Mahato, Head, Petroleum Engineering Department and convener of this workshop, along with Professor Hamid Siddiqui, co-convener of this workshop. I extend a warm welcome to all our students, teachers, participants from all over India for joining us here today. I now request the students to come forward for a floral welcome of our distinguished guests on the dais. A floral welcome for Shri Om Prakash Sinha ji. A floral welcome for Shri Bobby Mohanty. Floral welcome for Professor Premvat sir. Floral welcome for Professor Sukumar Mishra. Floral welcome for Professor Vikas Mahato. Floral welcome for Professor Hamid Siddiqui. May I now request the honored dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward for the lighting of the ceremonial lamp, marking an auspicious beginning to the proceedings and symbolizing hope, learning, and progress. Thank you, sir. I now request the students to come forward for the invocation song.
Sangachattvam samvadattvam samvomana Srijanata Sangachattvam samvadattvam samvomana Srijanata Samanumantra Samiti Samani Samanam Manasah Jitamesha Sangachattvam Samvadattvam Sambhumana Srijanita Samani Vayakuti Samana Hridayaniva Samani Vayakuti Samana Hridayanava Samana Manosuvo Mano Yathava Susahasati Sangachattvam samvadattvam samvomana Srijanita Srijanita Srijanita.
Thank you, Ankit and Tripti. May I now request Professor Vikas Mahato, Department of Petroleum Engineering, HOD, and the convener of this workshop to deliver the welcome address.
Our Honorable Chief Guest, O.P. Sinha sir, special guest, Bobby Mohanty sir, Honorable Chairman, Professor Prembrat sir, our Honorable Director, Professor Sukumar Misra sir, and other distinguished dignitaries, faculty members and students. Very good morning to all of you. It is indeed with great pleasure that I extend my warmest welcome to all esteemed dignitaries, distinguished speakers, delegates and participants joining us for the symposium Fueling the Future, Navigating the Global Energy Transition. Hosted at IIT ISM Dhanbad, an institution with proud legacy in energy and earth sciences, this event stands as a testament to our collective commitment to shaping a sustainable and forward-looking energy future. The symposium explores how advancement in enhanced oil recovery and subsurface carbon management are enabling more efficient hydrocarbon production while simultaneously mitigating environmental impacts. It examines the transformative role of digital technologies, including AI-driven reservoir characterization and intelligent reservoir management in enhancing operational efficiency and predictive decision making. Discussion further highlights innovations in unconventional resource development and next generation drilling technologies which are vital for meeting future energy demands. The importance of cleaner upstream operations, including methane emission reduction and flaring minimization, is emphasized as critical component of sustainable energy practices. Moreover, the symposium recognizes the expanding role of petroleum engineering in emerging domains such as hydrogen storage, geothermal energy, CCUS, underscoring its evolving relevance in a global low carbon transition. transition. This deliverance holds special significance as India advances towards the national vision of Viksit Bharat, where energy security, technological leadership, and sustainability are central aspirations. IIT ISM Dhanbad remains steadfast in contributing to this mission through academic excellence, innovations, and partnership with industry and government. I convey my heartfelt appreciations to all contributors, organizers, and participants who have enriched this endeavor. I wish the symposium every success, and I hope it inspires meaningful dialogue, collaborations, and progress. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Sukumar Mishra, Director, IIT ISM Dhanbad, to address the audience and share his vision on this special occasion for sustainable future. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, dignitaries on the dais, chief guest of this occasion, Sri O.P. Sinha, special guest, Sri Bobby Mohanty, our Chairman, Board of Governors, Professor Prem Brat, HOD, Petroleum Engineering, Professor Vikas Mahato, and Professor Muhammad Hamid, who is the convener of this National Symposium, other dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, students, faculty members, media, and organizers of this symposium and conference. Today, this symposium is basically the 5th day in this Foundation Week celebration. We at IIT ISM Dhanbad decided to have this centenary celebration as a foundation week in its starting point instead of a foundation day, just to commemorate and remember that it is our centenary foundation day. So when we thought about this week, different themes were decided, and all the themes were linked in a chain to reach finally to Viksit Bharat 2047, which is our vision of the Prime Minister. In that, the sustainability and the SDG defined by different organizations and accepted by the world community is very, very important. And in this endeavor, this conference or the symposium is having its own importance to discuss about different aspects of energy transition, how it will lead to a sustainable world. I am sure lot of discussion will happen in interdisciplinary and interdisciplinary manner. Both intra and inter is very, very important to have exchange of ideas, deliberation, and debate in any specific domain. I will not take much time because other people are there as keynote speaker, as guest of honor, as guest, and many dignitaries are there to deliver their ideas and lecture in this today's symposium. Thank you for coming to IIT Dhanbad and making this symposium a success. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address. Your commitment to excellence, innovation, and societal impact has greatly enriched the institution's academic culture. It is our esteemed privilege to have with us Professor Premrat, Chairman, BOG, IIT ISM Dhanbad, here with us today. Sir is a highly respected academician and an accomplished leader in higher education, known nationally and internationally for his contributions to institutional development, quality education, and strategic governance. With decades of experience in academic leadership, he has played a pivotal role in shaping premier educational institutions across the country. His association with IIT ISM Dhanbad continues to guide the institute towards excellence, innovation, and global relevance. May I now request him to kindly address the audience.
Our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri O.P. Sinha ji, Director Exploration ONGC. Guest of Honor, Bobby Mohanty ji. Our Honorable Director, Professor Sukumar Mishra, Head of the Department of Petroleum Engineering, and the convener of this conference, Mr. Siddiqui. Distinguished delegates, distinguished invitees, members of the faculty of IIT ISM Dhanbad, and dear students, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to be present in this occasion, although it was by chance that I'm here because we basically came for a board meeting that will happen from 10 o'clock onwards. And Professor Sukumar Mishra used that opportunity to have me in here. So I'm delighted to be with you, and I must take this opportunity to greet IIT ISM Dhanbad for entering the 100th year of its celebration. The campus looks, you can see what an enormous, and compliments to Professor Mishra for transformation of the campus. It looks beautiful, particularly in the night that you would see. The theme of this conference is very topical. In fact, the whole world is talking about it. In fact, if the most talking point globally is energy. In fact, there was a time when the development index of a nation was judged by the per capita energy consumption. I believe that was a wrong notion because that implicitly assumed that if you waste a lot of energy as a developed nation, therefore we need to have a major rethink on this process. That per capita energy consumption, minimize per capita energy consumption with getting all the benefits of the quality of life. That would ensure that you're not wasting energy in any form. And I'm sure that the debate of this kind towards net zero is primarily intending in that direction. Now, if you look at the various forms of energy, essentially I heard someone who said beautifully, he says, finally, ultimately, philosophically, all these are the different forms of solar energy. Even trees are a storage of solar energy. Even coal and hydrocarbons are some form of it, a long distant, this indeed, all forms of energy primarily are interconvertible. And this is not now, if you look at our Prachin, Chitijal, Pavan, Gagan, Samira, Panch Tattve, Bane Sharir, the very body and element comprised of all these 5 elements are different forms of energy. You can see Gagan, primarily solar. Samira is, you can see from the wind energy. Jal, tidal wave energy. In fact, hydrogen and oxygen, itself. So primarily, what we need to look at in evolving the national policies on energy as a developed nation, to eliminate the wastage of energy, because energy wasted is energy generated. And therefore, our focus should be not only this energy conservation in the form of energy per se, but even reducing and eliminating the wastage of materials, because the moment you waste a material, the hidden form of energy in it, in the process of manufacturing, is implicitly an amount of energy wastage, because if you look at, if you recycle a steel scrap to make a ton of steel, and you use iron ore to make a ton of steel, the reduction in energy requirement is about 65%. And therefore, reduce, reuse, recycle, even the waste, the elimination of waste of all kinds, indirectly would also contribute to energy conservation. And I'm sure that, but what we need to address, that when you frame a policy, the national priorities and the resources available and should be such that we look at a problem in its totality. Otherwise, when we solve a problem in a myopic way, solving one problem would produce another problem. For example, there's so much of focus on solar energy today. We have not realized that the photovoltaic cell, although they have the 25 years life, the amount of e-waste problems that the country would face 25 years from now would be such that the total e-waste generated by the solar cells would be more than the total e-waste generated by all electronic devices. So when we develop these policies, we should have a holistic approach in its totality with an objective to provide the required energy to every person to improve the quality of life without wasting an iota of it. And I'm sure that the deliberation that will take place here would throw some light in that direction. Since I have 5 minutes of time given to me and we have other commitment, I take this opportunity to greet you all and wish this conference a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence and enlightening address on this special centenary occasion. Your leadership and perspective add great value to our celebrations. We are privileged to have here with us Professor Bobby Mohanty, Honorary Consul of the Republic of Maldives, hailing from Mumbai. He is responsible for advising Indian business houses aspiring to increase their global footprint regarding investment opportunities in Maldives, especially in the sectors of infrastructure, housing, renewable energy, retail trade, food processing, pharmaceuticals, education, fisheries, and many more. He completed his BSc Geology and Geophysics honors from Ravenshaw College, Cuttack, and master's degree in Science and Technology from Indian Schools of Mines, Dhanbad. So he's our very own alumnus. Professor Mohanty is the founder chairman of several profitable corporations, and may I now request him to kindly address the audience.
My esteemed guests and brothers and sisters of School of Mines. I was an alumni, I am still an alumni of 1993, and 100 years is now in the offing, which has shaped so many minds, so many careers, and it has produced civil servants, bureaucrats, scientists, professors, and this was the first place, as far as mining geology is concerned, the British had established, and it continues to produce the best of minds, especially in the field of mining, geology, petroleum, and others. Talking about energy transition is inevitable. It's any day going to happen for the Prime Minister's vision of Viksit Bharat. I myself is not only a diplomat, but at the same time I am a serial investor, a philanthropist who has been investing in various projects in the field of renewables and ESG. today, the burning problem in our country is innovation. Every IIT, every ISM, every reputed institute should have an innovation wing so that the run towards Viksit Bharat becomes shorter and shorter, and the time also becomes shorter and shorter. I, as an entrepreneur, have been manufacturing electric scooters fully made in India. It is researched, developed vehicle. It's a two-wheeler which is fully made in India. And at the same time, we have also developed a software which I am going to gift it to all my brothers and sisters of ISM free of cost, which will track, monitor, evaluate all the carbon emission of various industries. In order to become net zero, we need to know how much we emit. We need to understand how much we emit. So, coming back to the moot problem, there has to be proper policy, which the government of India has been trying and they have been implementing, as because they have already instructed 1,000 companies, listed companies, for BRSR reporting. So my only request here to the management, to the faculty, and the decision maker, that an innovation wing, especially in the field of ESG, EV, electric lithium-ion batteries, should be established, which is the next future. And I've been doing a lot of, I've seen a lot of business opportunities in the present sector. And I feel that it's only hard work, discipline, which can shape the students' career and lives. I don't want to take more time. Again, I reiterate over the fact that it's only hard work, discipline, and sincerity of the students here which can usher this situation to a Viksit Bharat. Thanking you so much for investing that trust and confidence in me, and I'm extremely grateful that I have been given a dash to be shared with such eminent personalities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking and encouraging words. We are also deeply grateful to you for supporting IIT ISM Dhanbad towards its goal of achieving net zero emissions. Let's have a huge round of applause for his generosity. It is now my esteemed pleasure to introduce our chief guest, Shri Om Prakash Sinha Ji, Director, ONGC. He is a petroleum engineering graduate from IIT ISM Dhanbad. With over 37 years of experience at ONGC, he has excelled in many areas of reservoir engineering, from seismic to simulation, including conceptualization and executing field development schemes and formulating long-term plans. In today's evolving energy landscape, he has also played a key role in developing projects on carbon capture, utilization, and storage for reducing carbon emissions and achieving net zero targets. May I now request him to kindly address the audience.
Very good morning to each one of you present here. First of all, I must say that I am really thrilled. I am privileged. I am really excited to be part of this grand centenary celebration of my institute. This is a place where, and this is the place and this is the auditorium where in 1987, 37 years ago, I received my petroleum engineering degree from then director, Professor Marwaha. So I remember that day, and I'm really, really very emotional today to be amongst you. Very respected Chairman, IIT ISM Board of Governors, Professor Premwar, Director IIT ISM, Professor Sukumar Misra ji, HOD Mr. Vikas, very dear Mr. Bobby Mohanty and Mr. Siddiqui, many distinguished faculty members, industry veterans. I can see many faces here. Mr. O.P. Singh is there. He is our mentor and senior from ONGC. And my dear students, I see you all students as the future energy soldiers of the nation. This institute over the years earlier used to be the best solution provider, I will say, in the earth sciences. It has shaped, it has created a flurry of innovators, geoscientists, engineers who have guided and shaped the energy landscape of nation. Now coming to the today's point of energy transition. Yes, energy transition is happening. It is going to happen. And it is not a compulsion now, it's mandatory. Everybody has, every company, every nation has to adopt this energy transition pathways. But the journey of energy transition will definitely be different for all different countries. For a country like ours, India, the road to energy transition will be different from the road which is, or the energy transition being adopted by Western nations. So, what is the role of institutes like IIT ISM in guiding and providing solutions to energy transition is very essential and very relevant. I come from an organization which provides energy supply in the form of fossil fuels. So when I see the economic growth of our country, the role of fossil fuels, including coal also, because we are in the coal belt of nation. But so the role of fossil fuels is remaining to stay with us for quite foreseeable future. If I use some numbers today, for particular, if I say oil, crude oil, we are consuming about 5.5 to 6 million barrels of oil per day, and which is going to increase to the order of 10 to 11 million barrels by 2047. So, and similar is the case of natural gas and fossil fuel means coal also. Last year, coal production in the nation was highest historically. So what I mean to say that India as a nation on its growth journey, we need all form of energies to support our energy growth. We are not in a position to substitute one form of energy with the other form of energy. We need rather all forms of energy, and the need of our is to have a very efficient system. all the processes need to be very efficient, decarbonize, so that the ultimate goal of energy efficiency, energy supply is achieved. Professor Premwat said very aptly that each drop of energy saved is energy produced. So as a student, when you grow, you must be feeling that, and this is also my firm belief, that there is ample scope of improvement. The way we explore the energy, the way we produce the energy, and the way we consume the energy. So have your mind very open, your thoughts very open, that the way we produce and in the energy cycle, wherever there is a scope of improvement, this is the place, this is the institute which can guide the coming years, that yes, we have to proceed in this direction. I will take another point of on decarbonization, because decarbonization is really is a necessity, and it is in the center stage and the theme of today's deliberations also. You see, decarbonization is definitely policy support is evolving. Today, there may not be such strong policy support, but there are definitely work going on in this direction, and we will be having very clear-cut guidelines on decarbonization. What I want to emphasize here to the students here, that you see the opportunity in decarbonization. I will give just one example. When the oil and gas companies drill a well in frontier areas, because frontier areas in India remain largely underexplored even today. We have explored and developed shallow waters, near coast, onshores. There is a very good conversion of petroleum resources to reserve conversion, but in the frontier areas, there are still a lot of work to be done, which will provide energy security and supply improvements to the nation. What I mean to say that when we drill a well, exploratory well in frontier areas, there are chances that the wells do not encounter hydrocarbon, oil and gas. What I mean to say here, decarbonization is offering us an opportunity to look for opportunities of storing or sequestering CO2 in those dry wells. Those dry wells may not give you hydrocarbons, oil and gas, but they definitely can guide you in finding out saline aquifers, in finding out storage candidates which can hold your CO2 which is there which other industries are emitting. So you have the sources, you have the sinks to provide a solution for decarbonization. So you can repurpose the oil and gas dry wells for sequestering the CO2. So this is another emerging opportunity which decarbonization is offering to the industry, to the academia, to the researchers, to the innovators. Need of the hour is how to bring those costs down, how to operate in a low-cost environment, because you see, you must be seeing the oil prices are remaining in the 60s, and it is expected that this scenario will prevail for quite some time. So this is providing again an opportunity to bring more fiscal discipline in our processes, so that the story of energy transition, which is a binding thing to happen, which is good for humanity, and not only good, it's a compulsion now. So there are avenues, there are areas to study, to innovate, to provide solutions to the nation in the form of decarbonization, in form of very smooth energy transition to the nation. So with this, These are some of the thoughts which I thought I must share with the students who definitely are. And another area is the speed of providing solutions. Now you are equipped with, because you are dealing with a lot of data. AI/ML techniques are there. So these techniques are again addressing the speed part of it, cost part of it. So we have to navigate this energy transition using AI/ML, using other opportunities to make it happen fast, to make it happen more efficiently, and to make it happen cost effectively. So with this, I congratulate and I wish that this institute flourish and achieves greater heights in the times to come and provide solutions of energy supply to our nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing with us your valuable perspectives on the evolving energy landscape, decarbonization, technological advancements in exploration, and the nation's journey towards balancing growth with responsibility. May I now request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly release the souvenirs and the Hindi version of the departmental newsletter. Sir, please. I request the dignitaries to hold both of them together for a group photo, please. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Sukumar Mishra, sir, Director, IIT ISM Dhanbad, and Professor Premvrat, sir, Chairman, BOG, IIT ISM Dhanbad, to felicitate our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Om Prakash Sinha ji, Director, ONGC. Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Premvrat, sir, and Professor Sukumar Mishra, sir, to kindly felicitate Professor Bobby Mohanty, Honorary Consul of the Republic of Maldives in Mumbai.
Unfortunately, I'm not a professor. I'm a very ordinary person. So
Nothing unfortunate about not being a professor. Everyone has a role to play. You are a great person.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Sukumar Mishra, sir, to kindly felicitate Professor Premvrat, sir. Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Vikas Kumar Mahato to kindly felicitate Professor Sukumar Mishra. Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Hamid Siddiqui, co-convener of this workshop, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning. On behalf of the organizing committee and IIT ISM Dhanbad, I raise to express our profound gratitude to everyone who has contributed to resounding success of this inaugural function of our symposium, Fueling the Future, Navigating the Global Energy Transition. Our sincere and deepest thank must first go to our chief guest, Sri O.P. Sinha, Director Exploration, ONGC. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion, your esteemed presence and sharing your invaluable insight, especially the role of IIT ISM in energy transition and also highlighting the importance of decarbonizations. We are truly set the tone, you have truly set the tone for our deliberation over the coming days. We are all grateful to our distinguished special guest, Sri Bobby Mohanty sir, for sparing your precious time and enriching this gathering with your perspective, especially encouraging for using of electric vehicles. To our revered chairman, Professor Premraj sir, and our visionary director, Professor Sukumar Mishra sir, we extend our heartfelt thanks for your unwavering support and guidance. Your leadership inspires us, sir, to pursue excellence in energy, research, and education. A special word of thanks to our dedicated convener and head of department, Professor Vikas Mahato sir, and co-convener, Professor Chandan Sahu, and all the faculty members of petroleum engineering departments and sister departments. Your meticulous planning and tireless effort has transformed the concept of this symposium into today's reality. To the backbone of our institute, the staff members, thanks for working behind scene to ensure the seamless execution of this event. To the vibrant lifeblood of IIT ISM, our PhD scholars, UG PG students, thank you for your enthusiastic participations. Lastly, to all the participants, delegates, and attendees, thank you for being an encouraged and wonderful audience. Your presence has made this inaugural function meaningful. And as we navigate the complex pathways of the global energy transition, let's collaboration and conservation and a role of India's energy transition toward India to become Viksit Bharat by 2047. Thank you all, and we wish you a productive and enlightening symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May today become a stepping stone towards stronger ideas, meaningful collaborations, and a shared commitment to a sustainable tomorrow. With these words, we now bring the inaugural session of the symposium to a formal close. I now request everyone to kindly stand up for national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे
thank you everyone for being a part of this memorable beginning to an enriching day ahead. Thank you once again.
I request everyone to kindly be seated so the keynote lectures will start. Please don't leave the Penman Auditorium. Kindly be seated.
How are you? I'm good, sir. 1993 batch. Yes, sir. You remember me? Yes, sir. Yes,
What's
sir.
my name?
Dr. Bhavesh Sarkar.
I'm now with IIT Bombay. I retired last year, and I'm with Bombay now.
So
IIT Bombay.
so I'm based on
After retirement, 65, I'm now running the race of 65 to 70 in IIT. I am now 67.
But you don't look like. You look half of your age.
You are in Mumbai or? Great. Nice meeting you. 87 batch. और इसको बैग में डाल दो. Your time. 18 नंबर में सूट है ना? 18 नंबर सूट A18. सर, where are you? 18 नंबर में नहीं तो ये होगा 18 नंबर में इसको रखवाना है. रख दोगे ना? मैंने भिजवा दिया है, सीधे वही
Oh, you have?
Yes, yes, yes.
So where are you now?
I am in JSW.
And
Right
posted
now,
in?
posted at Bhubaneswar.
Bhubaneswar.
Yes,
Okay, okay. Hometown?
hometown.
Oh, good.
Yeah, yeah.
Is Bipash's hometown also in Bhubaneswar? Because he's from Ravenshaw.
We sir Bhubaneswar.
JSW.
सोचो कि IT ऐसे धनबाद का काम है। I'm completing my chapter. JSW में? Yes. Okay, okay, okay. সাথীভবনে থাকতো তোমার সাথে কেলের কাছে পিএইচডি করছিল I still remember I was telling her that this batch I took them to Sikkim. Namchi. And मैं बहुत डांटते थे सबको. But I used to laugh everywhere. लेकिन ऊपर जो बोलते हैं ना नारियल कोकोनट ऊपर से बहुत टफ सॉफ्ट लीच लीच मेरे को भी खाता था लीच Well, I'm going to quantum geostatistics. Quantum geostatistics. Everybody has got his own line of progression. So now we have geostatistics, AI geostatistics, quantum.
To be back in.
नहीं नहीं
I request all the participants to be seated. We'll be proceeding with our next session.
I think this is connected. Pointer is connected. You want to remove?
Yes, you want to copy paste this?
सर ये स्लाइड पेन ड्राइव है
हाँ ये है इसका पॉइंटर है पॉइंटर
पीपीटी को प्रिंट मेरे को इसमें डालना है क्या करें ये लगाना है हाँ
इसमें डालो दिस इज पॉइंटर चाहिए क्या
नहीं ये स्लाइड प्रेजेंट करना है
कोई प्रेजेंट नहीं कर रहा है ना जब कोई प्रेजेंट करेगा तो लगा
दिख क्यों नहीं रहा इधर ऊपर जाएगा जाएगा अभी जाएगा अब ये लोग आपका एक स्लाइड दिखाना है क्या हाँ अभी स्टार्ट करना है वो ये ऑनलाइन वाले सर करना चाहिए
कितना दिन लगेगा
Just only the intro.
इंट्रो ही है बस इतना
Introduce first slide and second slide. Introduce.
हाँ वही बोल रहा हूँ
You start but on this like online Tisupati sir practice on the screen.
अरे
वेट करेंगे
आप बोल कहाँ से दिख नहीं रहा कैसे करना है ऊपर ये दिख नहीं रहा ऊपर पहले ये अनाउंस करना है उसके बाद ही स्टार्ट होगा
Online
लेकिन ये भी ऑनलाइन ही रखना है ये उनको भी दिखना चाहिए ये
क्या होगा अभी?
we have to display this in the in that
वेट वेट विल टॉक टू देम देयर
screen sharing.
Just ये करना है, प्रोजेक्ट करना है, that one only.
Yeah, in the beginning, we have to display this on the screen
Yes,
so
yes,
that
yes, I
everyone
got
can see.
Energy transition. Okay? So we have to present this slide. That is why it is company got right.
पीछे रख दो बैठ।
ये सर सिद्दीकी सर का है और मैथो सर का
पीछे भी रख दो ना, सर पीछे रख दो ना।
Button.
पीछे भी रख दो बाद में।
Red light it is on now. So without displacing this, how will I start? Sir, display this.
You come this side.
सर ये सेशन के लिए ये
I request everyone to be seated. We shall begin the next session. Namaskar and a very good morning to each and everyone present here today. We are kicking off today with something exciting. It is IIT ISM Dhanbad is tracking the live carbon footprint of this entire symposium. With support from our sponsor, Greenfield Oil and Trading Services, we are using their platform Green, which shows how our event is impacting the environment in real time. And just a quick note, our representative from Green had a flight delay, but they will be joining us shortly. Now to get you involved right from the start, here is a quick look at how much carbon we have already generated even before the event began. From email to printing to setup, everything adds up. In fact, our pre-event emissions are equivalent to driving from Dhanbad to Kanyakumari and back. So keep an eye on the screen around the campus every now and then. You will see how our collective choices are shaping today's emission. So before the event has even started, our activities have already generated around 127.19 kilogram of CO2 equivalent. To understand what that really means, think of the emission from driving a car all the way from Dhanbad to Lucknow. When we convert our numbers into real-world distance like this, it becomes clear how routine pre-event tasks carry a noticeable carbon load. And that's exactly why tracking those early emissions is important, so we can plan smarter and make overall event more sustainable. Welcome back once again, and I hope you all had a refreshing break and are feeling recharged for the next phase of today's proceeding. We will now resume with the next session of the day, the keynote lecture session of the day, the National Symposium on Fueling the Future, Navigating the Global Energy Transition. I, KH Hane, along with Niharika, together we will be guiding you throughout this session. In this session, we are privileged to have 6 distinguished speakers who will be sharing their expertise and insights.
To begin with, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, Professor Sarma V. Pisupati sir. Sarma V. Pisupati sir is a professor of energy and mineral engineering at Pennsylvania State University and director of Center for Critical Minerals. With over 35 years of experience in energy and environment, he specializes in computational fluid dynamics, coal and biomass gasification, and biomass-based materials for emission reduction. He holds a PhD in fuel science and has contributed extensively to research on rare earth elements and critical minerals, supporting sustainable energy solutions. His work bridges advanced energy technologies with environmental stewardship, offering innovative strategies for cleaner and more efficient energy systems worldwide. Now, I humbly invite Professor Sarma V. Pisupati sir to deliver his lecture on mineral security challenges in meeting goal of net zero carbon emissions. Please join me in welcoming him. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Can I share this? Actually, the share button is muted. Share button is not functioning here. Can I share my presentation?
So you can share the screen by clicking on the share button.
It's unfortunately it's not allowing me to do that. I don't know why. Let me- Okay, let me try this. Is it presenting? This is another way to.
Yes, sir. We are able to see your screen.
Okay. You're able to see my screen, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wonderful. All right. So we are in business.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning to everyone. And it is my pleasure actually to join you all. And I thank the organizing committee for to invite me to present this, to share my ideas here about mineral security challenges in meeting the goal of net zero carbon emissions. When I say carbon emissions, net zero carbon emissions, why are we going for that net zero carbon emissions is, again, to achieve that is the path basically for energy transition, or energy transition is to achieve net zero carbon emissions finally. So let me get straight into the subject matter without much of a delay here. What is forcing us, or what are the driving forces basically for this transition? This energy transition is nothing new for us. You know, the world has gone through several transitions before. This is not a new thing. But what we are worrying about is the goal of this transition is to reduce CO2 emissions. Before that, that was not the goal. We needed some concentrated energy when we shifted in early 20th century from biomass to coal, coal to oil, oil to gas, and so on and so forth. Now the driving forces are the CO2 emissions, and what are all the supply gaps, supply chain gaps that are there to meet these goals actually. When we say energy transition, what are the energy sources that we will be using? So the driving force is basically the CO2 emissions. As we can always see, this graph shows 800,000 years worth of atmospheric CO2 concentration. And in the past few decades, the rate at which the CO2 is increasing in the atmosphere is very, very alarming, actually, and with serious consequences, which are very evident, actually. Polar ice caps melting and record rates of floods and also drought. Now, this is again, the freshwater availability is also a problem. Over 20 years, now you can see actually Lake Mead, how the water is depleting there, and this would be another consequence. Can we sustain this with 7.5, 8 billion people? Is this sustainable, this increase in CO2 emissions? Absolutely not. So what are the sources for this greenhouse gas emissions? Basically, if we look at global as well as United States, again, it is not significantly different. If you see, most of the CO2 emissions are coming from either electricity generation, transportation, or heavy industry. So in both cases, actually, the global as well as United States, more than one half actually is coming from this. So how to control this? How to reduce these CO2 emissions? Obviously, it depends on the energy that we use, the sources, and industrial and transportation energy sectors are significant sources, and they are the most difficult sectors actually to reduce CO2 emissions. Power sector is moving away from coal, oil, gas, and to some extent, and then producing more from solar, wind, etc. That is a little bit easier or straightforward path, but reducing emissions from industrial and transportation sectors are crucial. But on the other hand, industrial and manufacturing are very critical for global economy and also our modern living standards. You have experienced, we were talking about with another keynote speaker, the Indigo is transporting 65% of the people in the country. And this was not there, 50, 60 years ago. The mode of transportation and the way we transport our goods are changing. Global commerce basically is dependent on the transportation across continents, okay? And these sectors, which account 65% of the energy, obviously are the most difficult to decarbonize. So let's take a look at very quickly here. Heavy industry, these are the projections again. If you look at the fuels that are being used right now in 2024 versus 2050, coal, oil, and gas are the top three. So even in 2050, they will be there, but the role of electricity is going to increase because of these changes in both industrial as well as transportation sector. So if we look at transportation sector, really going to electric vehicles to reduce the emissions locally there. And if we look at Indian situation here, electric vehicle penetration, we are just breathing now. We are just born and we are just breathing now with electrical vehicles. In the past 5, 6, 7 years, these things have been, in use actually, both two-wheelers, three-wheelers, light motor vehicles actually. And we have a long way to go. Why? According to IEA estimates, if we have to meet net zero emissions, or in other words, if the energy transition has to be successful, we need 2 billion vehicles. Electric vehicles will be in service globally by 2050. And to meet that net zero goals, 60% of all vehicles on the road must be electric. And 100% of all new car sales must be electric vehicles by 2035. Can we meet that? And what are the challenges in meeting that? In the past 10 years, if I looked at the record for the United States, we went from about less than 1% in 2015 to about 10 to 11% right now in 2024, 2025. So in the next 20 years, the credible, basically, we are expecting it to be about 25 to 30%. And it depends on the current policies. Again, policies which encourage electric transportation would really help us. If not, it would be only 25 to 30% instead of 60%. That's a drawback actually. So policies can help. Decarbonization, obviously we need more minerals. We are getting into the meat of it. We need more minerals. Because traditional car, if you look at, needs only 2 minerals. When you need electric car, we need 6 minerals. Similarly, if we go to power sector, solar energy, wind energy need a lot more minerals, you can see, compared to traditional coal-fired, fossil-fired, basically power generation. And for wind energy applications, chromium, manganese, molybdenum, nickel, and also rare earth elements are required. And for this to be successful, it is not just enough to have a goal of, okay, we are going to put 500 gigawatts of solar by then. But where are those panels coming from? What are those panels made up of? Do we have that material to make that panel actually? That is what is important. Here for solar, silicon, silver, indium, all these metals, they are basically not available. None of these India produces. So just having a goal of 500 gigawatts doesn't mean that we can solve the problem. We need materials to make these things. So it is going to increase the demand for these critical minerals and rare earth elements, actually. So 40 times to 20 times, depending on the mineral that we are talking about. And basically, the message is very, very clear for energy transition. Power sector must go to solar and wind, which depend on minerals. And we need to store that energy, obviously, because both of these resources are not available 24 hours. And industrial sector, when it electrifies and uses hydrogen, both hydrogen production, transportation, utilization, as well as electrification needs critical minerals, energy storage in batteries. And if we straight away go to transportation, electric vehicles, nothing but batteries, energy storage batteries. So this is the scenario that we are under, actually, if we want really successful transition of energy. So energy security basically is mineral security, and mineral security is what we call today national security, actually. So energy storage metals, the demand is increasing, and you can see very clearly all these are produced, processed, and supplied by okay, one country, folks, one country, that is China. So that is the state. We have to get out of this. So producing these metals is actually a multidisciplinary effort. If you look at this, first of all, we need to explore and find out where these are and then mine them. And if we have a 4 inches rich seam, it is very difficult to get those kinds of things and these minerals. And then we have to crush, grind, process, and extract them as concentrates and then produce these minerals, mixed rare earth oxides or critical minerals. Then we have to separate them into individual, because we don't use all 15 lanthanides as a group. So we need neodymium, praseodymium for magnet making. We need scandium for a different application. So we need to separate them. And also we don't use them as oxides. So we need to reduce them to metals and then combine several metals to make superalloys and then make batteries. The advanced manufacturing is basically dependent on these minerals, actually. And then we have to do all this techno-economically. So several disciplines have to come together to solve this problem. So Indian government, again, has released critical minerals list, and there are 30 minerals listed in that, actually, if you look at. And the government is accelerating, actually, the efforts to produce these domestically, or secure at least these without much of a problem. So this requirement, again, this has to be the priority, without which there is no solar energy, there is no wind energy, there is no even nuclear energy. So we need to pay attention to this. The government is actively exploring possibilities of partnerships, and we need to look into it. Not only actually look at primary resources, ores. We don't have that much rich ores, actually, if we look at either Indian scenario or United States. We have low-grade fuels or secondary fuels that we should depend on. Waste products from industrial manufacturing, which are basically like aluminum industry produces bauxite, red mud, which is basically an environmental eyesore, and acid mine drainage from previous legacy coal mines, and electronic waste. This is totally a new issue that is coming up. If we don't tackle that and recycle some of the lithium, some of the cobalt, some of these precious metals from those, we will face another nuclear waste problem. And copper, again, with AI data centers growing, copper is going to be a rare commodity if we don't tackle that. So basically, we are importing these things right now, and we must. Let me give you one example and that shows the entire cobalt production in the world, and lithium production in the world. These are the minerals that are required for batteries, actual energy storage. Lithium, cobalt, manganese, nickel, basically copper and things like that. If you look at lithium and cobalt, if we put every gram of lithium that we produce in the world, today we can make 26 million vehicles, batteries. Similarly, 21 million vehicles of cobalt. Maybe it is a little bit more, if, depending on the number that you take. But remember, how many vehicles we need by 2050? Few slides ago, I mentioned that. 2 billion. Where is 21 million and where is 2 billion? I mean, how can we produce this much material? Do we have enough material? And if we have, can we produce this or increase the production capacity? Copper, lithium, nickel, cobalt, all these metals, greater than 90% is our net import reliance in India. 90%, greater than 90. So what we need to look at is just not ores, low-grade ores, traditional ores, and we should look at coal-based or associated minerals, overburden, underclays, very low-grade materials, acid mine drainage, which we concentrate on. Penn State Center of Critical Minerals is looking at all these secondary resources, e-waste, fly ash from power industry, and bauxite ore from aluminum industry, mine tailings, etc. And our approach should not be, let's get one metal that I need and then dump everything else back in the landfill. We should use a multi-metal recovery approach. So let me outline 6 priorities that we all should work on for this successful energy transition. Adopt a full supply chain approach, not just mining or processing or refining, but the entire supply chain, and improve the efficiencies at every step. Advanced sustainable resource development, and also clean energy systems. It is very easy to say solar, wind, oh yeah, we're going to put 500 gigawatts, but where are the materials to supply this? So that comes in the last 2 bullets, which are very, very important. Secure, robust, domestic, critical mineral base. If we want renewable power, if we want sustainable power, we need critical minerals. And carbon is also a critical mineral, and we need to look at natural carbon availability, because a battery is made up of almost 60 to 70% graphite, so we need that. So in closing, what I would say is mineral security is basically energy security plus economic security plus climate security. For that, we need mineral security. And we should always think about novel ways to get these things, not the traditional ways, environmentally safer ways. Think out of the box, think big, and be inclusive. Develop partnerships. We don't have to do it on our own, everything. And we should take bold steps. And let me just thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with you, and I wish the symposium a great success. If you have any questions, I don't know if we're allowed, or you can always send those questions to my email address, and I will be happy to answer any of those within reasonable time. Okay, thank you very much again. Thanks again. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful presentation on mineral security. Your address thoughtfully highlighted the strategic importance of mineral resources in achieving global decarbonization targets. We are grateful for your time and expertise you have shared with us today. In recognition of your distinguished contributions, we take this opportunity to virtually felicitate you as a token of respect and gratitude. Now, I humbly invite Professor Vikas Mehto, sir, Head of the Department of Petroleum Engineering and convener of the National Symposium, to kindly felicitate Professor Sharma V. Pisupati, sir. Please give him a big round of applause.
Sir, we really missed your presence.
Thank you. I also missed it, but it is very difficult to travel. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We shall now proceed to the next keynote lecture. It is my privilege to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Professor Bharuchi Mishra, sir. Professor Bharuchi Mishra, sir, is the partner and group CEO of Navata Energy Transition Enterprise Private Limited and a seasoned techno-commercial leader with over 35 years of experience in oil and gas, energy transition, and digitalization. He has led major global energy projects in CCS, hydrogen, biofuels, LNG, and refining, driving capital efficiency and decarbonization across brownfield and greenfield developments. A chartered manager and respected thoughtful leader, he is recognized for his strong, integrative, safety-focused leadership and commitment to team building. Beyond his professional accomplishments, he is also the author of Rhythm of Life, a poetic rendition of Bhagavad Gita. Today, Bharuchi Mishra, sir, will deliver a keynote lecture on CCUS, global trends and future prospects for India. With great pleasure, I invite Professor Bharuchi Mishra, sir, onto the stage to share his insight with us. Please join me in welcoming with a great round of applause.
Good morning, all. Looks like there is a bit of a challenge in sharing the presentation with the folks who are online. Wi-Fi shuru karna hoga na? So give me 30 seconds. Sorry for the IT glitch. So while he's fixing up, people were talking about, Professor Premwat was talking about, and O.P. Sinha sir was also talking about the inefficiency part. So globally, in 2019, Rocky Mountain Institute came up with an analysis which said 600 exajoules of total energy is produced globally, out of which only 215. So while he's fixing up the IT so that the folks on the line can see, I just wanted to share an anecdote. So Professor Premwat was talking about efficiency, and O.P. Sinha sir also hinted towards that. So 600 exajoules of energy was produced, fossil fuels was produced in 2019 as per the Rocky Mountain Institute, and they are a think tank in the US. Only 213 or 215 exajoules was utilized by the end users. 2/3 of the energy is wasted. I'll give you another example. It's another anecdote. So we import 130, 140 billion worth of crude oil and fossil fuels, LNG and what have you. That is our import bill of fossil fuels. Bangalore traffic jam burns 1 billion worth of those fossil fuels without traveling half a kilometer. So you see the impact of efficiency, and digitalization will be a great aspect to manage that. Okay, so am I in the game? Yeah, perfect. So thank you very much, Professor Vikas Matho and the esteemed board of ISM for giving me two opportunities. Number one, to be an adjunct professor here, so I come and share some of my thoughts once in a while, bring the industry inputs into what is being taught in the classrooms here. And number two, for this opportunity. And in the afternoon today, we'll also have a workshop to frame a pilot project for ECBM using CO2. So there's a lot that we'll be doing today. So let me start with the theme of CCS, but before that, why we have this symposium, and I draw on the Rig Veda for this. So you have in the Rig Veda, Ano Bhadra Kratvo Yantu Vishwataha Aparitas Avadhaso Udivdha. Let noble thoughts come to you from all directions. Avadhaso, unhindered, aparitas, undefeated, and udivdha, to be lifting everybody, lift for the welfare of the mankind. And symposiums like this speak to that theme. So the exchange of knowledge is very essential, especially in energy transition. So with that, let me give a short introduction of where I come from. 90 pass out of Indian School of Mines, and then worked in various places with Shell and British Gas. Now I lead a company called Net Enterprise, and we have 3 companies in India: Navata, Litwin in Abu Dhabi, and D-Driven in Singapore, digitalization solutions. We do energy transition projects and oil and gas projects. So this is the discussion thread: need for CCUS, the global trends, and India current and future. So the starting premise of this talk is we believe in science. Climate change and actions around this is not a con job. You might understand what I'm hinting at. And therefore, if we believe in science, we also believe that CO2 in the atmosphere, 430 ppm or more, is already causing a problem, and it can go up only higher. You saw in the last speaker's presentation. So to limit ourselves to 1.5 degrees centigrade temperature rise below over pre-industrial periods, we have only 130 gigatons of CO2 budget left. We can emit only 130, 140. I mean, these are numbers from the IPCC. You can go up or down. So this is the amount of CO2 left, post which the global warming will be so much that you will not be able to stay below 1.5 degrees centigrade temperature increase. So that gives you today at 40 billion tons per annum global CO2 emissions or GHG emissions. 42, 44 is CO2 and then the GHG. You're talking about only 3 years. In 3 years, 1.5 degrees centigrade rise is baked in, unless you suck CO2 from the atmosphere through direct air capture and what have you. So that's the problem. And so the Paris Convention said, Paris Accord says 1.5 is the best endeavors, and 2 degrees we must. For 2 degrees, the carbon budget is 1,000 gigatons, 1,000 billion tons. And that is 20 years. It's not too far. And the global warming impacts are huge. Let me just say something that will correlate very well to everybody here. You know about wet bulb temperature. So at 35 degrees centigrade, our perspiration does not evaporate if the wet bulb temperature is 35 degrees centigrade. So the cooling mechanism of the body gives way, because what happens is when it is very hot, we perspire, and the blood vessels cool and keep the temperature of the body down. But at 35 degrees wet bulb temperature, do whatever, we are not able to cool the body. And therefore, the blood vessels dilate. It fights hard, somehow manage. And when it dilates so much to reduce the temperature, the brain does not get enough blood. So it starves for hemoglobin, and you have brain strokes, you have heat strokes. And this is happening in at least 8 or 10 parts of India. We have had this, how wet bulb temperature going above 35 degrees centigrade. Therefore, it is in here and now, and folks who are around in this should realize that it is no more about a presentation or anything. It is life and death for this generation. Yes, you can be in the AC all the time, but that is circular. You'll emit more CO2, and that will cause further problems. So let me stop here by saying that that is the imperative. Utilization can reduce CO2, but do whatever, not more than 10%. Unless a Nobel laureate, David Macmillan, in 2021 Nobel laureate said that we might be one catalytic reaction away from solving climate change. What he means is he's coming up with organocatalysts, etc., which can convert CO2 into fungible hydrocarbons, fossil fuels. You can fill your gas tanks or any other source. But that is some distance away. And that could be a challenge for the chemical engineering department. Let's develop those organocatalysts which can really convert it. So removal becomes the necessity. So my theme was about global status. So globally, things have been moving. We have 77 projects, 64 MTPA is being captured and put into the ground. So roughly 8% of the global emissions, 6 gigatons, have to go in the ground, geological safe storages, for us to be able to limit the CO2, the temperature increase, or to achieve net zero. 513 MTPA are proven pore spaces now, and 44 MTPA is the capture capacity in construction. So you see, and roughly 600 are in the pre-FEED stage, asset concept select stage. So the world is racing towards it, regardless of what others are doing or the politics is doing or agencies. There are people, developers, who are actually making it happen. Policies, where there are policies, there are projects. In India, our policy landscape is poor. We're just starting. I mean, CCTS, carbon credits trading scheme, was announced 2 months ago. BEE, which is the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, they have put some targets, etc., but very mild. 2023 is the base year. You'll not lose a change if you pay penalties and continue to emit CO2. So that's the problem. Globally, though, the financial trends are, people are now investing, investors are getting confidence in us. They are putting money in non-resource loans, meaning you don't have to back up with a lot of collaterals and others. Investors are now co-owning projects. You see, India is conspicuous by its absence. 2 very small projects, and we are the ones who will be most heavily impacted, and I'll show you a slide. So globally, what is happening in the US? So in the US, the policy frame is support. It is not tax at this stage. And what is support? So US has come up with something called a 45Q, which is a legislation which is supported by the Inflation Reduction Act, and it provides $85 per ton of CO2 stored in the ground. If it is a carbon direct air capture, $120 per ton, and if it is EOR, CO2 EOR, some $60 per ton. Now, there is something, Mr. Trump has done something funny. So there is this concept of social cost of carbon in dollar terms. Social cost of carbon in dollar terms, not a subjective thing. So what it does is, for every incremental increase in CO2 in the atmosphere, what is the damage that it will cost to the society? And that is converted into dollars per ton. How much would the government have to spend to manage that? Floods, droughts, cyclones, whatever. How much will the government spend for that? And that is converted into per dollar cost of carbon, incremental increase in the CO2 in the atmosphere. That then helps them justify, okay, if I'm putting a policy and that means I have to pay 100 billion in subsidies, 1 billion in subsidies, my cost of carbon, which would have been to deal with the situation, would have been 5 billion. So my 1 billion subsidy is justified. That is how the social cost of carbon is used. But here is a funny thing here. So when Obama was there, it was $50 per ton. They computed the social cost of carbon as $50 per ton. And there are 2 elements of social cost of carbon. Number one is the damage function. How expansive is the damage function? And number two is the discounting rate, because it's going to happen in the future, and therefore you have to bring that cost to the present. So when Obama was there, it was computed around $50 per ton, and that was therefore used to justify policies, etc. So come Mr. Trump in the last tenure, and he did two funny things. He reduced the damage function by restricting it only to the Americas, and he increased the discounting rate. When you increase your discounting rate, your net present value decreases. And therefore, he's saying instead of 1 billion, I have to spend only 50 million. So why am I bothered about giving a subsidy of instead of 5 billion, it is 50 million. Why am I bothered to give a subsidy of 1 billion? I'll not. So that's how he played with it. Biden came back, and he again took it to 56. Luckily, the big, beautiful bill which has come up has not touched this. It is still there, because he also probably, in the heart of hearts, feels that climate is getting messed up. Although he is totally against wind, he has shut down wind projects, etc. But for the carbon, why? Because carbon helps you to produce fuels, continue to be in the fossil fuel economy, but greener in color, because you capture the CO2 and put it in the ground. And that is the need for the country today, for India. So in the US, a lot is happening. The landscape is clear. The policy guidelines are very clear. Innovation in direct air capture is happening in West Texas. They have, Oxy has come up with a direct air capture, 500,000 tons of CO2 they are wanting to capture and put it in the ground. And they are wanting to build 50 or 60 of these projects. There's a lot. Currently, the direct air capture is at $240, $250 per ton. So there is a huge amount of cost reduction that has to happen. But if this can happen, Delhi mein laga denge hum log direct air capture. Sara parali burning, ye wo sab khatam ho jayega. But that is going to be a while. The cost is very high. But there is a research, so innovations are continuing, and commercial projects are being done by people like Oxy in direct air capture. One of the key drivers for CCS in India, in US, is the AI data centers. They are needing 55 gigawatts of power. Now, wind, solar, they are very cyclical, they're dependent on many things. So the closest that gets to ensuring continuity of power is natural gas-fired turbines, combined cycle turbines, coupled with CCS. So NGCC plus CCS will guarantee continuous power for the AI data centers. And that is something which is a new development. So will be it in India. So Hyderabad, you are setting up Reliance, Adani's. Mr. Adani will be here tomorrow, we can tell. There is a lot of AI data centers, and they will all need to capture the CO2 and natural gas-fired combined cycle turbines along with CCS. So that's happening there. Europe, so that is a subsidy-based, social cost of carbon-based. Europe is different. Europe is carrot and stick. So there is a mandate, cap and trade. You can produce only so much CO2 per ton of your produce. If you want to produce more, you have to buy the carbon credits in the market. So there is a carbon market which is flourishing. When I last heard, it was a $50 or $60 per ton. It had gone up to $120 per ton of CO2 carbon credits. So let's say if you are limited at 10 tons emission, and if you're wanting to produce 12 tons to have more products, please go ahead, but buy this. So there is a price signal which changes behaviors. Pricing signals change behavior of emitters. So they have to do that. The other big thing that Europe is also doing is CBAM. They are saying, look, we guys have to buy carbon credits and those kind of things to produce steel, green steel, and you folks in India are having a freaking time. You just produced with thermal power, fired your furnaces with thermal power, and you dump your steel here. Our costs, what happens to our cost of greening? We are certainly uncompetitive. So they are coming up with the cross-border adjustment mechanism. They're saying, look, India, if you're sending your steel here, you're welcome, but then you have to pay the differential of what I'm paying for greening my steel. So that's going to happen. That is 2026, it's going to be enforced. We can sweat, we can fret. Bottom line is they're going to do this. And in India, we are not well prepared. Yes, we're doing something on DRI, and as Professor Premwat said, scrap is being recycled, etc. The peanuts at this stage. the fastest is fire your furnaces with natural gas, capture the CO2, put it on the ground, or do some utilization, whatever little you can. So that's Europe is moving, and they have Northern Lights. I'll give you an example. It would be good for you to understand one of the world's most talked about carbon capture projects, and this is important about collaboration. I and mine, मैं कर लूँगा, मुझे सब आता है, वो नहीं है. Equinor got together with Shell and with Total, with the government, let's do this. And they are creating a space for the entire Europe. So 2 carbon ships are made by Total, by the Longship project, which is called Northern Lights, liquid carbon dioxide, minus 13 degrees centigrade, 50 bars pressure. It takes the CO2 captured in the European mainland from furnace refinery, Modak, and other petrochemical plants, takes it to a place called Naturaspraken in Norway, which has this onshore facility. It captures, it stores those liquid CO2, cleans it up if required, and sends it 100 miles into the sea through a 12-inch pipeline. And there it goes to Osberg platform, offshore platform, which has been repurposed. They have put dehydration, etc., so that you don't have liquids in the CO2, and therefore you don't hydrate your injection phases. And from there, they then inject it into a well, which was a prover well. They converted it into an injection well by sidetracking the well into an injection zone in the Johansson Formation. So these guys are already doing. The first load of ship has gone, and cement plants in and around area, they're all putting there. So the entire Europe has a way to put this. Plus, there are quite a few happening in Europe. So you have Porthos, which is done by the Port of Rotterdam, Shell, and EKI, and quite a few other guys. They capture, again, the CO2. They have pipeline. They have a compression station, goes 22 kilometers into the sea, into the Taka field platform, and into the ground. They have Northern Sea sites in Scotland. You name them. They're all coming up because they realize that this needs to be done if we have to save our skin from climate change. So Europe is happening, and there are a lot of innovation funds. So Montescar is an innovation center where new ways of capturing carbon, etc., is happening in Norway. And, and they have SDE 100++, quite a few innovation schemes. EU's Fit for Future, quite a few schemes are there for CO2, for helping people do the CCS projects. Bottom line is this: 30 to 80% of the cost of CCS projects in Europe is being funded by the government. Northern Lights, the Norwegian government has given 80% of the cost. But this is long term, because they know that point forward in PV could be positive, because people are paying to use the infrastructure. So it is 1.5 million tons, it will go to 5 million tons. The facility is 5 million tons, 1.5 million tons is what is being done now in the Northern Lights. I just wanted to give you that example. The other one is in basalts. So this was in depleted oil and gas fields. In Ireland, Carfish is doing a project. They are injecting the CO2 into hot water and putting it into the ground in fresh young basalts. And while the CO2 will take 1,000 years for mineralization, that CO2 gets mineralization in 2 years, because it immediately converts to calcium carbonate. So that is fresh basalts, and we have tons of basalt. Not all of it would be fresh in India, but even so. So how are we in India? What are we doing? So that was the global, very snapshot, just a dipstick on what's happening globally. In India, we are one of the worst affected. You can see on the screen, this is a McKinsey report. So you see we are the lowest, one of the lowest in our GDP, and this is the transition exposure. So you have significant hotter climates, hotter, humid, increased. So this is the grade. This is the black one is where we are, along with Kenya and Pakistan is the topmost. But they have come down now because China is putting a lot of solar cells in there. But the bottom line is this: we are sat here. So we are the most heavily impacted, and you have seen it: floods, droughts, people are dying, hot bulb temperatures. So we need to act. Now our shift from, so we have to resolve this trilemma of energy security, energy equity, and environmental sustainability. Earlier, before 2019, before COVID, we were energy security was like this, supply chains were firm, we were kind of all right. Now it is this. We have to be doing more on energy security. And it is an and solution for India. Make as much fossil fuels you can, but make it green. Capture the CO2, scope 1 CO2, reduce the scope 2 CO2. And I'll come back, Mr. O.P. Sinha is here, I'll show him some things that needs to be done. So here is what is the pathway for India net zero. I'll not go into the details. It has wind, solar, biofuels, just about everything. After everything is done, and here is in the bottom you have the forestation, 0.9 gigatons. So we produce roughly 3 billion tons every year, yeah? 3 billion tons every year, 3 gigatons equivalent, of which by all means wind, solar, biofuels, etc., even forestation is 0.9, we are left with the 0.4 gigatons or thereabouts. That needs to go in the ground, because otherwise it will continue to accumulate. 0.4 could be 0.5 or it could be 0.3, but that's the range. Now people say, "Aap पेड़ लगाओ, बहुत पेड़ लगाओ, सब ठीक हो जाएगा." One mature tree takes 22 kg of CO2 every year. Every year, one tree. Now you just do the maths. The entire land mass of India, the entire land mass of Canada will need to have trees or forests to be able to prevent this problem. Not to say that we shouldn't be planting, we should plant as much, everything is incremental, but that's the issue that we have. India's storage potential has been talked about, will not go into the details, some say 400 to 600. A lot there is in saline aquifers, 200, 300. There is also in the depleted gas basalt formations, 92. There's a range, of course. These are not proven numbers. These are very basic desktop estimates on the basis of geology, depositional history, the reservoir, the rock formations, and the kind of basins they are in. So these are very, very high level. And then the depleted oil and gas, where we have a lot of data, we don't have a lot of reserves at this stage, 0.5 to 0.7 gigatons, because we have the data for those. And then in the coal seams, there is not a lot of work done, but 0.5 or 5 gigatons is done. But that is the global. Then the social constraints come in, not in a NIMBY mindset, not in my backyard. Croplands, and water bodies, groundwater, general resistance. A lot of this is there which brings down, which says not in my backyard, idhar nahi karne dunga. That was a big thing in the US earlier. I forgot to say when I'm saying US infrastructure for CCS is rock solid. They have 20,000 kilometers of CO2 pipeline. People clean up their CO2, put it in that pipeline. It goes, either people utilize it or it goes into the formation. Most importantly, every day, 1 billion cubic feet of CO2 is used for EOR, enhanced oil recovery in the US. And that produces roughly 300, and this is EOR Institute, 300,000 barrels of incremental oil. Almost the entire offshore production of ONGC is an incremental reserve from CO2. Therefore, we need to understand that value of EOR in India. But coming back to what I'm saying here now, social constraint, technical constraint could be in the reservoir, permeability, you have well density, you have contaminated reservoirs, you have people have been putting their cuttings into the formation, drill cuttings, etc. Quite a few. And you will have tectonic movements, fissures, secondary porosity, fissures and bugs it can bring to the surface, and those kind of things. So 10%, let's say 10 to 20% is the unconstrained, constrained. Even that is more than sufficient to meet our requirements and to offer it to Europe, because Europe is going to be will be short of pore spaces. And that is the model that we have to work on, because we will get tariffs for putting their CO2 into the ground. And that will really kickstart it for India, but not in the beginning. Now, this is one thing that I'm saying. There has been a lot of discussion. I've just made a comparison of ONGC, Shell, and Exxon, their net zero path. ONGC is 2038. ExxonMobil and Shell are 2050. But realize this. Your CCS projects, ONGC is 0.5 to 1 by 2030, 38. These guys are at 25 million tons. 25 million tons Shell, and 100 MTPA for Exxon. Exxon bought Denbury. So Denbury is already having 2,000 kilometers of CO2 pipeline. So, and they have the scope 1 and scope 2 emissions. So ONGC, while it's saying 2038 they will be net zero, there is only offsetting. हम ज़्यादा winds करेंगे, ज़्यादा solar करेंगे, ये produce करते रहेंगे, क्योंकि CCS नहीं कर रहे हैं, utilization कर लेंगे, but will not do, we don't have a plan right now beyond, there could be plans in the making, but this is what is told to the city, to the stock exchange about their plans. So there is a need here, because of all the companies in India, ONGC is the one which has the best capability to make this happen. They have to take the lead, because they have the funds. Do it as a compliance project, like in Singapore, अगर ज़्यादा flaring कर रहे हो तो दुकान बंद. तो compliance project कैसा कीजिए? Like you build roads, the government has to make. My ambition is, जैसा हमारा water pipelines होता है, drains होता है, वैसा CO2 pipelines should be there in the next 10, 15, 20 years, with an identified CO2 storage space. That is where we have to get to. And the government has to make this. Now, to make, so my view is here, and I don't know if I have put it here. Utilization, I'll not talk about this. But look, in the West Coast, in the East Coast, we have so many emitters. Roughly 70 to 80 million tons of CO2 is being emitted. 30 million tons, 40 millions इधर उधर से खत्म हो जाएगा. Winds में change कर लेंगे, scope 2 emissions will go away. Solar में change कर लेंगे, scope 2 emissions. Scope 2 emissions is what you take from outside to fire your process. Scope 1 is, which is a part of the process. So do whatever. For cement, 60% of the emissions, or 50% of the emissions are process emissions. You have to convert calcium carbonate into CO and CO2, CaO and CO2. That has to go into the atmosphere. You can tinker around the second scope 2 emissions with which you fire, but the process emissions, the scope 1 emissions have to be dealt with. So here utilization could be this, 4 or 5 metric tons. But the great thing is, Mr. O.P. Sinha has led a scope of work with Shell, where they have come up with storage spaces in the Cambay Basin, and the base case I was told is 250, mid case is 500, and high case would be 1 gigatons. But that is a range. What we have to do is we have to prove up 5 million tons. Lay a 300 kilometers pipeline to cover that area. In 100, all of these sources are in the 100 kilometers. Lay a 100 kilometer, 200 kilometers pipeline. At $75,000 per inch kilometer, you're talking about $150 million of pipeline. This is not rocket science. And compression, you're talking about 1 million per megawatt. 200 million standard cubic feet per day needs 15 megawatts, needs $15 million. इतना तो हम लोग स्टैचू बनाने में लगा देते हैं. I'm just saying, all that is needed is lay the infrastructure. The government should lay the infrastructure in the West Coast, lay the infrastructure in the East Coast, in the carbon CO2 seams, coal seams, and we'll talk a little bit about that in the future, in the afternoon. Cost of carbon. One of the things is, so let me come to the, somebody has to tell me the time. I am loving my voice, so I might continue for the next 1 hour. So, sir, कितना minute बचा? 1 minute या 2 minute? 2 minutes. ठीक है. So I'll conclude it here. So these are the recommendations. Prove up pore spaces as a task force approach. Form structured partnerships, not MOUs. MOU is very loose. एक JV बनाइए, incorporated JV like Shell, Total, and Equinor. We have to do this. We have to find the pore spaces. ONGC, IOCL. But the trouble is, the British taught us bureaucracy and we perfected it. जो भाई लोग बात करते हैं ऊपर, they are talking about technology itna difficult hai, idhar nahi ho sakta, udhar nahi ho sakta. All the technologies in CCS are at TRL 9. We have been injecting CO2 into the ground in the Slipner field from 1996. So all of this boogie of technology difficult hai, ye sab kuch nahi. We have to make a task force, and ISM can take a lead in quite a few of these. And reduce skills gap, ISM can play a big role. Policy capability, viability gap funding, we just talked about. Fund for Eastern and Western, $300 to $400 million is all you need. Drop this boogie of technology readiness and just go after it. So what is my company? And these are the verticals for value chain for CCS, a good CCS project. And we have to increase competency in all of these. I'll not go into the details, but you have the capacity containment, transport injectivity monitoring, which is a very big thing, and remediation, and then stakeholder alignments. Now, my company, we are doing a carbon capture project for CCS, taking 100 tons of flue gas from their hydrogen manufacturing unit and making 60 tons of CO2 from it, using a rotating packed bed reactor, which is different from a regular contactor where you have gas going up and, coming down, and there's a contacting efficiency only due to gravity. This is a rotating packed bed reactor, which is an HPCL proprietary. They have come up with this, but we have done the entire engineering around it, EPC project. Still working, 70–80% complete. So this is what is my company doing in HPCL refinery in Vizag. So with that, let me stop. But I hope I've got some converts among the students here. Act now. And I'll stop with one line. Wisdom is knowing what to do. Skill is knowing how to do it. But the real virtue is in actually doing it. So let's do it. Thank you. Thank you. Can I take my computer away?
Symposium to kindly felicitate Professor Baruchi Mishra sir, CEO of Navata Energy Transition Enterprise Private Limited. Thank you, sir. We now move on to the next keynote lecture of this session. It is my honor to introduce Dr. Anil Bharadwaj sir, former Group General Manager of ONGC Limited, who will be joining us online to deliver this lecture. Dr. Anil Bharadwaj sir brings over 35 years of leadership experience in the areas of materials engineering, corrosion control, and production chemistry, which were the key disciplines for maintaining asset integrity and operational excellence. As the former head of ONGC's Materials and Corrosion Department, he led major initiatives in corrosion management, material selection for sweet and source service conditions, mitigation of microbiologically influenced corrosion, and deployment of advanced monitoring systems. His expertise also encompasses water injection systems, effluent treatment, emulsion management, and flow assurance for waxy crude oils, all of which are essential for optimized and sustainable upstream operations. Additionally, he has led research and development efforts in hydrogen production through thermochemical water splitting cycles, contributing to the development of clean energy barriers. Today, Dr. Anil Bharadwaj sir will deliver his keynote lecture on the theme Decarbonization and Future of Fossil Fuels. I now humbly invite Dr. Anil Bharadwaj sir to join us online and share his insights with us. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Anil Bharadwaj sir with a great round of applause, please.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir.
My
Your screen is
presentation?
visible. Yeah.
It's visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I can start?
Yes, sir. You can proceed further.
Yeah. Very good morning to all of you. And I'm thankful to Department of Petroleum Engineering Institute, Indian Institute of Technology, ISM, as well as Professor Mahato for inviting me to deliver, to discuss and share my thoughts on decarbonization and future of fossil fuels. We started with the carbonization and now we are talking with the decarbonization. The molecule responsible for all of this is carbon dioxide. In addition to carbon dioxide, there are other molecules like methane, N2O, hydrofluorocarbons, perfluorocarbons, sulfur hexafluoride, and latest is nitrogen trifluoride, which add to the list of greenhouse gases, which are responsible for global warming or the climate change. Going to the basics, when the sunlight radiations fall on the earth, part of this is re-emitted and part of it is held within the atmosphere. So when we have this greenhouse gases, the heat which leaves the atmosphere of the earth is reduced. As a result of that, there is a warming of the atmosphere. Without greenhouse gases, Earth's average temperature would have been minus 18 degrees Celsius. So what is now around 15 degrees Celsius, and in pre-industrial area, which was around 13 degrees Celsius. So the presence of greenhouse gases is essential, but excess of everything is not good. So that's the case here also. So when we are talking totality about all the greenhouse gases present, it's not only that carbon dioxide, the major component of greenhouse gas which traps the heat is water vapors. But we don't discuss much about it because we cannot do much with this, as well as this is not an anthropogenic. It is not man-made. So what is man-made is greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, and others which I had listed in the previous slide. In the distribution of this greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide is the major component. And not that every gas is having the same effect on or the same global warming potential. Their global warming potential is different. If we take carbon dioxide as the one, the highest is with the sulfur hexafluoride, and the HFCs, PFCs, and NF3 are also stand very high, but their contribution or total contribution in terms of the quantity is much less as compared to the carbon dioxide. So most of the time, most focus gets shifted to carbon dioxide. As I said that we have the now very well established that we cannot afford to go beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius rise in temperature. It's not that temperature will not rise beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius from the current temperature, from the temperatures of the pre-industrial era. It can rise, that what will be the consequences? For example, one of the consequences will be that 37% of the population will be having once in 5 years very high or the high temperatures during their summer period. And these trends are visible over a period of time, that some parts are having very high temperature over the years. For example, it's not that the temperature is high, the climate change is taking place. For example, in Australia this year, the autumn period was relatively cooler than it should have been there. Sorry, the spring period. And the temperatures during the pre-summer seasons are still close to the peak winter seasons. So that kind of a climate shift is happening. Last year in India also, that kind of high temperatures and the floods and cloudbursts were also experienced. So if the temperature shift is taking place, that will be definitely causing a effect on the climate. And then the climate disasters have the consequences in terms of the expenditure has to be done to handle those damages which are done by the climate disasters. These are the 6 is which have the highest emissions, percentage of the emissions. And if we see that China ranks the highest and India is the third. 7.8% of the total greenhouse gases is contributed by India, whereas China stands at number 1. If we see the changes from 2000 onwards, the rise in greenhouse gases emission from the countries like China and India has been steadily increasing. In the case of China, it has been more rapid, and in the case of India, it is rising gradually. So this gradual increase again shows that it's 2 reasons. One, that more of the application of the latest technologies which are emitting carbon dioxide, for example, electricity requirement, vehicular movement, and also the population. Whereas the other countries, the developed countries, have started showing the decline. That means though they have reached the peaks, but the trend is now to bring it down. If we see the per capita global house gas emissions, in India, it is around 2.9 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent in 2023. And as compared to USA, where it was 18, it is around 1/6. And China also is around 4 times of India. So if we see the global average, that which is ranked at, which was around 4.76 metric tons in 2023, in India, it is still much less than the global average. So in the time to come, the per capita global greenhouse gas emissions are bound to increase in the developing countries like India. And therefore, it becomes very pertinent for the countries like India for 2 reasons. One, the growth has to take place, and the second, the carbon emissions also have to be taken care. The growth and the carbon emissions are connected to the energy consumptions. So when it is connected to the energy consumption, then the sources of energy become important. Whether it's a fossil fuel or it's a renewable, that mix will determine that what will be the future consumption, per capita consumption in the countries like India. But if the progress continues like this, then and rate of emission of gases the same, then it will be difficult for countries like India to hold the greenhouse gas emission within the limits what is prescribed nowadays on the global level. which industries will contribute, because that will then determine that where to focus first and which can be the subsequently focus areas. So power generation and road transportation, fertilizer, oil and gas, these are the industries which are the key emitters of greenhouse gases. Deforestation is the one where, because of land use changes, there has been a effect on the greenhouse gases. For this, there is two reasons. One, that forest acts as a sink for the carbon dioxide, and also there is an emission of greenhouse gas emission, methane from the forest areas. So to handle all this situation, there are three terms which are nowadays in the market. One is the carbon neutral, net zero, and decarbonization. When we say the carbon neutral, usually that means balancing carbon dioxide emission from a product, company, or activity by reducing what is possible and offsetting the rest. For example, by planting the trees or by other certified projects like carbon capture. Net zero refers to a state where all gases released by an entity are brought down as far as possible, and only a small residual is balanced by removals into the sinks. Then decarbonization is the process. It's not an end state like carbon neutral or net zero. It means systematically reducing carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases emission from the energy systems, industry, transport, buildings, and agriculture. So it is a gradual removal of the carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases. So where then this is the effort which has to go on continuously over the coming years. So therefore, successful decarbonization is what enables finally the carbon neutral or net zero goals which are to be met by any entity, maybe an industry, maybe a state, or maybe a country or globe. So decarbonization is the first major area which has to be attended. So if we consider the various fuels which have been used over the years, then starting with the initial fuels like biomass and coal, we have already been moving towards the fuels which are less carbon intensive. Hydrogen carbon ratio is increasing. So there has been a progress towards the more and more usage of gas or natural gas over the world. And you see that what is the carbon dioxide emissions by these fuels, then we see here that natural gas ranks low, which is the currently easily available less carbon intensive fuel, whereas hydrogen will be having a zero. So aim is to move towards something which emits zero carbon dioxide. Just have a look at what was the landmark events in the history of carbonization. So we see here that it started with the early 18th century and then continued in the 19th century when coal was used to produce steam, generate power and electricity. And this was then followed by 19th century, the discovery of petroleum and hydrocarbons. And it continued into the 20th century when automobile sector also grew. So right from the 17th century, 18th century, 18th, 19th and 20th century, there has been a continual growth in the process of carbonization of the atmosphere. So over 300 years, this carbonization process is going on, which has related, and how it has happened is that what the data available is, well, that it was at the around 1850, that was around 4.22 billion tons of carbon dioxide, and around 1900 it reached 8.69. Then in the next 45 years it reached to 13.96, and from 1945 to 2000 it went up to 40.73 billion tons. That means in next 50 years, it was around 3 times the addition of carbon dioxide was taken place in the atmosphere. There is a very good sign that from 2012 onwards, there has been a not that steep rise in the carbon dioxide addition into the atmosphere as it has been in the previous decades. And in this, there is a lesson learning for us when during 2020, the carbon emissions decreased due to the COVID, when the vehicular movement and the industry was at its low. So, but we cannot afford to have the industry in its low and the vehicle are low. The growth has to continue. Therefore, the path available will be how to decarbonize what is available now. Some numbers, how much we contribute, to the atmosphere through usage of various fuels. When electricity emits about 1 unit of electricity will emit around 5.727 kgs of carbon dioxide. Now this number is not a fixed number because it will depend upon what is the source of generating electricity. It's a pure coal, it's gas, or it's renewable plus fossil. Then 1 liter of diesel will emit 2.64, petrol 2.53, LPG 2.98, and like that. Now, we depend upon forests for capture of this carbon dioxide. One tree can capture about 14 kg of carbon dioxide per one grown tree can capture around 14 kgs of carbon dioxide. And if we convert it into how much of units of electricity it can take, one tree can take only 19.25 units of electricity over the year. So that's if we feel that forest sink will be able to take care of all the emissions which we do, that will not be a practical proposition. So the practical proposition will be to how to reduce this CO2 emissions from the fossil fuels. Again, going to the figures what are available globally, that it is the current annual emissions are 52 gigatons of carbon dioxide in 2016, and which are expected to grow somewhere between 52 to 58 gigatons. And by 2030, if it continues as it is, but if we have to maintain temperature of 1.5 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial era, then this has to be brought down to 25 to 30 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year, and that will by mid-century it must be zero. So all the indicators are that we have to decarbonize, and to decarbonize we'll have to change our fuel usage pattern. In this, there has been some studies which have been done over the years, which have now confirmed that why it is important. The greenhouse effect, carbon dioxide absorbing the heat, and identification of greenhouse gases, this all was done long back. And we continued with all that over the years, and we could not think of changing our pattern of usage of fuels, and that resulted now in this disastrous situation that we have to think on the emergency basis, that the global climate has to be protected, and for that fuel pattern changes has to come into place. Commitment by top 5 greenhouse gas emitters are that China has committed that by 2060 they will become carbon neutral. United States initially, though they said that we will be as a federal state, but then they withdrew from the COP 2021, and now there are different states who have committed, but not as a whole the federal state. India is committed to be net zero by 2070, and European Union by 2050. Russia, again, there are some not confirmed, but there are resources which say that by 2060. So all the countries are committing towards becoming a carbon neutral. In India's case, there was a Chamrit pledge which was submitted in the COP Conference of Parties in 26, but it was updated as a nationally declared commitment. There were some changes. For example, India has initially mentioned that 5,000 gigawatt of non-fossil energy will be generated, whereas now it is that 50% installed electric power will be from non-fossil fuels. And one of the important measures which India has announced is that lifestyle for environment. And this is included explicitly in the nationally declared commitment that as a whole nation will move towards decarbonization, net zero, and reduction of greenhouse gases. In this, the net zero target given by various oil sector PSUs in India, starting with the ONGC 2038, and by 2040, I think most of the refineries and upstream companies have committed they will try to become net zero. What actions they have planned will be from the list of actions which are mentioned, like renewables, electric vehicles, nuclear, energy storage, carbon capture, sustainable fuels like sustainable aviation fuels, circular technology, hydrogen, electric heat, efficiency improvement, conservation, and exergy analysis. This is something I have a scenario where what mix of coal, gas, and renewable will lead to how much of carbon dioxide emissions for a 100 gigawatt power generation capacity. So it starts with coal 100 and gas 0 and renewable 0, and goes up to coal 0, gas 0, and renewable 100. And in this, the I just now focusing on some of the prominent things of this analysis, that top 10 highest emission mixes, which will be coming out from all this, that even if we have the 70% of gas from coal, 10 from gas, and 20 from renewable, but still the annual emissions will be much very high as compared to the initial figures which are there, that is more than around 95,000 gigatons of carbon dioxide when it is 100% of coal. Now, what are the 10 lowest emission mixes? They show that if there is zero coal, zero gas, and 100% renewable, then of course it is a net zero situation, but that will take time and not easy to achieve. So there are intermediate scenarios. For example, even if we have 50 gas, 50 renewable, it is less than one-fourth of the carbon dioxide which is emitted when there is 100% coal. And if there is a mix of, say, 20 coal, 0 gas, and renewable 80, that also is a much less than that. Now, even if we consider that we cannot have 100% of the renewable or very high proportion of the renewable, if it is a 70% of renewable, 30% of the gas, that also gives us a good scenario. So the mix of different scenarios, coal plus gas plus renewable, perhaps will be able to provide a decarbonization at a better pace than we are planning to go for altogether sweeping. Uh, some decarbonization examples of upstream and oil and gas industry where they can they are working out. For example, captive power generation and grid electricity will be replaced by renewable hybrid. And if there is an offshore also, then offshore wind will be added. Then gas flaring reduction, acid gas venting, which is done from the different installations that will be captured. Then fugitive emission reduction by technology adoption, fuel compressed biogas and green hydrogen blending for internal usage of electric vehicles and biodiesel and battery energy storage systems and carbon capture. So oil and gas industry is working for decarbonization through mix of different scenarios. Exergy can also play a good role in oil and gas, and for that sake in other industries also. As an example is that, say, waste heat of a turbine exhaust in offshore is used for heating of thermal oil, and that is used for heating of glycol, and that again in turn is used for removal of moisture from gas. In again offshore, from offshore rigs, waste heat of engine exhaust is used for boiling seawater. That seawater is used for converted to potable water. So not allowing the wastage of heat, that again helps in the process of decarbonization. In energy saving concept, the insulation benefits of in the industry have been already experienced. For example, if there is a mineral fiber pipe insulated by mineral fiber, then the wastage of heat or heat loss can be up more than 90% if there is an insulated pipe as compared to uninsulated pipe. And this becomes more important when the insulation is for higher temperatures, as is shown here, that a 30-inch pipeline, if the temperature is around 900 degrees Fahrenheit, then there is a 98% saving in heat losses. So energy conservation, energy efficiency improvement, Exergy, these are some of the ways.
Excuse
in
me, sir.
addition to the ways which are being followed by, yeah, next is the last slide. So which are being followed by for decarbonization. So hidden cost of carbon emission is climate-induced disasters. When the disasters happen, we spend billions and trillions of dollars, and so that can be saved if the same is invested in decarbonization and taking care of the global climate change. Thank you. So is there
Thank you, sir. We are deeply grateful for the knowledge that you have shared with us. Thank you, sir, once again. Now I would like to request Professor Vikas Mehta, sir, the head of the Department of Petroleum Engineering and the co-convener of the symposium, to kindly come forward and felicitate Dr. Anil, sir, virtually. It's not for me.
Sir, could you please switch on your video so that we could...
I'm crying, but I don't know why. Yeah.
Yes, sir, we are able to see.
Thank you, sir. As we have discussed at the starting of this session, we have just pulled the live emission data from the inaugural session, and the total comes to 45.64 kilogram of CO2. To keep it simple, that's roughly equal to charging a smartphone about 5,000 times. We will continue tracking as the event goes on. So keep an eye on the live screen for updates. Moving forward, I am pleased to introduce our fourth speaker, Professor Rajiv Khanna. He is a former Executive Director of Business Development at GAIL, and he is a veteran energy profession with over 4 decades of experience in India oil and gas sector. He has held leadership role across ONGC, Oil India, the Planning Commission, BG Group, and GAIL contribution.
We now move on to the next keynote lecture of this session. It is my privilege to introduce our distinguished speaker, Mr. Subrat Kumar Sahu, sir, Vice President and Head of Logistics at JSW Steel Limited, Odisha. Mr. Sahu, sir, is an accomplished leader with over 30 years of professional experience in logistics strategy, supply chain optimization, port operations, and iron ore commercialization across India's steel and mining sectors. He has successfully led large-scale iron ore acquisitions, conducted high-value reserve evaluations, and executed major bulk marketing and logistic operations, contributing significantly to operational excellence and efficiency. A PhD scholar from IIM Visakhapatnam and a certified independent director recognized by IICA, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Government of India, Mr. Subrat Kumar Sahu, sir, brings strong expertise in sustainable logistics, ESG-driven governance, and digital readiness. He is also an active academic contributor with research publications in international journals and the author of Supply Chain Resilience. Recipient of several prestigious global awards, Mr. Sahu, sir, continues to shape modern logistic systems that are critical to the energy transition. With great pleasure, I welcome Mr. Subrat Kumar Sahu, sir, to deliver his keynote lecture on techno-economic and policy assessment of greener hydrogen versus carbon capture, utilization and storage pathways in India's iron and steel industry, which is a case study of steel cluster. Please join me in welcoming him with a great round of applause.
Good afternoon, sir. First of all, I'm sorry that I'm trying to complete as early as possible. I have to take the evening flight, and tomorrow I have to reach at Bhubaneswar. So I'll be in a hurry to complete as early as possible. But it's my profound honor for me to stand here today in the Penman Auditorium during the centenary week of this great institute as a proud alumnus of 1993 batch. It's not just a homecoming for me, it's an emotional reminder of where my professional journey truly began. And this campus has shaped my discipline, my resilience, and my identity, and for that I remain forever grateful. And I'm grateful to our petroleum engineering department, all the faculty, and Vikas Mahato Sahab for giving me the dais to in front of you all dignitaries. And basically I will I'll try to focus how the Indian steel industries is contributing to the CO2 emission and how the policy can help us to minimize the carbonization. This India steel sector mostly contributes heavily to industrial carbon dioxide. This requires a deep carbonization, and now it is all technology driven, because the steel making, there are many ways of steel making in Indian industries that so we can reduce, like hydrogen pathways enable long-term near zero emission with renewable integration, and CCUs offers rapid reduction of blast furnace, like blast furnace, oxygen furnace assets with high capture potential. And there are actually two models can be taken up, because only CCUs will not help to decarbonize the steel industries. We can try for hybrid hydrogen as well as the CCUs pathways, provide the best cost abatement outcomes by 2030-2040. This study actually integrates the techno-economic modeling of the policy evaluation for Indian steel industries. And this particularly the steel, which is vital for infrastructure, mobility, and national development, but yet it remains the carbon intensity is one of the third most contributor for increasing the carbon dioxide in the earth. And India's dependency on this BF and BO, particularly which are the coal-based DRI or coal-based steel-making technologies, this high emission comes out of that. And but the target kept by the Indian policymakers, like net zero 2070, this requires a transformational adoption of clean technologies, not only incremental changes. And mainly the resource constraints like water scarcity as well as the grid limitations pose big challenges for the Indian industry to reduce or to decarbonize the process. And particularly the hydrogen and the CCUS emerge as key enablers for Indian steel decarbonization. And but there is a gap, like existing Indian studies lack comprehensive hydrogen and CCUS comparative modeling. There's lots of research, lots of analysis has to be done how the hydrogen and CCUS really decarbonize the steel industries. And the hybrid pathway assessments and sequencing remain underexplored, particularly for India. The research examines relative cost effectiveness of hydrogen versus the CCUS pathways. This evaluates the hybrid design suitability under the realistic policy and infrastructure conditions. And it all determines the strategic timelines for India's steel industries transition. And the methodologies can be followed, like the techno-economic modeling estimates LCOS, CAPEX, and OPEX, and the emission factors. Energy system modeling evaluates sector-wide interactions with power and fuels. The policy scenario simulations test carbon pricing, S2 obligations, and CCUS incentives. The stakeholder consultations highlight operational realities and practical risks. The integrated models guide these policymakers on viable decarbonization strategies in Indian steel industries. And the hydrogen pathways, like hydrogen, the DRI, the electric arc furnace, This enables near total process of decarbonization at scale maturity, whereas the BF or BOF furnaces, they give about 9 to 10% of carbon emission, whereas in case of EF, it can be reduced to 2 to 3%. And the hydrogen BF injection also provides partial reductions with minimal furnace redesign. And hydrogen economics depends strongly on the renewable supply and the electrolyzer pricing. And, but the significant water and storage infrastructure, this is required for the industrial hydrogen. But comparativeness improves with a declining renewable cost and technology learning. And in case of CCUS, this can capture over 90% of CO2 from BF and BOF and process units. Captured CO2 must be transported to geological storage reservoirs for sequestration. Like the geological storage reservoirs, there is a lots of research. It's in the very initial stage. They are trying to do it, even if they are trying to see what are the basalts, basalt range of rocks wherever available, and whether the storage reservoir can be made for the CO2 capturing or storage of the extra CO2. India holds large theoretical storage potential in sedimentary basins. The cost effectiveness depends on capture concentration, transport distance, and monitoring. CCUS is attractive for integrated steel plants with long remaining asset life. But the comparative assessment like hydrogen only pathways achieves maximum long-term reduction but increases short-term costs. CCUS configurations deliver immediate reductions with minimal disruption to the steel making process. But the hybrid way of hydrogen plus CCUS pathways, this will balance the cost, technology, maturity, and emission structures. And hybrid solutions also reduce adoption risks while enabling phase transformation. India's optimal pathway for 2030 consistently favors hybrid deployment of both hydrogen and CCUS pathways for decarbonizing the steel industries. And the roadmap for 2025 to 50, like phase 1, the pilot projects, early infrastructure and supportive regulatory frameworks, and phase 2, which should scale the hybrid adoption and develop hydrogen hubs as well as CO2 corridors. And in the phase 3, we can shift towards hydrogen dominant steel making across major clusters. These residual emissions addressed through CCUS and circular economy initiatives. Roadmap aligns technology rollout with national climate commitments. And the conclusion we can take now, India's steel decarbonization demands robust policy making, infrastructure, and technology action. Hydrogen provides for long-term route to near zero emission steel making, but CCUS is the short-term solution which secures immediate reductions while enabling legacy assets utilization. The hybrid pathways offer the most practical and cost-effective transition strategy. And this early coordinated action ensures readiness for Nerojet industrial transformation. So, in the summary I can give, immediately if you want to go for decarbonization of the steel industries, only hydrogen, that is a possibility. And as far as the short-term solution is concerned, we can go for the CCUC. But both CCUC and hydrogen immediately, standalone basis, it's very difficult to implement in the Indian steel industries. So we have to go for the hybrid pathways for as far as the techno-economics and cost technology is concerned. That's all from my side, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We are deeply grateful for the knowledge that you have shared with us today. Now, I would like to request Professor Vikas Mehta, sir, to kindly felicitate, sir. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, I am pleased to introduce our fifth speaker of today, keynote speaker, Professor Rajiv Khanna. He is a former executive director of business development at GIL. He is a veteran energy professional with over 4 decades of experience in India oil and gas sector. He has held leadership role across ONGC, Oil India, the Planning Committee, Planning Commission, BG Group, and GIL, contributing significantly to gas policy, strategic planning, and national energy development. He served as Director Policy and Corporate Affairs at BG Group and later as advisor at the CMD of Oil India. From 2015 to 2024, he was Senior Advisor Oil and Gas at EY, guiding industry, strategy, and transformation. He is widely respected for his deep policy insights, business development expertise, and impact across India's gas and energy landscape. Today, he will be sharing with us on the topic of geothermal energy, the new reality for low-carbon energy pathways. So let us all join together to welcome Sir on the stage with a big round of applause.
That's full screen, no? Okay. Namaskar. It's a privilege and honor for me to be here today. Thanks to Professor Mahato for giving me this opportunity. It's a nostalgic moment for me as well. Maybe I am perhaps one of the senior most alumni around today. I read petroleum engineering way back in 1973, and thereafter a long professional journey started. Now, few opening comments before I get into this. Now, in the run-up to this event, two important things happened. The International Energy Agency released their World Energy Outlook 2025, and Conference of Parties known as COP30 happened in Belém, Brazil. I think there are very important messaging which has come out from these gatherings. I will first take the IEA, International Energy Agency. The first time in the last many years they've gone back and said oil will continue for a longer duration. They have said higher for longer. It's not oil will continue. They were maintaining a position that oil will be around 100 million barrels and then the peak happens in early 30s and then it comes down. OPEC always has been saying, come what may, oil will hit 123 million barrels by 2050. And they have their own scenario planning, which may be different than IEA. This is the first time when IEA revised their position and said oil will continue for much longer. And by 2050, we'll need 113 million barrels of oil per day, which is about 13 million barrels more than today. So the first message is oil is going to be there for much longer than all of us thought. Second, this also brings urgency in introducing low carbon fuels faster. Now, what happened at Belém was something very interesting. The fossil fuels were not discussed, or they were discussed informally. There was a big shift. In the earlier COP meetings, oil, gas, coal were the whipping boys. This time, they didn't officially discuss oil and gas. What they discussed more was adaptation. And this is very, very important that we should be spending more money on preparing people to face the adverse weather rather than mitigation. I think a message loud and clear that we have missed 1.5 degrees Celsius bus. We did hit 1.5 degrees last year. 2024 was the warmest year. Now we hear whispers of 2 degrees, 2.5 degrees. That is scary. That is scary. So now let me get started now. I thought I'll just give an opening. First, I seek your permission with a profound reverence I bow to my alma mater. Namaskar. Now this is something interesting. People have been, it's not that geothermal energy is new. It is old, has been happening for over maybe 80, 90 years, but on a very, very smaller scale. Now if you read the top statement, US Department of Energy, a very small energy capture can supply energy for thousands of years. And a group of scientists down below say within the crust of Earth, that is 10 kilometers, the energy content is 50,000 more than oil and gas discovered so far. Not in the global north, but in global south, that is this part of the world where we all live, it's going to be more hotter, we all know, than the global north. Now the global north, the energy people, predominantly oil and gas people who have spent years wearing hard hats and going deeper and drilling, they started saying, energy below my feet. And this has become popular. And implied in this message is, hey, I'm standing on a very large energy resource which is reachable. Another comment before I get into further thing, I think it was George Mitchell who in 2000, early 2000, gave a different twist to the horizontal drilling and fracking, and that led to the shale oil and gas boom. Phenomenal. Not that horizontal drilling was not done or fracking was not done, but he extended that to open up another resource to reserve category. The same thing is repeating in geothermal. It's drilling people going deeper, hotter, longer, and bringing this energy out. So just a feel of what are we talking about. If you look at the Earth, it's very hot inside. Maybe what, 6,000 degrees or 5,000 degrees when you go down to 6,000 kilometers. And this is the heat profile of the Earth. So within first 10 kilometers, we can reach about 800 degrees Celsius. We don't have to go deeper, but people are going deeper. A 7-kilometer well, super hot well, is being drilled. Not that people are not going deeper. What you will produce from here is a supercritical water which carries 10 times more energy than other sources of energy. So just to have a feel of it, I sliced the Earth. This is what is there inside. Now, as I said, the energy is being used. It's a marginal thing, less than 1% share in the global energy, predominantly for heating. And there are countries, 10 top countries given there, and electricity share is small. And this is a conventional method where you know, the reservoir is capable of producing hot water or steam. That is partly being utilized for power generation, but predominantly, this is for heating purpose. Just to have a feel of what all heat can do, well, it applies everywhere. Different temperature ranges, it can be applied everywhere, all kind of industries. Heat is used, metals, food, paper, and down below we have the options for generating competitive power. I'll come to that a little later. A simple diagram of what is now being done. You know, the first picture is a conventional geothermal drilling where we have porous and permeable rock down below and the wells can produce. So that was the first thing which was happening, and here also you inject water, let it lie there for some time and then produce from the producer, or it flows by itself because of the subsurface pressure, and you utilize this water. The next generation are these two gaps, these two pictures, and they are real and they are happening. I'll cover those. The first is enhanced geothermal system. We go down, drill wells, horizontal wells, crack hard rocks, fracture hard rocks, and then use a system to capture heat. The second one is more, I call it exotic. It's a closed loop, wells again connected by lateral sections, well to well connection. It is like a radiator. So there is no formation contact. The water comes down through these wells and the lateral sections, gets heated up and then comes out. Now this is called the next generation of geothermal energy capture. This is what is happening in the sector and bringing the transformation. Now what's happening in India? I think we know government announced a policy 2 months back where they want to make as one of the main pillars of clean energy. And like any policy, it's a kind of a well-formulated policy with objectives, goals, models specified. There are financial incentives available, viability gap funding being available, a lot of emphasis on technology collaboration, joint ventures, partnerships, skill building. So this policy has kicked in, and we know policy is not something which is fixed. It's a dynamic policy. Obviously, when the work starts, people go back and ask for policies to be tweaked, and that is what happens to. So we have a policy framework in place. Why I'm saying so, there are 2-3 things which are important to kickstart a new source of energy. It takes long. Energy projects are long gestation period projects. The ecosystem takes longer to get created. It doesn't happen overnight. Now this is a study done by GSI. They call it Geothermal Atlas of India. They did it in 2022. They mapped geothermal resources in the country. Their work focused only up to the depth of 2,000 meters. And then they have mapped where all we should go and look for geothermal resources. 16 sites were identified, and they are mapped here. They didn't do much of quantitative analysis, and rightly so. They said it is a collaborative effort which is required. We should involve other agencies in India, BARC, NGRI also, other IITs, academic institutions, research bodies, and think tanks. Up to 2,000 meters, it concluded we have low and medium grade resource. So we have to perhaps go a little deeper for power generation. Fine. But let us keep in mind they restricted it only to 2,000 meters. And initial estimates that we can generate about 11,000 megawatt of clean power by tapping this resource. Another study by Department of Energy, USA, called Project Inner Space, they did a much more comprehensive work on geothermal potential in the world. And they looked at India as well. Now, this is interesting. They did not restrict themselves to 2,000 kilometers. They went deeper. They kind of mapped 4,000 meters and they mapped 7,000 meters, and then there are country reports. The India country report, Future of Geothermal, so just raise the finger when I burst. I can prioritize and speed up and bring time efficiency. So they cut into pieces and went as low as 7,000 meters. Okay? So I think when I read their press release, it gave me goose pimples. It says India has enormous untapped potential. That was the first thing they identified. They also identified regions which will contain, which are promising for commercial geothermal. Another interesting statement this body made is entire India is ripe. They use the word ripe for residential and geothermal heating and cooling. And they have identified optimal countries for application of new geothermal technology. And India is listed there, though it's at the bottom. But it is listed there. We have the resource, we have skill sets, onshore drilling skill sets. The market, obviously, they believe data centers would be the ones looking for this kind of power. So we are putting 500 data centers in India, and that's a market. Huh? I just wanted to show this map. This is what this body said. All over the country, we can tap geothermal, heating, cooling, power generation. The red ones obviously are high temperature zones which are for power generation, but the yellows are where we can use it for heating and cooling. Now, I want to flag one thing here. Among the global south, India will be among the worst affected countries by global warming. We going to require a lot of cooling loads in this country, and somebody maybe in his own vision said, in few years down the road, we will have cooling stations like bus stops we have in the country. The people will be required to go to these cooling stations to cool their bodies, and that will be required. So that's the kind of challenge we are entering, the heat waves, the heat islands which we are seeing. The food supply chain will be disrupted, the humans' endurance powers will be disrupted, and this is where it shows an interesting piece that yes, we can use this geothermal. So few quick case studies on what is happening. This is an interesting project. Fervo is a startup joined by Bill Gates and Google and Shell, a whole lot of people. It's a 500 megawatt commercial project under construction. Phase 1 commissions next year and phase 2 goes in 2028. They have drilled wells, out of 20 wells have been drilled. It's the same enhanced geothermal system technology being deployed. There is a similar project but a smaller one in Switzerland. Interestingly, Vulcan Engineering just few days back announced a lithium project in Germany. This is again a geothermal, primarily for extracting lithium from the brines to 24,000 tons per annum can power 500,000 cars. And then they have the heat and power coming along with that. This is again an project under implementation, a radiator-like situation being created down below. Under implementation, they have drilled some 12 laterals. Out of 12, 8 have been drilled. So this one particularly looks at 8 megawatt of electricity and then heating. Basically heating, because of the cold countries, a equal emphasis on heating loads as well. And this concept was pilot tested in, okay, fine. Oh, I have to then prioritize. So just to give a feel of what is happening. Technology enhancement, I think the key component of geothermal well is the drilling. Sorry. So look at the trend in time taken for drilling the wells. Sorry. It has been dropping rapidly from well to well. That is what is making this technology more attractive with time. Can you hear me? Am I audible? Oh, okay. I can skip this. Carbon footprints, not bad, as good as other renewable sources of energy, but much lower than coal, oil, and gas. The cost of electricity, the logical question comes to mind. So this is the trend, this is a range because the technology being tested in different settings. This is a range available to us. But if you look in 6 or 7 years down the road, it is going to be as cheap as gas-based power generation. They're talking of $45 per megawatt hour means 4 cents per kilowatt hour means rupee has depreciated 3 rupees 60 paisa otherwise. Merits, it's a clean energy. It's a reliable energy. Okay. Requires much less land, requires lower carbon footprint. It's a high efficiency system. Why data centers are going for it is because of that. They're getting away from the honeymoon of solar and wind. They say, no, thank you. Okay, I think I have to cut short. Challenges multiple,
high cost, front-loaded drilling complications, financing, government policies, permitting process, supply chains. Well, there for other sectors as well. Let me go to the last one. This is the last one, 2 minutes. I think it is real. It is happening. Not that we are dreaming. It is happening. Large projects testimony that they testify it. There are billions of dollars being invested in that. The grouping is visible. There are major IOCs, international oil companies into it, Oxy is into it, Chevron is into it, Shell is into it. So they are serious players. Technology people are into big way. Google is into it, Meta is into it. So I believe this share of geothermal energy will keep on increasing in coming years. India is not a pure starter. We have Mr. Singh here from ONGC. We are not a cold starter. ONGC has been doing work in Puga Valley and I think involved in the Telangana project as well. So work is underway. I'm sure he will give us more insights on what all likely to happen. I think we should, traditionally we have pockets of excellence in India. We should join the dots. I think if we have to be really serious about it, not that X is doing job independently, Y is doing independently, Z is doing, and there is no link. I think a time has come we should make a plan of speed and scale. How do we speed this up and how do we scale it up? And there are certain recommendations of how we can really do that. Strategic global successful models, pick up benchmarks, put it in the policy, identify key players, we have relationship with them, join their projects, look at investment opportunities. Not that I will discover the wheel again. The wheel is already rotating, I'll go and get the wheel. So let us get away from that kind of thing. ONGC can lead initiatives like this. So get up, get together, get into multi-client works like multi-client studies, and R&D institutes are there. Leverage those institutes. And this is the last slide I wanted to show. This is a reality. There's a bullish confidence in the international market. Talk to people, they stand up and say, hey, just wait, this is coming. Thank you for your time today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful presentation. I am sure our audience has taken away valuable knowledge that will continue to resonate with them after this session. Now I would like to request Professor Vikas Beto, sir, Head of the Department Petroleum Engineering and the convener of the symposium, to kindly felicitate Professor Rajiv, sir. Thank you, sir.
There's a special announcement for our alumni who are not staying in the guest house but are here with us. So for you, the lunch has been arranged in the Scholarman Club at 1 p.m. So do join us. All the alumni who are not staying in the guest house, the lunch is arranged for them at the Scholarman Club at 1 p.m. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving forward, I am pleased to introduce our last speaker of keynote speaker, O.P. Singh. He is a former Director, Technology and Field Service at ONGC, and he is a veteran mechanical engineer with over 32 years of experience in national and international E&P operation. Renowned for his leadership in deep water drilling, he has managed complex offshore and onshore projects across India, Vietnam, Iran, Qatar, and Brazil. He has served as asset manager of Tripura Asset and also served on the boards of ONGC Videsh, ONGC Tripura Power Company, and Northeastern Transmission Company, bringing a forward-looking, team-driven approach essential for steering the energy transition and future-ready field service. So today he will be talking to us on the topic of energy efficiency and sustainable industrial practice. So let us welcome Sir to the stage with a big round of applause.
So, very good afternoon to all of you. Dignitaries present here, esteemed faculty from IIT ISM Dhanbad, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. Again, very good afternoon to all of you. And our keynote speakers also, who is connected online or present here. So all these keynote speakers, they have given an excellent presentation, and since I am the last speaker, I am standing between your lunch and you. So I will take just 5 minutes. I will conclude it very quickly because lots have been already spoken what I had to speak, because this is the problem with the last speaker. So Mr. Khanna, he was referring about shale revolution and how fracking and horizontal drilling changed the entire shale business. But we have also to think that how efficiency brought in shale business have made them viable. There was a time when deep water production and shale production was viable only at $85 to $90 per barrel. But when in 2013, when there was crash in oil demand and there was crash in oil prices, these operators, they learned in a very expensive way, and they brought lots of efficiency in the system. And certainly technology like fracking and how they upgraded their frac fluid and so many things. And they brought down cost to between $50 to $60 for both deep water and shale. I was surprised reading the news yesterday that still few rigs are moving in shale operation, shale oil operation, when oil price is hovering at $60. So, I mean, that's the impact of efficiency. That's why I say that energy efficiency is central. We have heard from lots of the speakers, keynote, Mr. Mishra, he has given excellent deliberation on CCUS, you on geothermal, other speakers on efficiency and so many things. But energy efficiency, it's going to play the most critical role in entire value chain of transition from now to 2050. Now I will share with you this brief slide regarding BP Energy Outlook 2025, because we should know what we have to transit, what differently we have to do. So this Dale Spencer, he has always developed two scenarios, one below 2 degrees and other is business as usual trajectory. So this is the case of business as usual trajectory, where they are saying, Mr. Sinha was also saying that oil consumption will go to 9 or 10 barrel per day in India. So if you will see, Dale Spencer, he is predicting that in 2050, in normal business trajectory, oil consumption will be around 9 million barrel per day. But most alarming in that is that increase in carbon emission will be around 60%. And total energy out of which electricity portion will be 30 to 50%. And renewables will be second largest source of primary energy. So this is the data you can see on the screen, that here there is two scenarios. One is business as usual, second is current in trajectory, third is 2 degree, and first is data of 2023. So if you see, even in below 2 degree at 2050, we have around 12% oil consumption. Means our consumption, whether it will go to 9 million barrel per day, or if we consider 2 degree scenario, it will be around 5.5 million barrel per day, which is the current requirement. So similar, if you go for 2 degree, then renewable will be our main source of energy, but biggest loss will be on coal, because coal will be coming down to around 16%. But still coal will exist, and it's going to support our energy system. I would like to say that transition is not new. When I am from a village of Bihar, we have seen transition there also. When I was a child, transition was taking place when my mother was cooking on wood, and we were reading in lantern. Now we have moved to LPG, and this time when I was at my village, I was surprised to see that the ladies now, they are cooking only on electricity. Every house has a induction heater, and because electricity bill has been relaxed by government, now they have to pay just 200 rupees. So everybody is cooking on electricity. So this is also a transition from LPG to electricity. So what I mean to say, that transition is a regular happening process. Every day there is some transition, and it's an ongoing process. And by 2050, what we are projecting, that I'm very hopeful that we will achieve by improving our efficiency. I'm a firm believer that efficiency is going to play a very, very vital role in this energy transition. So, if you will see IEA has said that efficiency, energy efficiency is free energy. That is the cheapest, best, fastest to meet our demand, because it reduces emission, enhances efficiency, and regulatory compliances. So, I believe that as a serious stakeholders, we have to think in totality how we are going to work together, how we are going to collaborate, how we are going to create an ecosystem where we can work together for improving the efficiency, reducing the energy consumption by taking help from CCUS, hydrogen, renewables, and other things. Friends, in this slide, I will only want to harp on especially awareness, system management, and behavior change lever. This is very, very important lever for improving our energy efficiency. This is the lever. We are daily being impacted by energy efficiency. Either we are improving the efficiency or we are consuming more energy, whether you are driving, whether you are sitting in your home. If you are able to switch off one of your light for 3 hours, you are saving some sort of tiny amount of energy. So it's very important that Okay. So that we develop an ecosystem where we are able to educate or teach our students, young children, how to save energy. In a PNG survey, we have a very flagship program, Saksham, where we advocate young engineers for and everyone for maybe a month, and we teach them, we educate them, we advocate them, and we try to I think I have some time or so I wanted to, because only you all are here, so I want skip, I will go to the last slide. That what is the ongoing industry initiatives towards energy efficiency? So electrification and grid integration, it's going to a major thing. You take ADNOC, you take Equinor, now they are, and I think we have seen one of the presenters have also brought in their slide, but now they are thinking to electrify their offshore installations too. ADNOC, I had a discussion with them, they have a team and they are planning to install some modular nuclear reactor to supply their offshore installations because they have a pressure of scope 1 and scope 2 emissions. AI-driven efficiency, we have talked a lot, digital twins and all, advanced waste recovery, heat recovery, sir has also discussed carbon optimized process design. This is very important if I am going for any plant or anything, setting up a plant, then we should have a, then we should have some mechanism where we have a sideline planning how we are going for CCUS and other things. Similar is the hydrogen too. If I am setting up any system, we have to look for how we are going to use hydrogen in our future operation. Autonomous and robotics, they are taking a big way. And even now electricity, they are inspecting the electricity poles by drones and robotics, and it's going to be a game changer in coming days. So with this, I am very thankful to Vikas sir and IIT ISM team who has given me this opportunity to stand only in front of you 4-5, and I am very thankful for extending the hospitality to me. That was really very appreciated. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful thoughts you have shared with us. Thank you, sir, once again. Now, I would like to request Professor Vikas Mehta, sir, to kindly felicitate Professor O.P. Singh, sir. Thank you, sir. Once again, I would like to thanks to all the keynote speaker of this session. And ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this session. Thank you for being such a lovely audience and for your cooperation. Now it's time for lunch break, which will be served at Scholarman Club. And as you go there, please bring your own ID that was served during the registration. And also, I request everyone to be back to this payment for the next session so that we can start our next session on time. Thank you.
token of
In between after this lecture.
as a
In
token of
between his lecture.
appreciation.
So I will start from here. No? Can I tell this?
I, Meher Chandra, along with my co-host Niharika, will host this session for you.
Co-host
With my co-host Niharika.
along with Niharika will be
ठीक है.
hosting this session.
अच्छा, okay.
Okay? Because host, the word is, yeah. Okay. We'll be hosting this session. We will be guiding you through the proceedings for this afternoon. The afternoon program includes 4 keynote lectures followed by a panel discussion which offers valuable perspectives and interactive deliberations on the key themes of the symposium. We appreciate your continued presence and active participation. अभी क्या खाना है? तो सर टेक्निकल वर्कशॉप पे जाएंगे in your phone. हाँ हाँ स्टार्ट करना है ना अभी.
Hello, hello, hello.
couple of minutes.
Should I ask them to come a bit forward?
Who?
The people sitting in the back.
Yeah, they can.
So we would like to request. Please
I request all the participants who are seated at the back to occupy the seats in the front. Nobody are listening.
Maybe they will come. We'll start in 5 minutes.
Industry professionals भी नहीं है, for whom we will tell. It's ठीक है.
We'll start.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a pleasant, refreshing lunch break. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished industry professionals, invited speakers, my fellow students, faculty members, and researchers. I, Mihir Chandra, along with Niharika, will have the privilege to host this session for you.
We together will be guiding you through the proceedings for this afternoon. The afternoon program includes 4 keynote lectures followed by a panel discussion which offers valuable perspectives and interactive deliberations on key themes regarding this symposium. We appreciate your continued presence and participation as we move ahead through these sessions. With this note, we shall now proceed to the next keynote lecture. It is my privilege to introduce our next keynote lecturer, Mr. Rakesh Godawat sir, AVP, Head of GNG and Reservoir at Sun Petrochemicals Private Limited. Mr. Rakesh Godawat sir brings over 22 years of global experience in reservoir management, field development, and geoscience engineering. He has led major reservoir modeling and field development projects across India, Middle East, Malaysia, and United Kingdom and United States, delivering optimized development plans and enhanced recovery strategies. An alumnus of IIT ISM Dhanbad and topper of his graduating class, he has a deep expertise in reservoir geology, simulation, and geomechanical studies with a strong focus on reservoir evaluation, uncertainty reduction, and future-ready field development. His work supports efficient and sustainable hydrocarbon production, which plays an important role in maximizing resource efficiency during the energy transition. Today, Rakesh Godawat sir will be delivering his lecture on the theme AI and Machine Learning in the Energy Sector, with sharing his insights on how data-driven technologies are reshaping the subsurface evaluation and energy operations. With great pleasure, I now invite Mr. Rakesh Godawat sir to come forward onto the stage to deliver his lecture. Please join me in welcoming Sir onto the dais.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected dignitaries, Professor Mandal, respected Petroleum Engineering Department, and all the people present in this auditorium. As they have already introduced myself, I am working in the capacity of Head GNG and Reservoir in Sun Petrochemicals Private Limited. So the talk of the discussion, what I am going to discuss today is the digitalization and low carbon optimization of one of our biggest field, Bhaskar. So I'll go through initially a brief introduction about the company, Sun Petrochemicals, followed by what is Bhaskar field and how digitalization has helped improving the production efficiency and lowering the operating expenditure of Bhaskar field. Okay, so the contents of my presentation, I will start with the overview of the field. The operational challenges, since this field is on production from the last 7.5 years, so obviously the field is kind of a mature field. It's no more a green field now, and with the production in continuation, it has encountered many challenges in the day-to-day challenges as well as the short-term and long-term challenges, and how digitalization can address all these kind of the challenges. Strategies that we have adopted for digitalization that can help addressing these challenges in the long term, low carbon solutions that we have adopted in Bhaskar field, and finally we'll conclude with the performance improvements by digitalization and by the low carbon solutions that has been implemented in Bhaskar field. Okay, so let's start with a brief introduction of the company, Sun Petro. It's a relatively a new company. It's in Indian oil and gas business in the last 10 to 11 years. It's a leading emerging energy security provider for the country. Now it is third largest oil and gas company in the private producer after Vedanta and Reliance. So we are the third largest oil producing company after Vedanta and Reliance in India right now. It is promoted by the directors of Sun Pharma. So Sun Pharma itself is the fourth largest pharmaceutical companies in generic drugs in the world. And the managing director of Sun Pharma is Mr. Dilip Singh Sanghvi. So he is basically diversified into this business in the year 2014. We are holding at the moment 4,500 square kilometer of acreages in 10 different development fields and exploratory blocks. So we are having almost 4 producing fields, 2 development fields and 4 exploratory blocks. So these producing fields are Modera, Bawla, Hajira and Bhaskar. The discovered small fields are Bhaskar 2 and 3, and exploratory blocks are Prabhakar 1, 2, 3 and 4. So aggregate all of them, the total acreage is 4,500 square kilometers. And they are in a different settings. These fields are on onshore, shallow water and ultra shallow water. So current oil production, total company's current oil production is 12,500 BOPD, and the gas production is more than 1,000 standard cubic meter per day. Okay, so Bhaskar 1 is the predominant, the production one. Yes, we'll come to there. So out of the 12,500, Bhaskar is producing 95% of the production. So almost 12,000 BOPD is being produced from the Bhaskar field. So this shows the map of the Gujarat. So you can see most of our exploratory fields, most of our producing fields, exploratory blocks are located within the Kembe Basin, and they are within Gujarat, except 2 fields. One of them is a development field, and one is the exploratory fields. They are located in the Gulf of Kutch. So most of the fields are in and around Gujarat. Okay. The growth history of the Sun Petro. So the MD, Managing Director of Sun Pharma, Mr. Dilip Singh Sanghvi, he has an envision to diversify its business into E&P industry in 2014. So Sun Petro was formed in 2014, and from 2014 till 2016, the company did not have any field, any producing field or any acreages, because within these 2 years, the company has farmed out number of the fields worldwide, but could not zero in any of the field. In 2016, Sunpetro started with the humble beginnings with two small marginal fields, Bawla and Modera. These two fields are unconventional, heavy hydrocarbons, and it was very difficult to produce the hydrocarbon from these two fields. The previous operator was an Australian company, Interlink Petroleum Limited. This Australian company tried for almost 15 to 20 years, but they were not able to bring a single drop of oil from these two fields. Sunpetro acquired these two fields in 2016 from IPL and started looking for the innovative solutions that can produce the unconventional, very heavy 10 to 12 degree API gravity heavy oil from the field. And we have implemented, which is now Sunpetro's patented technology, is called MPCT, multi-stage physiochemical treatment. And because of that technology, these two fields started producing, and till date they are producing at the rate of average 200 barrels of oil per day. In 2017, Sunpetro acquired another field, Hajira. So Hajira is a joint consortium of GSPC and NICO, and it was already on the verge of abandonment. Sunpetro took over the production operations from the joint venture and continued the operation for almost like 7 to 8 years till now. And we are maintaining the production, not only maintaining the production, we have exceeded the production and we are drilling more development wells. So the field that was on the verge of development, Sunpetro has turned around into a more development or more developing field. And now this field is producing almost 200 barrels of oil per day and more than 1 lakh standard cubic meter of gas per day. The major breakthrough, however, came in the year 2018 when Sunpetro acquired Bhaskar field. So Bhaskar field was initially with joint venture of Reliance Industries Limited and British Petroleum. So Sunpetro acquired this field in 2018 from the joint venture, and it was already a discovered field at that time. And Sunpetro started drilling the development wells, started production. Commenced the first production from this field in 2018, and that was the turning point in the success story of Sunpetro. And the production started escalating from that point onwards. So from 2018, the production started from mere 150 barrels of oil per day to 5,400 next year, and 9,500 and 12,500 the year onwards. So which is the present production. In this journey, Sunpetro acquired few more fields in discovered small field round DSF3 and OLAP 6 and 7 bed rounds. So we have almost in our kitty now 10 fields and exploratory blocks. And the production is 12,500, which is expected to grow further because the development drilling is still in continuation. Out of this 12,500, the major production is coming from the Bhaskar field, which is contributing 95% of the total production of Sunpetro. So let's come to the Bhaskar field now. It's a NELP 5 block. This was awarded to Reliance Industries in 2005, and later on when BP joined hands with Reliance, it becomes a joint venture. Now Sunpetro acquired in 2019, acquired this field in 2018, and we are now the 100% participating interest with the operatorship. The initial block area was 635 square kilometer, but after initial 2 phase of the exploration, only 1.35 square kilometer area is held as a mining lease. Total 7 discoveries are there. There are 3 phases of the development plans have been implemented and are under progress. So initial field development plan, Division 1 and Division 2. So at the moment we completed initial field development plan and Division 1. Now we are in the Division 2 phase, and the development drilling as a part of the Division 2 is under progress. Okay. So again, in the nutshell, it's total of 71.35 square kilometer of development area. 24 exploratory wells have been drilled in 2 different exploration phases. 9 different reservoir pools. So there are 9 different hydrodynamically disconnected reservoir pools in Bhaskar field, and there are 7 discovery wells. So this is the timeline. We started in 2019 and we started drilling the wells. As on now, we have drilled 35 development wells in Bhaskar field, and total 41 wells are on production now. Okay, why now coming back to the point, why digitalization, which is the theme of my presentation, why it matters in oil and gas. So as on today, our oil and gas industry is in a deep pressure. We have to adhere to the safety norms. We have to maintain the safety records. And also we have to maintain or lower the operational cost and meet the sustainability goals, meet the production targets, meet the drilling targets. How we can do that? So there are digital technologies which have the AI-driven solutions which can provide the real-time intelligence, and this real-time intelligence can help to reduce the non-productive time, that can reduce the turnaround time from days to hours and from hours to minutes. And with that, we can improve the productivity, not only the production targets, but the drilling performance as well. So that will help in the enhanced decision-making process. Okay, the Bhaskar field, as we were discussing about the Bhaskar field before, so this field is on production. This field came on production in 2019 first. Now it is on production for the last 7.5 years. With such a long production history, the field is attaining a matured stage. The production is basically plateauing in the matured stage. The field has started experiencing some of the challenges like high sand production in some of the wells, high water cut in some of the wells, operational efficiency. The infrastructure of the field is aging. The infrastructure or the processing facilities has been built 7 years ago. With such production, almost like more than 12 million barrels in 7 years, the operational infrastructure is aging by the day. So we have to maintain the infrastructure, because this infrastructure can lead to unplanned downtime. Production decline, so there is a decline in the reservoir energy. So with the decrease in the reservoir pressure, there is a further pressure on the production target to maintain the production target. And carbon and environmental, since we are producing a lot of hydrocarbon, there is a lot of low solution GOR gas that is also producing along with the oil. So we have to see how we can utilize this gas without flaring a single standard cubic feet of the gas into the environment. So environmental challenges are another pressure, and with the environment there is a regulatory pressure. So there are multiple challenges that can be addressed by one simple theme, which is called digitalization. No, gas is also increasing because it's a solution gas. What is the? No, initial reservoir pressure was 1930 psi. Now the pressure has been depleted from 1913 psi to 1400 psi. So almost there is a depletion of 500 psi. So production is increasing. With the increase in the production, the pressure is dropping, reservoir pressure is dropping, and it's a solution gas. The solution gas is coming out of the solution. So the solution gas is also increasing because the production is increasing. All pools are hydrodynamically disconnected. They are having different contacts. They are having different pressure regime. This is for all the pools.
Hello.
All the pools, we have a strong water drive, and with the strong water drive, the water is encroaching now from the aquifer. It is coming into the reservoir. So we are experiencing the problem of the high water cut and also the sand production, because the sand is semi-consolidated.
I'll just, you don't mind. This is very interesting field. You have a strong water drive, yet the pressure has fallen almost 25%. And your production is not surely 25%. This is one thing. I did not see any, there is a performance graph. Sand and water, I do not have any issue. As soon as water comes, sand will also come, because water is a good carrier of sand rather than oil. That is understood. But the second one, that you are saying pressure has gone from 1913 to some 1400, which is almost around 25%. Your production must not have been around 25%. Production must be around 13 or 14%. This one, it is very difficult to comprehend from this presentation, because you are already saying 7 pools are there. So 7 pools must be behaving completely differently. And how different it is not known. But it is very interesting. Carry on.
It is very interesting since day one, because there are 7 different hydrodynamically disconnected pools and 2 different reservoirs. There is MBS upper and MBS lower. MBS is Miocene basal sand. MBS upper does not have the aquifer support. MBS lower has a very strong aquifer support. So out of these 7 discrete pools, you will find 3 or 4 pools does not have the aquifer support at all, and remaining 4 to 5 pools have the very strong aquifer support. So wherever there is a strong aquifer support, we are getting very high water cut in the wells.
But their pressure is not falling.
The pressure has fallen. Obviously, the pressure will fall. Even if you have the aquifer support, the pressure will fall because you are producing. You are creating the voidage. It cannot be like if it is 100% strong aquifer, the pressure will never fall.
No. Sorry, I beg to differ. 100% water drive, you have seen in North Kai Santal, no pressure fall. In 20 years.
We have a lot of pressure measurements. I would like to disagree with you, sir, on this one. Even with the strong water drive, the pressure falls. The rate of the pressure decline is lesser as compared to the pools where the water drive is not present, but still the pressure will fall. It will not be like that because you are taking the production, you are taking a cumulative withdrawal of the oil and solution gas from the reservoir. And ultimately, you will have to compensate with the water injection if you want to maintain the pressure to the initial reservoir level. So with this continuous production, almost like 7.5 years of production, the pressure will fall eventually. It cannot be stagnant at the initial reservoir level. It cannot be for a long period of time.
I will just suggest you one thing. You try to see some of the fields in North Cambay Basin, which are actually told to be a active water drive, strong active water drive. The pressure has fallen in 20, 25 years, around, or even more. It has all fallen only 1 kg.
No, pressure will fall, sir.
That is not important. That is not important for me. What is important for me is, how do you, the 7 pools, how do you castigate the 7 pools which are having strong water drives, which are having? Okay, we can discuss later also because it is killing a little bit of time also.
It will need a lot of time to understand because every pool is a different geology and every pool has a different well configuration. And the aquifer activity is different in each of the pool. The contacts are different. They have been thoroughly established as a different reservoir pools. So you will see that every pool has exhibited a different reservoir phenomena. So that will take time to understand. And we have seen this field, we are experiencing this field for the last 8 years. So that is basically 95% of the production is coming from this field. So that's like we are devoting almost like more than 100% of the time on this field. So we have now developed a good understanding of the field. Okay, so I'll continue with my presentation. So how digital transformation can help Bhaskar field. So the digital ecosystem that we have developed for the Bhaskar field is basically built on 4 strong pillars. One is digital twin, smart dashboards, IoT sensors, AI and machine learning. So we will go through each of the pillars one by one, and we will discuss how this digital ecosystem is helping improving the Bhaskar production efficiency. So the digital twin is basically making the exact replica of the subsurface model as well as the subsurface model. So you have the subsurface model and you have the facilities model. You combine both of them and make a model out of it that becomes your digital twin. So you can exactly replicate what is happening below the subsurface, what is happening inside the facilities, and can see them on your screens right in front of your eyes, and you can find out where there are anomalies. So wherever there are anomalies, you can detect them and cut them as soon as they are encountered. So that can reduce the cycle time by many folds. So for making the resort digital twin, you need a static data as well as the dynamic data. Static data is very limited. That is basically geological model. You get the wildline logs, you get the codes, PVT data, and then we have the dynamic data that is coming in a frequency of minutes and seconds. So this dynamic data is basically integration of this dynamic data into the twin architecture is the biggest concern. And generally this type of the data is not integrated thoroughly, not every day, almost like on a weekly basis or on a monthly basis. So integration of these data directly into the model will update the model in the real time, and we can make the decision real time. So what are the data that is coming in the real time? So we have the bottom hole pressures in each of the well. We have tubing head pressures, temperature profile, production rates, and artificial lift frequencies. So this data is coming through various sensors, various transmitters that have been fitted on the wells and on the facilities. Okay, the flow chart of the digital twin workflow is the data is captured by means of the sensors. So we have the sensors at the wellheads, we have the sensors at the facilities, So these sensors are basically capturing the data in the real time on a second's frequency, on a minute's frequency, and these sensors are sending the data to the control room through SCADA integration. So SCADA is a mechanism by which the data can be acquired in the real time and can be sent directly to the control room or can be sent directly to the head office, where the integration of all kind of the data is taking place. So this data is validated and it is synchronized with the real-time model, and once it is synchronized, the model will give you the answer in the real time. It will help you identify the problem, where is the problem, and what kind of the problem, and what can be the possible solution to prevent this problem further. So what solutions can be drawn? We can do the production forecasting. There are data-driven investment decisions, whether we want to put the well on the artificial lift or we want to go for the costly workover operations. So everything is dependent upon how much the data that you can gather, and if you want to avoid them, you have to acquire the data beforehand, before the problem starts appearing, so we can address it earlier. So once your well goes for workover, the well is out of the production for almost like 10 to 15 days. So there is a loss of almost 10 to 15 days. But if we can see this problem, if we can foresee this problem almost before the well is about to be going on the workover, we can rectify the problem and we can stop the well going to the workover operation. Okay, so the output of the digital twin model, so it helps in workover planning, helps in water current reduction, sensitivity analysis. We can optimize the bin and frequency when the well is flowing on the self, or if it is on the artificial lift. It helps in the infield drilling also. If you can see the movement of the water inside the reservoir and plan how the water front is moving inside the reservoir, that can help locating the locations, that can help optimizing the location of the infill wells. Central processing facilities. So once we have the subsurface digital twin, now we have to integrate this subsurface digital twin or digital model to the CPF, which is the processing facilities. Because everything that is being produced from the subsurface is coming again to the process facilities. There can be no bottlenecks in the subsurface facilities, in the subsurface model, but in the surface facilities there can be multiple bottlenecks. So we need to evaluate every valve, every physical device that is being employed in the CPF facilities, and we have to study each of them. The data has to be studied for each of the facilities, physical devices. So what are the different kind of the sensors that are available for making this kind of the digital twin? So in the industry as of today, we have temperature transmitters, pressure transmitters, flow meters, multi-phase flow meters, SCADA connected PLCs, and by means of this is employed and this is being installed at each of the valve, each of the physical devices, input and output. They are installed at the separators, they are installed at the gas compression units, dehydrators, flow lines, produced water handling system, and power consumption instrumentations. So they can give you the pressure and temperature data in the real time. And all this data is coming by means of the SCADA to the control room. So there is a control room, and you can see a network like this. And within this network, you can see what is the condition of each of the device that you have installed in the central processing facilities. There could be hundreds and hundreds of devices, and it is very difficult to track them manually. Even if you are able to detect the problem, you have to go the person, send him manually. It will take almost like 3 to 4 hours. Detect the problem, solve the problem, so it may take more than 7 to 8 hours. So the plant will require a shutdown of almost like 7 to 8 hours. But when you have this kind of the control system, you can easily detect where the problem is, and you can bypass that thing where the problem is, where the anomaly is, within seconds, and then without taking any plant shutdown. So that is a real-time advantage of having the information digitalized and making the digital twin models of subsurface as well as the surface facilities. Remote well monitoring. Every well is monitored, every well is captured in this snapshot. So we have the control of the well right at my desktop. If I find any problem in the well, I can directly control from here, switch the well off, and if I want to switch it on again from the control room, it can be done without any manual intervention. So you can see the sensors. Some of the sensors are here. So these sensors are already deployed at the well sites, and these sensors can read the wellhead pressures, they can read the flow rates, they can read the temperature, and they can feed the data directly to the control room. I should be able to read them in the control room, and this data will help in the real-time optimization of the production. So once this data is coming, how do we analyze? So that is one pillar which is called the digital twin. Now we need another one where we can digitalize the production performance or production parameters. So that is called the live dashboards. So we have the dashboards like this, where the production performance of each of the well, it can be well-wise, it can be reservoir-wise, or it can be for the entire field cumulatively, can be analyzed on these live dashboards. I can see the production rates, I can see water cuts, GORs, I can see tubing head pressures, cumulative production, and based on this, I can identify if there at all is a problem. So this data is fed in the system real time. Anybody who is sitting, the field is almost located 200, 300 kilometers away from the head office, but we people sitting, this is on my screen, this is in my mobile, I can see from here, and I can make the decision, informed decision that this is the problem and we need to address this problem at the earliest. We can compare the production of the well. There is a comparative analysis. The well can be compared to its production by the previous day, in the last 10 days of the average, and in the last 20 days of the average. So with this comparison, I can identify if the production of the well is drastically increased, drastically decreased. So based on that, the decision making becomes easier. So once the problem or the sick well is identified, you can mobilize your resources. You can mobilize your resources to collect the water cut samples, to collect echo shots, to collect other things, and collect the data so that you can identify what is the problem and immediately resolve the problem. So all these live dashboards are basically management decisions. So these management decisions will help reducing your cycle time by many days. Real-time operations. So now the next thing is real-time operations. So we have the real-time operations not only for the production, but for the drilling also. Drilling is the most capital-intensive job in oil and gas industry. In all the E&P companies, mostly the budget, most of the budget is allocated to the drilling department. So drilling department is having the most of the budget for them, and it becomes very crucial when you are not able to address the problem at the right point of the time. So there could be a problem of heavy mud, there could be a problem of losses, there could be a problem of loss circulation, and there could be problem of sticking, differential sticking. If they are not addressed on time, this problem can longer for 3 to 4 days, and that will encounter into an expensive drilling rig time. So we have set up RTOC, which is real-time operating center. This real-time operating center will collect the data directly from the rig side. It sends the data in the real time and send it to the centralized hub in our head office, where I can monitor all the performance of the drilling, like rate of penetration, weight on bed, other parameters, torque, drag, everything, and angle of the well, everything can be monitored online, and we can make the decisions directly from the head office. So this is the workflow. They are edge devices. So these devices are connected to the drilling devices on the drilling rig. This edge devices sends the data to the cloud data center, and it sends to the remote monitoring. So we do the remote monitoring, and this data which is coming from the drilling is now integrated to the geology, integrated to geophysics, reservoir, and we can see whether the drilling is, the trajectory of the well is maintained in the right lithology, in the right geological formation. If it is not, it can be directed. Once it is done, it's very difficult to correct it. But if it is not done yet, you have a lot of control to do it right for the first time, if you can see in the real time. Another example of the digitalization is the drone survey. So one of the many big challenges that we face in the field is land acquisition. So land acquisition has become a big challenge since field is spread in a 71.35 square kilometer. This is a comparatively small field as compared to the other fields. But wherever there are large number of the wells, there is a very big field. It is very difficult to track each and every piece of the well, each and every parcel of the land. So we do the drone survey. So drone survey can tell you the accessibility of the land. It can also help you identify if there is an encroachment, illegal behavior, miscreant behavior. So all this information can be collected by the drone and sent to the, this is like a 24/7 or CCTV monitoring, where you can monitor in real time 24/7 all the activity that is going on in your field. So Bhaskar field has now become a example of real life digital oil field. It's a modern digital oil field where the data from the wells, which is the identity, every well identity, and the central processing facility, the data is directly coming through the SCADA to the control room, and through the control room it is sent directly to the workstation where we update all static and dynamic models in the real time. So we are updating your reservoir twin and as well as the CPF twin, and this updation of the model will give you the decisions about the reservoir management, production optimization. So these decisions could be for the workover operation and could be the well operation. So this well operation can be sent directly to the control room, and control room can control the operations on the wells as well as on the CPF directly from the control room. So there is a very minimum amount of the manual intervention required now. So initially it used to be for every single problem you need to call a person, explain the problem at the control room, send it to the well. The person will call back, he will call to the control room, explain the problem. The control room will take some time to find out the solution, then call back again to send him. Sometimes the call is not working because there is no mobile network. So in this entire process, there are sometimes days lost, sometimes 2 to 3 days lost, and the well is shut in for 2 to 3 days, and we cannot do anything. So till the time the problem is resolved, you don't have any other option just to shut the well. But now it can be done. You know the problem is there in this well at the control room. We know what kind of the problem because we are getting all the data at the first hand, and we also know the solution because we have integrated all the data, we have brainstormed, and we have found the solution. So now if it can be done directly, it is directly tackled from the control room, and if it cannot be tackled from the control room, you send the person and do it immediately. So now the turnaround time, which used to be 3 to 4 days, it reduced to only 2 to 3 hours. Okay. Digital twin model for the water injection. So for water injection also, there are multiple stages involved in the water injection. You have to source the raw water from a lake, fresh water from the dam or something, and then this fresh water is not ready for injecting directly into the formation. You have to make it compatible for the formation so that it can become compatible for the formation rock and fluid. So we need to pre-treat it. We need to do the filtration. Multiple level of the filtrations are required. We need to remove the dissolved oxygen from this water, and we need to dose certain chemicals for oxygen scavengers and biocides so that it becomes compatible for the formation water. So all this process involves sensing technologies. There are sensors, and by means of the sensors we can directly take this data and control this process. So now the digital twin model of Bhaskar is being upscaled for the other fields also. So this has become a role model, and we are trying to integrate other fields into the same model so that it becomes a asset model, and whether one single model can not only cater to Bhaskar but can cater to other fields like Bhaskar 2, 3 and other exploratory fields of the Sun Petro as well. Low carbon solutions. Now coming to the low carbon solutions, we have implemented some of the low carbon solutions as a part of the green initiatives. So zero gas flaring, so there is a lot of regulatory pressure from the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas to make sure that there is no gas flaring. So we have already identified consumers who can take the gas directly, and if it cannot be taken by the consumers, then we'll have to utilize internally. So we have made the mechanisms that we are not flaring any amount of any single standard cubic meter of gas into the environment. So we have achieved the state of zero gas flaring from the last 3 to 4 years. We have already installed 1 megawatt solar power plant, which can cater to the needs of the power needs of central processing facilities and the base camp. There is a green belt development. So almost we have planted more than 5 lakh trees, so that can reduce the carbon emission and energy optimization. So these are some of the examples, some of the photographs. So we have installed 1 megawatt solar power plant at the CPF. So this 1 megawatt solar power plant is catering to the entire power needs of the processing facilities. And at the well sites also, there is a 41 kilowatt solar power plant which can cater to the power requirements of lighting, artificial lift and other utilities. EV vehicles have been implemented now instead of the petrol and diesel vehicles. Waste management, so another one for the green initiative. Waste management, we are doing rainwater harvesting in Bhaskar field. So with this rainwater harvesting, the groundwater is recharged, and this groundwater is used for the kitchen garden. So the fruits and vegetables that we are growing in the kitchen is basically used for the consumption in the people who are working in CPF and who are staying in the base camp, which is near to CPF. So they are consuming these fruits and vegetables directly, and whatever is the food waste is sent to the decomposter, and through the decomposter, the manure is directly used as a fertilizers for the kitchen garden. And secondly, the sanitary waste that is generated from the people who are living in the base camp, so that waste is sent to the sewage plant, and the manure and treated wastewater that is coming is used for the greenfield development. So this is another kind of the green initiative which is worth mentioning, because I have seen this one implemented in very less number of the fields worldwide. So operational values, what value we have driven with these initiatives, digitalization initiative and low carbon solution initiatives. So the production uplift almost like 15%. So after implementing digitalization in a fulfilled manner, we have seen that there is a production efficiency increase by 15%, reduction in downtime by 30%, almost 25% of the operating cost saving, and reduction in CO2 emission is more than 20%. So in conclusion, Bhaskar field has become a really benchmark model for digitalization. Digitalization of Bhaskar field has not only improved the production efficiency, but it has also lowered down the operating cost. It has also lowered down the drilling cost, and non-productive time it is reduced by many folds. And we are trying to implement this technology in other fields also, so it becomes a benchmark for other fields and Sun Petro fields, as well as any other field that can draw the conclusion from this Bhaskar field. Thanks. If you have any questions.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful lecture. It helped us understand how the digitalization can shape the oil and gas sector and energy transition. Now, I would like to invite Professor Ajay Mandal, sir, Professor, Department of Petroleum Engineering, IIT ISM Dhanbad, to kindly felicitate Mr. Rakesh Godawat, sir, AVP and Head of G&G Reservoir at Sun Petrochemicals Private Limited. Thank you, sir.
As discussed in the morning, we have the data for the emission analysis of the guest travel and accommodation. That comes out to be 4,982 kilograms of carbon dioxide emission. To give you a sense of the scale, that's roughly equal to what 220 trees will absorb in an entire year. Travel remains one of the biggest contributor, and this number clearly shows its impact. More real-time updates will continue to appear on screen as we move towards the session. Now moving on to the next session, we are honored to introduce Mr. VC Babu Shiva Kumar sir, Chief Technical Officer at PET Engineering Solutions, Bangalore. A veteran petroleum professionals with over 32 years of diversified E&P experience in production technology, reservoir engineering, and well management. Mr. Babu has led multidisciplinary teams at ONGC, Bahrain Petroleum Company, and Petronas Carigali, overseeing joint venture fields in collaboration with global oil majors. His expertise spans well completions, sand control, simulation, and artificial lift system. A recognized trainer and mentor, he has contributed significantly to build technical capability in advanced production technology. His work in integrated reservoir and production management has supported optimized hydrocarbon recovery and underpins sustainable future-ready energy operations. He will be addressing us virtually. I request sir to please deliver his keynote lecture. Please give a big round of applause for sir.
Am I audible, sir? Sir, actually, you are on mute. So, can you please unmute your mics so that we could hear your...
I have multiple screens. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, you're audible now.
I'm audible now. Okay. Finally, so let me thank the program committee and Professor Vikas Mehto for inviting me to address this audience. So let me introduce myself briefly. Thanks for the wonderful introduction which the team has given me. So I would like to describe myself as a alumnus of the Indian Institute of Technology, ISM Dhanbad. I passed in 1976-77 and was a part of the Golden Jubilee with a BTech. And then I was in ISM for the Diamond Jubilee, 86-87, as a master's student. I did my master's then, and now I am here during the centenary. So my journey in the oil and gas industry started in 1978 with ONGC. And after almost 14 years, I left ONGC and went to the Middle East. I worked in Qatar and Bahrain for about 15 years and then moved to Malaysia. In Malaysia, I was there for about 12 years working in the Southeast Asian oil fields. And then now in 2017, I returned to India as a consultant with a new startup company, Greenfield Oil and Trading Services, and now I am a CTO in this company. In this company, we are actively developing niche softwares for the oil and gas industry with application of data analytics, ML, AI, and IoT. This is again a collaborative effort amongst the alumni of Indian School of Mines, both petroleum engineering and computer science. So we have in the audience with us, Gaurav Dwivedi, who is our CTO for IT. So now we will start with the presentation where I'm going to talk about application of data analytics, machine learning and AI with IoT in sand management. So to put it in perspective, of the global energy resources, 82% is fossil fuel. Of the fossil fuel, 27% is coal and 55% is oil and gas. And of the oil and gas reservoirs, almost 2/3 of it comes from sandstone, which are all sand prone. So that shows the importance of managing sand. So another point which I would like to make here is in the global ETI rankings is the Energy Transition Index. India stands 71st, which is down from 63rd a year back. We have showed marked improvement in expanding renewable resources, but lagged behind in readiness for energy transition, infrastructure flexibility, and grid readiness. As one of our previous speakers told, oil is going to be there for much longer. So we need to see how we can maximize production from these resources. And one of the stumbling blocks in production from these clastic reservoirs has been the production of sand. So my presentation is going to dwell on the digital transformation which we have brought about in sand management and how we are going ahead of our conventional limitations and using predictive intelligence and use cases to come up with a root cause analysis and engage in erosion production and production optimization. As a future outlook, we need to see how AI can help oil and gas in the ROI benefits, and hence we are trying to bring in a paradigm shift in our approach towards sand management. So what is sand production? I would like to, on a lighter note, bring up an analogy of bubble tea or smoothies. So as we suck through the cup of smoothies or bubble tea, you will find that the particles will rise up and come into the flow stream and you will be drinking it. So this is similar in any oil and gas reservoir, which is from a clastic reservoir. Because there is loose sand in the reservoir, as we are producing from the reservoir, the sand is going to come up. How we are going to manage the sand is what we are going to deal with. So we can either keep the sand down inside the well, or we can bring it out and manage the sand on the surface. So looking at this flow diagram, where we can control sand is at the formation, or we can bring it out and have a desander to remove the sand, or take it through to the facilities and accumulate it in the tanks and remove it from the bottom of the tanks. So the problem here is when we start producing sand, we should be producing at a rate which is going to bring the sand out. Otherwise, what's going to happen is the sand is going to deposit in the wellbore, which is going to fill up the wellbore and ultimately fill up and cover your reservoir, and you won't get any production. So the rate should be optimized in such a way that the oil is carried to the surface, and again the velocity should not be such that you erode the tubulars and the facilities. So how do we do it? The conventional way was, I'm just showing you what is the threat which the oil and which the sand can do to your facilities. So this is a simple depiction of what would happen to your pipelines and pumps and pipelines when you start producing sand. So what we generally do in a conventional way is we try to control the sand at the wellbore and install either a gravel pack or put a screen in the wellbore. What this does is it reduces the productivity of the well and reduces the production from the well. And what we get is in mature reservoirs, it may lead to very early shut-in of the well due to its economic viability. So what we are trying to do is to try to see how we can bring maximum amount of the oil and gas along with the sand to the surface and minimize the risk to the surface, risk to the surface facilities, and maximize the productivity of the wells. That is, we want to do both. So downhole sand control has been a traditional and conventional method to prevent sand, but its effect is low productivity, high cost, and not one solution fits all wells. So for different types of wells, different stages of production, you would need a different type of sand control. For example, if you have huge reserves, you can go with the Rolls Royce of sand control, which is a frac pack, which gives you the benefits of both fracturing as well as sand control. The next method which we can do is to produce the sand along with the fluids to the surface. So in this case, productivity of the well is going to be high, your costs are going to be less, and the revenue would be much higher. But here we should have an understanding of how much we can produce, at what drawdown we can produce, so that we neither have deposition in the wellbore nor do we have any erosion of the facilities. So now this is a simple slide to show that we have moved to the fourth paradigm. Initially, all these studies were through empirical science. From there, we moved to theoretical science and computational science, and finally, now we are into the big data driven science. So at GOTS, this is what we are trying to do, is to look at the problem at the base level. We know what the sand is going to do to our well and our facilities, and then we are trying to digitize the flow of the sand from the wellbore to the facilities, and using IoT data analytics, ML, AI convergence, we are trying to optimize the process and get an efficiency gain so that we can have enhanced flow assurance and risk mitigation. So again, it's the same slide, probably it's a repetition, but it's worth repeating it. The traditional sand management relies on reactive or prophylactic measures such as gravel packing or mechanical screens. But the future is in proactive, predictive, and prescriptive solutions enabled by digitalization. For this, we need to get information, have data analytics, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. So this is what we need to do if we need to produce sand to the surface. We have the oil and gas well. We have the facilities on the surface. And here we need to have sample collectors to get an idea of the amount of sand which we are producing. We need to have sensors so that we get all the information. So what we need to know is, first, predict how much sand will be produced. To do this, we should have a rock mechanics model of the wellbore, where we can, with which we can generate a mechanical earth model. The mechanical earth model will enable us to predict the quantities of the possibility of sand production, and we have developed solutions to even quantify the amount of sand which we will produce as we increase the drawdown. To do this, we also require real-time monitoring, and with all this, it is possible to produce sand to the surface, which again we need to manage with accurate risk prediction in terms of erosion and deposition prediction. So the sand production prediction is done with the help of a software which we have developed known as Rockmaster, and the erosion and risk prediction can be done with another software which we developed, which we call the Sandmaster. So basically what machine learning helps us is to mitigate the data gaps to predict the sand production. So what is basically required to develop a rock mechanical earth model at the wellbore is Dackwell zoning, and these logs are not run in most of the wells. So if you have a reasonable coverage of the field with this and data and machine learning and the amount of data available, we can fill in the gaps and come up with predicted logs for different wells, which we can calibrate as we go ahead. So earlier, with conventional techniques, our sand production prediction had an accuracy of about 40%. Today, this has gone up all the way up to 90% with the technologies which we have developed. This information alone can save millions of dollars for any organization. So this is an example of the mechanical earth model CDP which we have developed. And from here we can further go down and have an estimated relative quantity of sand which we can predict for every well. And accordingly we can size our facilities, our desanders and our tanks to be able to handle the sand which is going to be produced to the surface. And most of these are the outcome of data analytics, and we have not used any equations. So this technique has been proven in different oil and gas fields, where we have provided our solution in Middle East, Indian Western Offshore, and currently we are also working with Assam and Meghalaya to introduce this technology into their fields. So again, this is just to show where we are going. IoT and AML will help from saving facility from the sand threat. So this is the wellhead where we have a sampling point and pressure points. We have a continuous monitoring. Earlier we used to have point-to-point monitoring, whereas now we have moved on to continuous monitoring. We use vibration and other sensors, and we have a continuous wall loss monitoring on the pipelines, with which we can do our prediction of the robustness of your facilities. So this is what our objective is. The convergence of IoT, data, and artificial intelligence is not just an efficiency gain. It is a fundamental transformation, turning sand from a liability to a controllable asset. So this is what we need: data integration and visualization using big data, root cause analysis using historical data to correlate operational parameters, choke positions down on with past sand events. This we developed the AML model, and using this we can predict the future. So we have niche software applications like Rockmaster and Sandmaster to smoothen this interaction, and we come up with these curves, which will give you the operating envelope of at what rate we can produce, so that we have minimum erosion at surface and minimum deposition into the wellbore and maximum production of oil and gas. So the application intelligent sand will lead to intelligent sand screen and completion design, where we can use ML models to predict the rock strength from seismic log data, optimize the sand control method either using a screen or gravel pack even before drilling. Predictive maintenance should be based on predicted erosion and not fixed intervals. We can also give you the hotspots where we need to put continuous monitoring probes, and it avoids costly catastrophic failures. And predicted maintenance schedule should be based on erosion, which we can predict using our software. So production optimization moves beyond a blanket of degrading of wells. Digital tools will allow engineers to operate the wells safely at a maximum recovery point. So the impact is reduced costs, increased output, and zero catastrophic failures. So this is the conclusion of my presentation. The future of sand management is AI-powered insights to predict, prevent sanding, not just react, and enhance our operational efficiency, integrate digital data platform, unified dashboards, integrating monitoring analytics, enable data-driven decisions, and sustainable production, more output from existing assets with minimum footprint, and improve profitability and extend field life. The ROI benefits are cost reduction, increased safety, and maximized production. So we need to invest in sensors, data infrastructure, and talent. Thank you very much. So these are the three different niche softwares that we have developed, which will go a long way into well database management erosional and depositional models, and mechanical earth models for the well. So we are also doing the carbon count for this presentation. So our green software is also being projected on the screen over the day. So that's the end of my presentation. Thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity to talk in front of you. And it's a privilege to be here. I couldn't come basically because my Indigo flight yesterday was cancelled. So I had to do this presentation online. I would have been happier coming there and doing the presentation. Thanks a lot and interacting with all of you. Thanks a lot, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir, for delivering such an insightful lecture and underlining how integrated reservoir and production management can support efficient and sustainable operations. We really missed your presence here, sir, but as a token of respect and gratitude, we would like to virtually felicitate you. So I would like to invite Professor Ajay Mandal, sir, to virtually felicitate Mr. V.C. Babu Shivkumar, sir.
I'd like to request Firoza, if she is there, she can come up on the stage and receive my... Is Firoza there?
Yes, it was a very interactive session or a very important, very good lecture. And unfortunately, you could not turn up, so it is our pleasure to virtually felicitate you. And the next time when we will be coming back to Dhanbad, so definitely we'll welcome you once again, okay?
Thanks a lot.
Guys at the podium, can you hear us?
So this is our guest, sir.
We have a representative, Firoza, there. Can you guys hear us?
If Firoza is there, she can receive the award.
I guess they can't hear us.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We shall now proceed to the next keynote address. So it is my privilege to introduce our next keynote speaker, Dr. Shanat Kumar sir, who will be joining us online to deliver his lecture. Dr. Shanat Kumar sir is the Chief Scientist and Senior Principal Scientist at CSIR, Indian Institute of Petroleum, Dehradun, and a leading researcher with over 2 decades of experience in petroleum engineering, waste-to-fuel technologies, and advanced material conversion. During his tenure at CSIR IIP, he has spearheaded significant innovations in sustainable fuel production, including an award-winning technology recognized by the Ministry of Chemicals, Fertilizers, Government of India for the conversion of waste plastics into transportation fuels. He holds several important patents in areas such as waste polyolefin conversion, microcrystalline wax fractionation, and production of base oils and greases, making valuable contribution to circular economy solutions which are aligned with clean energy goals. His work strongly supports nation's transition towards low carbon, renewable, and resource efficient fuel systems. With great pleasure, I welcome Dr. Shanat Kumar sir to deliver his lecture on low carbon transportation fuel, prospects and challenges. Please join me in welcoming sir with a great round of applause.
So, very good afternoon to all of you. I think I am audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
So, I'm sharing my presentation. I hope it is visible also.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to slideshow mode. So, first of all, my sincere apologies that I am not able to be there. I would like to thank Dr. Vikas and all the committee members for giving me an opportunity to be there to present my work. I was all the more excited because people might not be knowing that I basically belong to Jharkhand and I had my initial education at that. So I was too eager to come to Dhanbad and be there. But unfortunately, as my previous speaker told, the Indigo flight's fiasco really disturbed our plans. So, nevertheless, I'll just start to give my presentation. So, I'll be speaking on low carbon transportation fuel, prospects and challenges. In my presentation, I think I have about 20 minutes, so I'll just take cover within that time. A bit about my institute, what we do. What is the potential of low carbon transport fuels, particularly with special reference to India, and what IP has been doing at in this region. So I think many people might be knowing because our sister laboratory there, Dhanbad also, says and Simfer. We are one of the 37 laboratories under the aegis of CSIR. And we are working mainly in the downstream, but also partly into upstream and midstream also, particularly in the area of gas hydrates, drilling fluids, and midstream flow assurance also, apart from the downstream refinery processes. And we have been developing technologies all over, and I can say that every refinery in India has one technology from our institute. Our work that basically encompasses, of course, primarily the work on the fuel, that's fossil renewable alternative fuels. But we also look into bio-derived chemicals, specialty chemicals, ways to wealth, energy efficiency, separation of gases, and things like that. So coming to our present topic, that what I am talking about is the alternate low carbon transportation fuel. So I think this probably people might have discussed earlier also, that there is a general agreement that we have to limit the climate change to less than 1.5 degrees, which requires achieving net zero by 2050 worldwide. India's ambition is to go to 2070. Looking at the emissions that we are getting, so I'm just focusing on transport sector, which accounts about 1/5 of the all energy-related CO2 emissions. Of course, that includes everything right from upstream to downstream, all the scope 1, 2, 3 emissions combined. It accounts about 25% of the all energy-related emissions. And road transport in particular is around 14% within this sector. So with this in the background, there is a need to go towards transportation fuels which have low carbon footprint, so that we are able to achieve net zero. But as I said, by low carbon fuel we mean that without making major changes in the vehicles, in the existing infrastructure, we should be able to use this fuel for our transportation purpose. So when we talk of low carbon fuels, these can broadly be classified into these categories: biofuels. We all know what are biofuels. And three among them would be ethanol. We all know we are blending it. Biodiesel, a pretty old term, and biogas from organic waste particularly. The cessation aviation fuel is that because there is policy agreement that we have to blend 1% of sustainable fuel in the jet fuel by 2030. So that gives an impetus to producing jet fuel which have low carbon footprint. Synthetic fuel is something that we use the captured CO2, but we need hydrogen to convert it into fuel. It can go to renewable gasoline, diesel, or kerosene. Hydrogen and ammonia are basically hydrogen. We all know a lot of work is going on for green hydrogen. I am sure there must have been some discussions on hydrogen earlier also, so I won't go deep into that. Ammonia is something that has a potential for shipping, for marine transport that can carry green energy into it. Electricity, if obtained from renewable energy, can help in reducing the carbon footprint of vehicles. Intermediate, if you look at the fossil fuels, the natural gas has a lower greenhouse gas emissions, which is about half the emission that we get from coal. So increasing the natural gas energy mix can also be an intermediate solution towards reducing the carbon footprint in the transportation sector. And coming back to the low carbon fuel, I start with bioethanol. You know that ethanol is the highest, the most successful biofuel that we have done. And it is produced mainly by two routes. There is the fermentation of sugars, which we are promoting now, and hydration of of ethylene, which has been the traditional method of producing ethanol. The blending has increased, and the Government of India had targeted to have 20% ethanol blending in petrol by 2025. And the latest report suggests that we are very much near to that or practically achieve that 20% blending. So which has resulted in a lot of, I would say, reduction in CO2 emissions, which we have estimated is something like 318 lakh ton in 8 years. Carbon dioxide emissions have been reduced by the use of bioethanol. India, presently we are producing about 1400 crore liters of ethanol, and traditionally it has been coming from molasses, which still accounts for 60%. The remaining 40% is now coming from the grain-based, particularly corn and maize type corn, which are giving bioethanol. But as we go ahead, if we try to blend more, we come up with certain challenges. One is to increase the bioethanol production, where a lot of factors come into play. It is like the feedstock availability and the cost volatility, because ultimately the farmers are producing it, and that is a factor where people can go into it or not. There is always a competition with food if we want to take grains for biofuel production. All these are water-intensive crops, so water scarcity can come up an issue if we try to go too much in farming. High production costs, especially for 2G, when we are trying to use the waste biomass, the costs are very high and not economical as of now. These are on the production side, but if we want to go into the fuel, that if we want to blend more than 20% of ethanol in the gasoline, then the present vehicles are not, the engines are not compatible with that, and we need to have flex fuel vehicles, which can tolerate up to 85%. So the challenges are because as we go beyond 20%, then the amount of oxygen content in ethanol reduces the energy density significantly. Therefore, you have to compensate for that. Ethanol being quite leads to corrosion also. We need to have different type of materials, and also ethanol leads to generation 4 point, which we do not require in the normal today's vehicle. So there is a concept shifting towards the flex fuel vehicles for using E20 to E85 bioethanol. People have started doing it. The left side I have 2 photographs that have been introduced by the vehicle manufacturers, which they which they are preparing for using more than E20 bioethanol. However, it's unlikely that we will be reaching E85, but probably even going from E20 to E30 will have a lot of positive impact, both in the terms of, I say, finance also, or as well as carbon footprint also. The other potential biofuel is methanol. You know, methanol, it can be produced, it's traditionally being produced from coal and natural gas. There is a huge shortage of methanol worldwide, but it can be developed from biomass also by gasification, reforming syngas, and go to bioethanol. It can also be done by absorbing CO2 and converting it to bioethanol. Now, it gives certain benefits, particularly high heat of vaporization, high octane number, high flame speed. Worldwide, people have started talking about methanol blended fuel, and they have the specifications of some clients like M10 or M5, M15 fuel in different countries. Looking at the carbon footprint, you can see that methanol has a much lower carbon footprint as compared to the fossil fuel. So it's less than 40 if we are taking from the biogenic fuel, if the CO2 is coming from the biogenic fuel. The other fuel is dimethyl ether. Now, dimethyl ether, you all know, I have been talking about that. It can be used as a substitute for diesel. It is relatively easy to manage as compared to methanol because it has a physical property resembling maybe the LPG, so can be handled the way we are handling LPG. It has some smokeless combustion because it has oxygen also into it. But again, it has got a very low carbon footprint. But again, taking it into the commercial level, there are a lot of challenges. that energy density is less than diesel. So we again need a vehicle which is dedicated or it is flexible to take DME. So in India, we have tried to, institute also trying to see if we can use in the CI engine DME along with LPG, blending LPG and DME and see if we can use it. We are working on that also. And sort of things are also being done in the other countries also. Hydrogen as a fuel, well, I've just on the left side taken a picture from the literature that I think the number of colors of hydrogen has now exceeded the rainbow colors. I don't know how many more colors are going to come up. But what hydrogen says is that if we get a hydrogen from a renewable source, then it is going to help in the reduction of carbon footprint. And for using hydrogen road transportation, we have to have a fuel cell electric vehicle, or we have to use hydrogen in the internal combustion engine, or heavy duty can be done if we are able to store it as ammonia and methanol from hydrogen. But again, the limitation that we are having is the high cost of green hydrogen. Presently, all the hydrogen majority is coming from methane, so which is a grey hydrogen, and the process is also very energy intensive. It gives us other limitations also, like storage and transportation being very light. We have to set up refueling stations and supply chains which can help us to produce, to make hydrogen readily available. And also we have a lot of safety and safety issues because of its high flammability, being odorless. So if it leaks, we are not able to detect it also. So if I want to use hydrogen, I can use for in a internal combustion engine, or I can use it in a fuel cell. Now both have some pros and cons. Like if I put in ICE, it has got a higher efficiency, it has got a higher RON, but we can use hydrogen produced from water, so we are avoiding completely fossil fuel. But again, I said all the safety concerns come into play, and the engines need to be redesigned because there is some likelihood of pre-ignition and potential backfire in the present manifold that we are having in the engines. The lubricant that we are using might be incompatible. There is a low volumetric energy density. Even at 800 bar, hydrogen tank only contains 1/7 of the energy of gasoline tank. So in India, we are having a few H2IC vehicles which are in testing mode. If we go into fuel cell, then the efficiency is higher, over 50%, there is no emission. Hydrogen can be obtained from water. But the same congestions also come up here. Lot of fuel cell vehicles have been developed. And the last expo, fuel cells vehicles have been introduced and they have been shown in the market. But it is yet not adapted on a commercial scale. The other thing is the sustainable aviation fuel. As I said, the CORSIA convention talks about having a sustainable fuel, aviation fuel which has a lower carbon footprint. So the sustainable aviation fuel come up from basically three sources. One is the tree-borne oil, used cooking oil or animal fats, which is these are ethers where can be converted into a sustainable aviation fuel, which is basically mimicking the jet fuel in the chemical structure, and the oxygen is knocked off from the process. Agriculture and forestry waste can also be converted into it. The CO2 captured can also be converted into H2. It can go via methanol route or jet to fuel. There are a lot of options available with that. This sustainable fuel can be blended with the normal jet fuel, and presently a lot of those processes that have been developed worldwide are being evaluated by ASTM, and they are going to permit about 5 to 10% of blending permission to these fuels. But the challenges are again is the ability of feedstock, because as I talked, the vegetable oil and used cooking oil aren't sufficient to go to a very large extent. And secondly, the ability of green hydrogen, which comes, which is there. Even by the grey hydrogen, the carbon footprint of a sustainable aviation fuel from used cooking oil will be slightly lesser than the normal jet fuel. As you see, the blending mandated is there by that 1% SAF by 2027 is going to be mandated in international flights. and 5% by 2030, that will require about 375 kilotons per annum of SAF in India to be produced. The last time talked about is the biodiesel. I think we all know what biodiesel has been in the scheme of things since the last couple of years, or maybe probably the last few decades, I would say. But it has also faced certain challenges. It's like the cold weather gelling, the microbial growth in the biodiesel engine deposits, the corrosion and the seal, the high feedstock production cost, volatility, market oversupply, because it produces glycerol, as you can see from the schematic, that glycerin is produced as a byproduct. So every time I produce a biodiesel, I am getting glycerin out of it, which now is not having much of a use. And again, it comes up when the moment we are trying to use vegetable oils, it always comes a conflict between edible and non-edible oils. And presently, government is not permitting any edible oil to be used for biodiesel production. Last I will come to is a waste plastic derived fuel. As you can see that if you talk of waste plastics are increasing in spite of all the things about saying no to plastics. And about 70% of the plastics are by and large by a family called polythene and polypropylene, which are chemically very similar to the crude oil. So they are a very good source of, they can be a very good source of obtaining fuel out of it, particularly gasoline and diesel. You can see that plastics, we have shown that it is being produced practically everywhere, but again there are certain challenges to cover, which I come to in that. And that is that it has got basically commingled plastics. These are all spread about from all over the say place. It sounds very promising when we look at the figures, but the way it is decentralized collection to get into a high quantity is a challenging task. So I just briefly covering these transportation fuel, which could be a potential low carbon fuel. I'll just come to some of the efforts that we have done at IEP. So the first I will talk about is our IEP suspension addition fuel. We have our own single state HEPA process, and we started this work, and we have a few flights. So there was one SpiceJet flight from Dehradun to Delhi in 2018. It was followed twice by Republic Day fly past in 2021 and 2023, where the fuel was used in the engine that flew over the Republic Day bypass. So this is being done at a small scale plant that we had at IIT. This is a single stage process. A catalyst is novel. This process is different. This is under ESTM approval and probably will hope to get approval in 2026. If you look at the greenhouse emissions, then the normal HEPA process, which the world is having a number of HEPA processes, they have about 14 gram CO2 equivalent, but for our IEP process, the greenhouse emission is much lesser, which is about 11.9. If I compare with that with the commercial jet fuel, then which is about 85 to 90 gram CO2 equivalent. If we are using the, here we are using the normal hydrogen that we are getting. But suppose if we are able to use the green hydrogen, then the greenhouse emission is also going to go down drastically from 11 to maybe something like 4 or 5, which would be a huge difference as far as the carbon footprint is concerned. We are with the technology, there is a demo plant being developed at MRPL, Mangalore, and 2027 the plant would be starting to produce this fuel for application. Someone talking about is the waste plastic to fuels. What we have done is that, as I said, there are a lot of challenges with waste plastic for collection and a lot of plants are working. But the one thing is that we have to get into something like a fuel that is a drop-in fuel. So we have our process where we have developed that we can convert the polythene and polypropylene to either of the two fuel, either gasoline or diesel, which meets the BS6 specifications. And this is a pilot plant we have at IIT, and I think in a few months of time we might be commercializing this technology. And out of this technology is that it can be introduced in a localized way, where you can have a 10 tons per day plant operating at a smaller, even in tier 2 cities, supplemented by plastics which are in the villages and all around. So that can become a process where we can utilize the already existing hydrocarbon once again to produce fuel. Someone last time talking this room temperature biodiesel. As I said, the biodiesel is having a lot of problems because of again the sourcing of feedstock, the using of vegetable oil. So we at IP have developed a small modular unit. It's the only room temperature biodiesel plant at our in the world. Normally biodiesel reaction takes place at a temperature of 75 to 80 degrees. Here no heating is required. It is just a small jar where you put additives and you blend it to get biodiesel out of it. As you can see that the carbon footprint of this is much less if we use cooking oil as a feedstock. So we intend to promote this technology as a more as a rural area or somewhere where we have got a lot of, it can be in a localized way, so that it's promoted and we can get a lot of biodiesel out of it. The last time is a methanol. As we are talking about methanol, it's being developed by CO2. People are working on converting CO2 to methanol. We have been also working on this process, and recently we have installed a pilot plant at 10 kg per day methanol pilot plant at NTPC Neta. The beauty of this is that for a catalyst, we have a conversion of about 13%, which is highest as given as claimed by anybody else. So this is a process that can convert the CO2 from the fossil sources or whatever source it is available into methanol, and that can go a good way as a CCS also. And the last we talk about is the biomethane. You all know that biogas is by and large a mixture of mainly CO2 and methane, but for to be used as a natural gas, as a PNG or a PNG or a piped natural gas, the concentration has to be more than 96 or 97%. So we have a process which is based a vapor sink absorption process by which we can upgrade this biogas. That is, the methane is enriched to about 97%, and simultaneously we are able to absorb CO2 out of it, which is the pure CO2, 100% pure CO2 with no methane slippage. This methane can be used, it meets the requirement of the PNG or the CNG, and this CO2 can be used for converting to methanol. So it can provide a source by which we can get green fuel out of it. So finally, I'd like to conclude in one slide that what I have been talking about, the potential green solutions to transportation fuel, what are the potential indigenous sources out of it. As you can see, the potential we have enough. Ethanol we have about 16 MMTPA. Bio-CNG we can get about 62 MMTA in India. Biodiesel from tree-borne oil is about 1 MMTA. UCA about 3 MMTPA. Hydrogen, of course, it's unlimited provided we have the technology. Waste plastic, we can get about 10 MMTA diesel or gasoline out of it. SAF, again, it is the same as because coming from UCO only, the same potential. And methanol and DME, it is unlimited because we are going to get CO2 and green hydrogen out of it. But again, I said every process has got some challenges somewhere. And so it's a time, I would conclude by saying that there are a lot of possible options, but still a lot of technological solutions, logistic solutions are to be provided. Technology upgrade is required, supply chain and distribution network are to be worked. If we are doing then we are definitely possible to have more greener transportation fuel with it. So I end my talk with that, with our beautiful green campus that we have. And thank you, and we're happy to have questions.
Thank you very much, sir, for your informative lecture. Your presentation has provided a valuable insights into sustainable fuel technologies and low carbon solutions. In recognition to your contributions, we take this opportunity to virtually felicitate you as a token of respect and gratitude. I now invite Professor Ajay Mandal, sir, Professor, Department of Petroleum Engineering, virtually felicitate Dr. Shanat Kumar, sir.
Yes, sir. Your lecture was excellent. Unfortunately, I know that you could not turn up because of some flight issue. So it is my pleasure to felicitate you virtually.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It was a pleasure. And I would definitely love to be there. Maybe next time I get the opportunity, I'll definitely be there. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
We now proceed to our last keynote lecture. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Yugal Kishore Sharma, sir, former General Manager at GAIL India Limited, and a seasoned petroleum professional with extensive experience in business development, exploration and productions, operations, mergers and acquisitions. A graduate in petroleum engineering from ISM Dhanbad, Mr. Sharma has significantly contributed to strategic planning, project evaluation, and techno-economic studies for major national energy initiatives. Over his long career at GAIL, he has played a key role in enhancing operational efficiency and guiding growth-oriented projects, thereby supporting India's energy infrastructure and transition objectives. He combines deep technical expertise with strong leadership in planning and project execution, making him a highly respected voice in shaping sustainable energy solutions. Sir is joining us online for this session. Please give us a round of applause for Sir. Sir, you are...
Should I start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Very good afternoon. I am Yugal Kishore Sharma, 1985 ISM Petroleum Engineer. And I worked 1 year in ONGC and balance of my career in GAIL India Limited. And what this introducer has introduced, he has very well covered of my 38 plus years of active career in ONGC and GAIL. And for 3 years, I was also with Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas in Sastri Bhavan, New Delhi. Friends, the topic has been given, this decarbonization and future of oil and gas. I'm audible. Could you confirm?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Ragini?
You're audible. You're audible to us.
Okay, good. Then see the decarbonization and future of oil and gas. First of all, let us understand what is decarbonization.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you, sir. Are you sharing any screen? So we could not see your screen.
No slides, Ragini. I have just whatever I will say in 20 minutes, that will be my speech.
Okay, sir, sure.
I got little confused, Dr. Saab never asked me for some slides. He just said you prepare on this topic and deliver extempore.
Okay.
From next time, whenever you invite me, I will prepare at least 10 slides for you and for the audience also.
Sure, sir, sure.
Okay. See, this decarbonization, because see, everybody is talking of greenhouses gases, environment is getting polluted, temperature is rising. So, every country is doing something to control this. In India also, what we have done is we are reducing our fossil fuel consumption and increasing this renewable energy. Renewable, I mean solar and wind. You must be aware, every day newspaper comes, and especially with this Modi ji's presence, we have created one huge, solar park in Gujarat. Similarly, wind energy, being GAIL employee, ex-GAIL employee, along the east and west coast, a lot of wind windmill. Even in Rajasthan, windmills are there. Solar panels are there. So this if we could reduce this oil and gas consumption and increase this increase this renewable consumption, this is what is decarbonization is. And now this is one part. Second is how to reduce this fossil fuel. We are to shift also our this vehicle, because vehicle also consumes, transport sector also consumes huge amount of fossil fuel, that is diesel, petrol. So somehow we have to convert this internal combustion engine and this ICV and FCV, this fuel cell vehicle. Fuel cell vehicle is hydrogen. And now it is not common, but it is getting, I think probably IOC is doing this from on behalf of government, this FCV, because green hydrogen can be produced. Even GAIL is producing green hydrogen at one of its work center. Now, and then we have to get a transformation in BEV, battery electric vehicle. This BEV is very, prominently seen in Delhi. If you go to Chandni Chowk area, you have electric tempo. Battery is there, and then 4 or 5 people sit, and this driver takes to Chandni Chowk to Purani Delhi or Chandni Chowk to Nai Delhi. Similarly, in other area also, this small tempo on battery is very common. So this way, see, by using this battery electric vehicle, we are not consuming petrol, we are not consuming diesel. So automatically, this will get reduced, and it has been reduced because with all the other alternative energy uses in our country, we have started importing less amount of crude oil. That is so through statistics you can conclude this. Now, then comes your what you call decarbonization हो गया, future of start renewable energy, right? Then there is also these 3 steps every country has to do. That is first, this stop oil and gas, reduce oil and gas consumption, then switch over to this electric vehicle, and then what you call energy integration. Different types of, earlier we were talking at a time oil and gas production and consumption, I mean in a closed wall manner. But now for this energy transition and for decarbonization, all the energies are to be integrated. Like when you say oil and gas production, and then it's your power through gas, then your renewable energy, wind energy and solar energy. So it is to be integrated in a way so that in sigma form we produce less carbon, and efficiency is increased, and we achieve our objective of decarbonization. I think I should conclude now. See, whatever I have spoken on this particular topic, decarbonization and future of oil and gas. See, now I'm concluding that by decarbonization, we will be promoting more solar energy, more wind energy, and alternative sources of energy like biogas, like as earlier Sanat Kumar Sahab spoken, biodiesel, and then dimethyl ether. So all these things will help in a way when it is integrated. That is why energy integration is also very, very, important section of decarbonization. Thank you. Any question from any audience?
Thank you, sir, for your comprehensive and thought-provoking address, and for sharing such rich industry experience with us. As a token of respect and gratitude, now I would like to invite Professor Ajay Mandal, sir, to kindly felicitate Sir Mr. Yugal Kishore Sharma, sir, as a token of appreciation from our side.
Thank you, sir, for your nice
Mandal
lecture.
Sahab, namaskar.
Yeah, namaskar, sir. And okay, it is my pleasure to virtually felicitate you from our side.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. जी. धंधा दुकान करने हाँ ये सर बहुत अच्छा सर देख लिया अरे सर क्या बताएं सब रिजर्वेशन था कल कंफर्म नहीं या ये सर
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Now we'll be moving forward to the panel discussion. The topic for the panel discussion is the role of energy transition in steering India towards Viksit Bharat. This session will bring together expert viewpoints from policy, industry, and academia on how India can leverage technology, innovation, and investment to achieve a sustainable and developed energy future. That discussion will be moderated by Mr. Arun Kumar Singhal, sir, Chief Editor of Due General. Mr. Singhal is a renowned writer, economist, environmentalist with over 37 years of experience spanning energy, oil and gas, and environmental journalism. As the founder of DEW Journal in 1989, he has nurtured it into an internationally recognized technical publication. He has authored several influential works, including the book Water, which carries a foreword by the late Dr. Sundarlal Bahuguna, and a double master degree holder and MPhil in Energy, Environment and Economics. Mr. Singhal has been honored by many national and international dignitaries, including the late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. His work effectively bridges technical insight, policy discourse, environmental advocacy, offering critical perspective on sustainable energy and global energy transition. I now invite Mr. Arun Kumar Singhal, sir, and the esteemed panelists to kindly take their seats on the dais and initiate the discussion.
Discussion. 15 more minutes.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Very right. I believe my panelists are all there on the dais.
Sir, the panelists will be joining shortly in 5 minutes.
Yeah. So let me know when the panelists join, please. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Take a short break and within 5 minutes.
सिंघल साहब कैसे हैं?
सर नमस्कार.
नमस्कार मैं गेल का पुराना पापी हूँ सर
अरे सर हम तो आपकी गेल का जब से इंसेप्शन हुआ तब से जुड़े हुए हैं सर आपकी गेल से
मुझे मालूम है ना आपको हमने कई बार देखा है भिखारी कामा प्लेस में
बिल्कुल
पहले
सर,
आप
बिल्कुल
राजीव
बिल्कुल।
खन्ना जी के यहाँ आते थे, फिर बुद्धिराजा साहब
जरूर
के पास
जरूर।
आते थे,
जी
और
सर,
फिर
जी सर,
बाद
जी
में
सर।
और कौन आए, मतलब कई बार देखा आपको भिखारी कामा प्लेस में।
जी 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 जी।
तो आप देहरादून में
सर
ही
बड़ा
हैं
अच्छा
सर?
लगा आपका लेक्चर सुनकर, एंड
जी
आई
जी जी,
थिंक
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
अभी कहाँ सर आप बेस्ड हैं, दिल्ली में
मैं
हैं, कहाँ पर
गुड़गांव
हैं?
में सेटल किया हूँ सर। मतलब
अच्छा अच्छा।
फर्स्ट इनिंग खत्म हो गया, सेकंड इनिंग चालू है।
बहुत बढ़िया सर, बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया। आई थिंक दैट्स एक्सीलेंट, यू नो। और हम लोग तो पर्सनली आना चाह रहे थे, पर वो एयरलाइंस की ये प्रॉब्लम की वजह से ये नहीं आना हो पाया। सारी फ्लाइट्स ही कैंसिल हो गई वहाँ की।
सबके साथ तो यही समस्या हो गई ना। इंडिगो ने ऐसा बाण चलाया कि सबको ऑनलाइन कर
जी
दिया उसने।
जी जी जी। तो
जी, मेरा भी
ये
वही
बड़ा
हाल है।
जी, तो बड़ा मतलब डिसअपॉइंटमेंट रहा ये, कि बिकॉज आई वांटेड टू बी देयर इन पर्सन, क्योंकि इट इज ऑलवेज गुड टू बी देयर इन पर्सन, यू नो, फॉर सच
या
इवेंट्स।
एग्जैक्टली एग्जैक्टली, नहीं सबसे बड़ी चीज है सिंगर साहब कि इसमें
जी
मतलब आमने सामने मुलाकात हो जाती है। अब सोचिए मैं
जी
आपसे मिला हूँ 90 में, 91
बिल्कुल
92
सर,
93 मिले होंगे, पूरी
बिल्कुल
पूरी
सर, बिल्कुल।
एक्टिव लाइफ खत्म हो गई, रिटायर हो गए हैं। अब अभी मौका
जी
मिला
जी।
कि पुराने लोगों से मिले, तो इस बार मौका ही नहीं हुआ।
नहीं नहीं सर, बहुत बहुत सर, चलिए आपसे ओवर ऑनलाइन हमें आपसे मुलाकात हो गई।
या
दिस
ये भी सौभाग्य की बात
इज
है
ग्रेट
कि हम
अपॉर्चुनिटी।
सिंगर साहब से वर्चुअली जो है बात कर रहे हैं, मिल रहे हैं,
So nice.
आपकी हंसी देख रहे हैं। अरे सर आपने तो चेहरा मेंटेन किया था, वैसे ही आपकी मूछें भी हैं, वैसे ही टमाटर जैसा आपका गाल है।
अरे सर, अरे सर। सर आप तो मुझे लगता है और लाल कर देंगे सर, क्या क्या ये।
नहीं देखिए,
हाँ।
एक आपको देखूं और एक वो थे, क्या नाम है, एक ओएनजीसी के डायरेक्टर बने थे, क्या नाम है उनका भूल रहा हूँ, बाद में वो पीएलएल के एमडी भी बने। वो कौन थे वो केमिस्ट्री वाले।
सर वर्मा जी, एनके वर्मा।
नहीं नहीं, और बोलिए, और बोलिए।
ओवीएल के एमडी बने थे सर, वो क्या?
हाँ वो तो एनके वर्मा हुए। नहीं, जो
हाँ।
जो पेट्रोनेट एलएनजी के सीईओ बने, और उसके पहले वो इसमें थे, ओएनजीसी के बोर्ड में थे, नाम भूल रहा हूँ उनका।
डायरेक्टर
डायरेक्टर क्या,
एचआर थे सर।
हाँ डायरेक्टर एचआर थे, ये डायरेक्टर
हाँ जी, हाँ
एचआर
जी।
इन ओएनजीसी। और
जी जी
वही,
जी जी जी।
हाँ एक थे ना कोई केमिस्ट, बहुत आगे बढ़े थे ओएनजीसी में।
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, मेरा नाम उनका भी मेरे ख्याल से निकल रहा है, और मैं
हाँ
समझ
हाँ
गया आप किनकी जिक्र कर रहे हैं आप। जी 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 जी।
जी
तो
जी जी। तो
चलिए सर,
मैं,
बहुत अच्छा लगा आपसे।
जी ओके,
तो
तो
आजकल
आपको मतलब आप
The voice is Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir, actually, our panelists are indulged in some other parallel sessions, so they are coming shortly. So the panel discussion will be started within 5-10 minutes. So sorry for the inconvenience, sir.
Okay, no problem. So should we stay online or should we join a little later after 5
I request you to stay online. They will be joining us onto the dais within 5 minutes.
सिंगर साहब हम आप गुफ्तगू कर देते हैं इसी बहाने
जी 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 बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सर बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
हम लोग अपनी पुरानी यादगार ताजा कर लेते हैं
बिल्कुल
ये हम लोगों को
बिल्कुल
गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल गया है
नहीं सर सो नाइस बहुत बढ़िया
जी
तो आप कभी अपने आपको मैं अगली बार जरूर तकलीफ दूंगा
अच्छा मतलब कैसे मैं मेल बोलूं मेरा मेल है युगल किशोर शर्मा 711 लिख लीजिए
मैं लिखता हूं सर मैं लिखता हूं एक मिनट मैं लिखता हूं हां जी
YUGAL युगल KISHOR किशोर SHAR शर्मा सब स्मॉल में है
सर एक वर्ड है युगल किशोर शर्मा
हाँ देन 711 711
उधर बैठा हुआ, इसका लैपटॉप की जरूरत नहीं है, छूट गया तो फिर दिक्कत हो जाएगी।
और एक हमने नाम ऐड किया है।
यहाँ पे हाँ हाँ सर, ये क्या है?
So, without any further delay, let us begin our panel discussion session. So, we now begin our panel discussion session focusing on the role of energy transition in steering India towards Vikasit Bharat. So, this session will be moderated by Mr. Arun Kumar Singhal, sir, Chief Editor, DEW Journal. Joining him as a panelist, we have Professor O.P. Singh, sir, Director, ONGC, Professor G.P. Karmakar, sir, Professor Praveen Singh, sir, Professor Mr. K.K. Roy, sir, and Mr. Rakesh Godawat, sir. So I request all the panelists to kindly grace the dais. Please welcome them with a great round of applause. I now hand over the session to Mr. Arun Kumar Singhal, sir, to lead this enriching and thought-provoking discussion.
Thank you, Lady. Am I audible, please?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah. So, hello, everyone, and good evening. At the outset, my greetings to all the dignitaries on and off the dais. I thank IIT ISM and especially Professor Vikas Mahatoji, the head of petroleum engineering at IIT ISM, for inviting me to this prestigious panel and with such eminent personalities from the industry and academia. It's a privilege to be at IIT ISM through this event while it celebrates its centenary. Please join me in applauding this great institution. Talking online today, reminds me of some challenging times humanity faced the COVID days. Today, due to the aviation sector disruption, we have witnessed unexpected challenges. Flights across the country have been cancelled in large numbers, leaving passengers stranded to their distress. I too am a victim of this situation and hence joining you online. Otherwise, I was to attend this panel discussion offline. So please bear with me while I'm speaking online. However, we humans have always risen above challenges, and in this spirit, we remain committed to make this a best situation. And here we all, we'll try to make this panel discussion as meaningful and impactful as it would be if we would have been there in person. So today's discussion, is specially designed for you, the students. I believe, there are some students also in the audience, because this panel is basically meant for them. I'll begin with a brief context, after which our panelists will share their insights, and we'll end up with a Q&A, as also opening the panel to you all, and so that you can ask what matters to you. See, to set the tone, let me look at the theme in simple terms. The role of energy transition in steering India towards Viksit Bharat. See, energy is not only the backbone of economy, it is also the security of the nation. Therefore, besides Viksit Bharat, we must work towards making it Surakshit Bharat by 2047, the year we complete 100 years of independence. Talking of the theme, I am somewhat averse to the term energy transition. In my view, it is not energy transition, but energy addition. That is what I see things as, I say this because, nearly 70% of our energy needs are still met by coal, oil and gas, which continues to support the hard-to-abate industries. Green energy, on which we are planning big, we are pinning big hopes, will necessary, while necessary, still remains at the nascent stage and will take a long time to scale up with the required infrastructure and policies to meet the growing demand of our country. This means renewables and other forms of clean energy will grow alongside fossil fuels rather than completely replacing them. That said, addressing CO2 emissions remain imperative, especially since we are committed to being net zero by 2070, with strong milestones like achieving 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. So big targets, Towards this, India is rapidly adopting and scaling new energy solutions, clean, smart, digital, and innovative technologies to meet the ambitious goal the country has set for itself. Achieving this goal requires balancing energy security with clean energy. These goals, as I just said, are very big. They require new thinking, new ideas, new skills, which is where the next generation comes in. As India moves towards Viksit Bharat by 2047, the demand will be for people who understand sustainability, technology, digital tools, innovation systems, thinking and problem solving. The scenario will be one which will see a shift to new jobs, new skills, new technologies, and new possibilities. It is heartening to see that academia is now working shoulder to shoulder with industry in tackling crucial issues, researching and preparing students for tomorrow's challenge beyond textbooks. This panel and this conference are a true reflection of that. So today, this panel will explore how will this transition happen, what opportunities will it create, and what skills will help young India lead this historic transformation. The conversation is for you. I'm talking to the students. The conversation is for you, about you, and ultimately you. Because, it is you who would shape things in the future. The panel has some distinguished panelists and speakers and experts from the academia and industry. I request you all to welcome them with a big round of applause. You see, to start the panel, my first question that I would like to put forward to all the panelists is transition के क्या हाल हैं? आप ये बताइए, transition के क्या हाल हैं? With this simple question, I request the panel of experts to shed light on the real face of India's energy transition. So, if I can ask Professor Singh and former director of ONGC to please share his views on this. My other panelists on this, please. Professor Singh.
Yeah, very good evening, sir, and very good evening to all of you, dear panelists here and esteemed faculty of ISM Dhanbad and dear students. I completely agree with Mr. Singhal that there is nothing like energy transition, but it's energy addition. There is no substitution of energy, but it's addition of new energy. And transition is a reality. It's not our choice, but it's mandatory, because being human being, in forenoon session, Honorable Chairman of ISM Dhanbad, he rightly said, he quoted the Tulsidas of Ramayana, that Chitijal Pava Gagan Samira Panch Tattva Rachit Sarira. So all these 5 elements are very important for us, and we are getting lots of renewables from these 5 elements. So if I have to say that energy transition, then I feel that it's an ongoing process. When I was talking on energy efficiency, I told that I have seen the energy transition. You all must have seen from our childhood, when our mother used to cook food on wood, and we used to use kerosene lamp. to read and do our daily work. So from there, now we have come to LPG, and now we have come to a stage where now cooking is done on electricity. Similarly, from lantern, we have moved to normal bulb, and normal bulb, now we have moved to LED, where 100-watt bulb was meeting our requirement. That requirement is now met by 50 or 20-watt bulbs. So transition is ongoing. Every day there is transition. We are improving. Industry is improving. And for further taking a leap, we need a very good collaborative ecosystem where industry, academia, government, social workers, NGOs, all these agencies, they have to come together. They have to advocate for energy saving. I was saying that MOPNG, they have, sir, you must be knowing that MOPNG, they have a one-month program, we call it Saksham, where we go to all the schools, all the villages, and we advocate regarding energy conservation and energy saving. And it's giving a very good result. So I feel that we have to go for transition. Transition we have to accept, but with higher efficiency, without substituting coal or fossil fuel like oil and gas, we can transit efficiently in 2047 by improving our efficiency, by adding new energy like geothermal and other things, and we will have a better future, what I feel.
What I can understand, transition के हाल अच्छे हैं, आप ये कहते हैं?
जी, अच्छे हैं.
मैं गुदावत साहब से बात करना चाहूँगा, अगर वो अपने थोड़े व्यूज शेयर करें इस पे, ट्रांजिशन के क्या हाल हैं?
Good evening, sir. Good evening. As the stage is set for the right question, energy transition, so that's the need of the hour. I would say it's a system of transformative approach. It will basically transition of how we use the energy, how we store the energy, how we consume the energy. So earlier we used to have the fossil fuel, which is basically 100% of our energy mix. Now we have the fossil fuel.
सर मैं हाल जानना चाह रहा हूँ ट्रांजिशन के क्या हाल हैं?
Yes, sir. So I'm coming to that. So now I will basically, we have a lot of things in the transition. In this transformative journey, we have adopted solar energy, we have adopted hydel energy, wind energy, and now we are also having the EVs that is being set up in all the cities, power stations, charging stations, and but the regulatory framework and incentivization that is required from the user side, from the retail users, for the small users, and the regulatory framework, and that is the support from the government, that is a much needed support required from the government. So that part, something needs to be done because the regulatory is still not that strong, there is no clear pathway. The government is basically making the pathway clear and making the policies. So they are imposing these policies to the ENP companies also, service providers also, and other companies also who are basically the producer of the fossil fuel and the user of the fossil fuel.
I got you, sir. I got you. So Professor Karmakar is also with us. He's a seasoned academician and very thorough energy analyst also. So can I just ask Professor Karmakar, who's been a long-time friend of mine,
good afternoon.
to let me know transition के क्या हाल हैं?
Good afternoon, Mr. Singhal. After a long time, I think we are interacting. In between, I had many other engagements here and there, so I couldn't contact you. Anyway, it's nice to meet you after a long time or talk to you. Now, in my viewpoint, whatever the transition is taking place or is going to be taking place, this is good, definitely. From the conventional fossil fuels has its, the fossil fuels have their own limitations. And as our country is having enough solar or solar power, you can say, solar is one of the things where we are definitely improving a lot, particularly in Gujarat. There are a lot of solar panels and all these things on this, I think the top of rivers and all these things they have developed. So this part is the solar, wind in the coastal area, all these things people have already talked. Now, whatever, all these things are there, parallelly, we must have this thing to in our mind that reduce the waste of energy. What is found most of the, even in household also, people have their money, they switch on all the fans, all the, what I can say, ACs and all these things, just which are not required.
Yep.
So this is a burden for the total country, or it's a burden for the energy requirement. So people should be aware of the cost of production, one drop of oil. If you go to petrol pump, while you are pouring petrol, the man will come immediately and they will ask you to open the, what is the tank lock or something like that, cap. I insist them to first bring your nozzle near that, because the time you are allowing to evaporate the amount of petrol, that you cannot get back, because we know that how much one drop of oil, how costly to produce. This is
very right, sir. I got your point, sir.
Yeah.
So we have also another academician with us,
Awareness,
Professor Praveen Singh ji. So if Professor Praveen Singh ji could shed light on this question that I just posed to my other panelists, please.
I have 2-3 points.
Kindly brief and to the point.
Mr. Singhal, I have 2-3 more points are there. Let me finish. Besides that,
sir, actually, sir, your the point that you are saying falls into my next questions, So I would not like my next questions to be answered before I ask them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
so,
sir.
Professor Singh, please.
Mr. Singhal, I am thankful to you for this wonderful question that you have put before us. What is the condition of energy transition? And very rightly, my co-panelist, Dr. O.P. Singh, has just said that it is not only transition, but addition. In fact, I would say that the situation is improving day by day. As far as remote areas are also concerned, in Jharkhand especially, I see that most of the colleges have been equipped with solar energy, which we did not have earlier. And that is saving a lot of fossil fuel energy that generally we depend on. And if India has to move on from the 4th largest economy to the 3rd largest that we soon are going to do in a coming few years and take over Germany, I think energy transition is going to play a leading role. And if...
Got your point, sir.
Okay, sir. And the kind of things that we are seeing...
I think, since we have paucity of time, so we need to be very brief because we have many
aspects
to cover in this panel,
Sure,
so I would just like to maybe ask you to speak on this little ahead, So
Thank
we
you.
have Mr. Roy also with us.
Okay.
So Mr. Roy, can you also shed light on this very briefly, Mr. Roy?
Oh,
Mr. K.K. Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for getting this opportunity. The first question that I have asked, whether it is a transition or additional energy. We know at the stroke of independence, we're around 40 crores. Now we're around 145 crores. The energy requirement will be more.
My question is,
I will tell you.
Question is, what is the real phase of
The real page of
energy
transition, the page of transition has to be worked out. I think we have to understand, say thermal UR process, it has to give flue gas. Now how to get it clean, much more clean. We have got carbon dioxide in some of the fields. that has to be made clean. Some H2S is there in some of the field, that has to be made clean. It has to be offset by somewhere. We get also helium. And now that has to add up, prop up to compensate these setbacks. So there is cleaning mechanism.
What you mean to say is the transition is online, is it right?
Yes, transition thought process is online at least because all needs money. So, but the thought process is really online.
I got your point. See, with this, what comes to mind is, we are discussing about the role of energy transition in steering India towards Viksit Bharat at a time when, coal still provides 70% of our power. Oil and gas continues to support hard-to-abate industries. And what more, even at COP30, COP30 fell short of delivering a concrete fossil fuel phase-out roadmap. Green energy remains at nascent stage, and affordability issues, infrastructure constraints, and long-time timelines for scaling. To cap it all, methane menace is also there, for greeners. So with a global warming potential approximately 28 times greater than CO2 of methane, with all these things, challenges, what will truly make or break the transition with the short span of just 2 decades, because, ahead of us is just 2 decades, and we have some hard realities. So, I mean, what do you think would make or break this energy transition? So, Professor Karmakar, could you please start with this, Professor Karmakar?
As it was told by the earlier speakers also, all these transitions need to be taken place as early as possible, because we are nearly, what can I say, more than 80% of our crude oil, which is, what you can say, imported. So we pay a lot of money to our foreign exchanges. So in that case, solar is going up in a bigger that I told, but I wanted to mention how to use whatever we are having. That means whatever money in my pocket, I have to utilize properly. So my suggestions in this case, whatever the energy transition, you have to have public transport system improved. First thing, carpooling should be there. Instead of using a single person, because we don't have the luxury like the Arabian countries having big cars and 1 or 2 persons moving. So there should be a pool of cars. I mean, people can move, and the public transport system should be improved. Technology must be developed to have better, or you can say, efficient engines for lower consumption of fuels, and then better efficiency, or you can say mileage and all these things. Electric cars, definitely, these are coming, but as on date, these are very costly. If you see that the batteries and all these things, everything, it's a costly thing. The fossil fuel will again remain for another, say, what we were told during our student life, that another 25 years or 30 years. Today also the same thing, I am telling it will be another 25 to 30 years. But we have to use it very, very what you can say, cautiously, very, very effectively, without wasting the resource, whatever we are having. That is what, before the transition takes place. Till that period, we must have this thing in transition. That is my point.
Yeah. Thank you. Professor Upi Singh Sahab, would you like to share your thoughts on this, please? How would this transition take place against all these challenges? Professor Upi Singh?
Yeah, thank you, sir. So your first question, that what will make or break transition and how transition will happen.
Very
I have 3 pointers. One is energy efficiency.
Right.
If we are using energy efficiently, then certainly it's going to add on in our energy transition. Second is addition of new energy, like geothermal. We have a huge potential in India for adding geothermal as a new energy, because currently we have zero geothermal energy in India. Although if you see globally, like Iceland, like China and all, they have good amount of geothermal energy that is fueling to their economy. So addition of new energy, and third is, I feel awareness. What professor was also referring, that we should know how efficiently we have to use our energy, because it's the most precious thing, energy today. Because the way our need is increasing, by 2050, we are expecting that our energy demand will be doubled. Today, we are at the installed capacity around 500. And I think last month, there was a report that our peak demand was 270 gigawatt. That is highest in India. It's a historical number, to be very honest. So awareness, energy addition, and energy efficiency. These three things are going to play a very big role.
Thank you. Mr. Godavat, would you like to just spell out very briefly on this?
Thank you, sir. I would like to again focus on the couple of the things, like the regulatory framework and the policies. So here there is a contradiction. Government of India is basically want to decrease on the import dependency. We are importing almost like 86% of the crude that is a requirement of India. And there is a clear directive from Modi ji that we want to decrease this import dependency on the foreign players. So we want to, how can we decrease this import dependency? We have to increase the domestic crude oil production. So there is a push from the government on the companies like us, who are the small operators, or the bigger operators like ONGC, Oil India, Vedanta, to increase the domestic production and reduce this import dependency. So that is against the energy transition, because we are increasing the production of the fossil fuel. But at the same time, government is also incentivizing the renewables, incentivizing the installation of the solar power plants, installation of the hydel and tidal energies, and they are also approving the capex. Like we did in Bhaskar field, we have installed 1 megawatt of the solar power plant, which can cater to the entire needs of the power needs of the field.
Right.
So these are the policies, contradictory policies.
So
secondly, capex requirement is a big requirement. And thirdly, government is a big push towards the hydrogen economy. So hydrogen can play a big role. Hydrogen is already started playing.
I'll come back to hydrogen also.
Yeah.
Professor Praveen Singh ji, please, very briefly, because we have many questions to ask, and time is very limited. So Professor Praveen Singh ji, please.
As far as I understand, the best way for this transition would be to conserve energy. The kind of energy that we are wasting every day in day-to-day life, if we just try to save that, much would be made up. And then the role of education is very important. What we are teaching in our schools and colleges, I think we are not really putting into the heads of the students that like a rupee earned is a rupee saved is a rupee earned. In the same way, a unit saved is a unit earned. So you are talking about making more energy. But here there is need of conserving more energy. And that would lead to the goal that we want, apart from all the geothermal and wind energy, tidal energy, and hydrogen, and all that we need.
Sure.
Thank
you.
you.
Roy Saab, would you just like to supplement what Mr. Singh said just now?
I'll just make 2 quick points. Judge, the reason why we were led to this plenary session was we were cracking some carbon dioxide removal issues in Bokaro. So that is why we were late. So the transition phase, we are already trying to capture it. And the second one is we are to capture the helium that is coming out from the gas, and that is a good amount of value to it, and making it the gas more cleaner also, and from the Madhya Pradesh field.
Yeah. So you see, up till now we have just gathered that energy transition, we are moving on that direction, but still fossil fuel and other energy sources would remain. So now my question again, comes here is, what is India doing right, and where are we still struggling? Could you just shed light on this, please? What is India doing right, and where are we still struggling in this energy transition? So can I start with Professor Karmakar, please?
I think Government of India has already taken a lot of steps to improve the unconventional energy resources to produce energies from the unconventional resources. But only government cannot be, what I can say, that the pushers. We
No, so where are we struggling? Where are we struggling, sir?
I am telling that the academic institutions also have to play a big role. I think a few courses are there, not in all schools and colleges, but I know that in ISM, there are IIT ISM, they are having some courses. In some of the IITs also, they have some courses. The students should be aware of all these things. And this should go to the grassroots level, to the school and college, that this is the scenario of energy. So one way that, one way is the young minds should be prepared to have the proper utilization. That is repeatedly I am telling. And one, my suggestion is the students should be for 6 months, I am telling, like doctors' internship, there should be some internship in some of the energy sectors. So that they...
I'll come back to that, sir. Yes, please, I got your point.
Yeah,
and so
6 months internship, like before becoming a doctor, a person has to be in the...
Sir, I got your point.
That is essential.
Yes.
So that
Very
student
right,
should
very
be
right.
aware of
So-
all these things. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
the thing.
so Professor Singh, please, very briefly, as you have been doing, could you just shed light on this, please? Where are we struggling and what is India doing right?
I believe we are not struggling, but we are moving slowly.
Great.
So-
With this, can I just ask Mr. Roy and followed by Mr. Godawa to shed light on this along with Mr. Praveen Singh?
What is doing right is that they just told the entire populace of this country that what is Vikasit Bharat and what everyone can participate in both saving, producing ethically, and etc. etc. The thing that is a little bit wrong, if you want to say it wrong, if you have a better word, you can put it there. Project approvals for clean energy must be on a little bit faster track.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Godawa, please.
Yeah, government is definitely doing right, inching towards the energy transition. But I think the infrastructure development for energy transition, we are at a very primitive stage. I will give you example of our Bhaskar field. When we want to set up this 1 megawatt solar power plant, you have to connect this solar power plant to the grid. But you don't have the availability of the grid right to the field. So you cannot build your solar power plant. So you need the infrastructure development at every doorstep. So where the government is inching, but that needs a lot of capex, lot of investment is required. The technology, other technologies are expensive. That should be within the reach of the every man, every common man. Then only it can be implemented. So initially, there needs a government is taking lots of steps, but it will take time till the time this infrastructure is completed.
Very right.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Praveen Singh, Professor Praveen Singh, would you like to add something to this?
Yeah, I would like to add that the government is doing right in installing solar panels as an alternate source of energy, but the maintenance part is lacking. So in one way we are doing something good, but we are taking it from the other hand.
Very good. See, with this, another question that comes to mind, and which is very pertinent to this panel, is which technologies will be the game changer in the next 5 years? So, just in possibly one line each, if I could start with Professor O.P. Singh sir.
So, for energy transition, we need to reduce carbon
Which
emission.
will be the game changer, the technologies which will be real game changers in the next 5 years?
Game changer, I will say 2 technology, CCUS and hydrogen economy.
But you see, for hydrogen economy, we have many hurdles, primarily the high cost of green hydrogen due to expensive electrolyzers and renewable powers, and many other related issues. So how do you tackle that, in the coming 5 years, if you say hydrogen would be a game changer?
No, I mean, we have to take baby steps to reach to the top. So we have to start now. Like ONGC, our ONGC Energy Center, which is a trust of ONGC, you must be aware, sir. So
Yes, yes.
we have 2 pilot projects on hydrogen. Normally, it is felt that hydrogen fuel is going to be very, very expensive. And we have a carbon chlorine cycle. We have done pilot in Goa. And there we are expecting that our cost of hydrogen production will be somewhere $1.5 to $2. So, I mean,
Very right, sir.
So, industry,
So you mean,
as ONGC, we have
for
to
you,
promote.
hydrogen and CCUS would be the 2 game changer technologies in the coming time. Is it right?
And third, again, I want to add that enhancing the energy efficiency. It will be a low-hanging fruit.
Right, right. Mr. Gudalbat, just in one line, please, what would be the game changer technology in the next 5 years? One line, not
I would
any
support Mr. Singh's statement. Hydrogen is definitely going to be the game changer. It has a potential. Hydrogen has a very good portability. India is the biggest hydrogen producer also. So the technology is primitive. We need to do a lot of things, but it can really overrule most of the use of the fossil fuel if it can be developed properly.
Very right. So I got your point. Mr. Roy.
I will just, I subscribe to that hydrogen as one, more exploration is the second, and entering deep water in a much more robust manner.
Okay. And Professor Praveen Singh ji?
For me, I think it is solar energy that will be the game changer. Because in India, we have a lot of sun and we are still not utilizing it in a proper way. So optimum use of solar energy will do the thing. That's what I think, sir.
Yeah. See, we have discussed quite a bit on the technology and the transition front, but the people who are going to man this transition in the coming time, they have also to be discussed, I believe Professor Mahato is also sitting with us in this panel, in the audience. Is Professor Mahato there, please? Professor Mahato?
No,
Vikas Mahato, Professor Vikas Mahato ji?
Not here. He is somewhere engaged, maybe.
Okay. So you see, sir, what my next question would be on the new competencies, and the new skill sets for the future energy engineers and professionals needed in the coming decade. So there are 3 very eminent academicians here in this panel. So can I just request them to shed light on the new competencies and skill sets which will be required for the future professional engineers, in the coming decade, from their perspective view, and then from the industry perspective view, from ONGC and Mr. Sun Petro. So can I request Mr. Karmakar Professor Karmakar to start, please?
Yeah,
the new competencies and skill sets required.
I think whatever we are discussing, unless and until it is implemented properly, this discussion will continue. Look, we need some leaders like Hitler. During Second World War, the gasoline was produced, most of the chemicals, petrochemicals was produced when Germany was separated from the Ally. So we need such type of things now for India. Some leader, whoever else is there, he must give some timeline. I need this process to be done. This process has to be developed within this time framework. Otherwise it will continue. We'll continue discussing, and it will be slowing down and taking time. We need a good leader. Strong leader who will force us that, yes, we need this one. And by this time limit, that is essential now.
Very right. So, Professor O.P. Singh sir, would you like to shed some light on what new competencies and skill sets are required for future energy engineers and professionals? That is what my question is.
So, regarding a skill set and competency. Yeah. Sorry. So, regarding a skill set, I would say that we want lots of practical hand rather than bookish knowledge.
Okay. Would Mr. Praveen Singh ji would like to supplement on this, please?
As far as competencies are concerned, An extension to the courses and syllabi needs to be there, and new technologies have to be incorporated in the institutions of India so that we can have better competencies and skill sets.
Okay. So from the industry point of view, I mean, would Mr. Godawat from Sun Petro and then Mr. Roy from ONGC would like to shed some light, what future competencies are required by the industry,
So this
Could you
is
shed light on that, Mr.
yeah,
Godawat?
basically alternative energy handling. Most of the people who are working in the fossil fuel industry, they'll be handling this alternative energy also. So they need to be trained in how do they can handle the alternate energy, how do they then produce, store, and consume. So they need to understand the process. They need to develop the skill to generate the alternative energy. The process to generate the alternative energy, they need to understand this and develop their skills in generating, storing, and consuming. So there will be a lot of skills required
Right.
because this is a completely different one than how we are handling the fossil fuel at the moment.
Great. So, Roy, would you like to comment this, please?
I don't think we have got any doubts about the skill sets. I mean, whatever I have traveled across to the different universities, skill set is not an issue. The issue that can be focused is actually focusing or orienting the students to that direction. That is one of the key. Even today afternoon, the discussion which I had with the director and even the director exploration of
So
ONGC was
you
good.
see, from the panel, I could understand that we are the universities are truly preparing the students, and at some point of time, they need some more skill sets and revision of syllabus for the coming transition phase that we are up for. Is it right?
Yeah, it is something like this. But again, the main question that is visibility of the skill. That is one more important thing that has to come. That was been discussed today afternoon during lunch. Visibility of the skill is also one of the paramount importance. Skill is okay, but that visibility, that I trust you, that you can do it, that is also one important parameter.
Yeah. See, there are many issues related to this that we can speak on, for many hours. But very briefly, some 2-3 more questions that I have, And so, what opportunities, for students, I think, will this transition create? So, I would like to know this transition is happening. So, what kind of opportunities will it offer them? Mr. O.P. Singh Sam? Professor Singh Sam, what opportunities will this transition create and offer to the students?
Yeah, so this transition, certainly it will create lots of opportunity. It will generate employment. It will develop a skill set and competency to our workforce. And certainly, sir, you also live in Dehradun and I live in Delhi. So it will make our life much easier because we will breathe easily in Delhi.
Right. So, Professor Karmakar, very briefly, please.
I always emphasize that there should be a mental, what you can say, setup like this. This is our fuel. We are going to waste it. It's not like that. My car is suppose in the traffic. If I see that 130 seconds it is there, must switch it off instead of keeping the engine on. These type of things I'm telling, that awareness of proper utilization of the energy. It's not like that you have enough thing in the traffic. You must stop your switch if it is showing 70 seconds or so.
Sir, I'm asking about the opportunities that this transition will create.
Opportunities are definitely there. Say, opportunities for the young students who can develop themselves in this renewable energy sector. This should be, the courses should be on the energy sector, because many of the institutes, they are diverting from their regular courses in coal mining or simple petroleum engineering. They are going to energy sector like this thing, including all solar, nuclear, everything is there. So we have to develop in that way. That is our duty as, I should say, the academicians. Industry should also take part. Yeah,
Very
please.
right. So one very important aspect which comes into all this transition is, what we are seeing today, AI, ML, digital. So how are the universities preparing their students to tackle this? Because, they are the people who are going to come up front, in the coming time when the real transition phase will take place. So on that, how are the universities tackling this issue, AI, ML, digital, all these kind of things that are coming up in the new
This AI and ML,
era.
these are essential nowadays for anything. Even you talk about medical, you talk about even education, I'm telling, these are coming in a big way. So in energy sector also, these are going to be a part and parcel of this one. Without this, we cannot move forward. You see, all the developing countries, they have, all this thing. Even in oil industries, I think they have already started taking help of AI and ML. So this is one of the most important.
You say this is very important and this would only build up. Is it right?
Yes, right, exactly.
And our universities are they working on this line? That is what.
Right. They
Are our
have
universities working on
already
this line?
there are many courses in many universities. They have started AI and ML in their courses. Whatever may be the course, a small chapter of that one or part of the syllabus, they are attaching with that particular subject. AI and ML, application of AI, ML.
Very right. Yeah. So, Professor O.P. Singh sir, would you just like to supplement this, with your thoughts?
Yeah, I completely agree with Professor Kamakar that AI, ML, IoT, now these are the prerequisite for either for industry or for academia. Industry is...
But sir, are our universities preparing the future generation and future workforce accordingly?
That I cannot answer because right now I am from industry.
From the university.
I am from industry, so I can say industry is doing a lot. Especially if you...
Right.
I can quote the example of ONGC. I mean, we are doing lots of work in IDT. We have set up a huge...
Real data center.
Yeah, digital control and command center. In our green building, we have Darpan, where we can get data of pan ONGC at one place. We can analyze, we can, in case of any emergency or complications, we can sit together, we can give a solution to the team in the field. So, and it's paying result. It's paying result because many events which could have landed in non-productive time, we have saved and we have made them productive. So it's a very essential tool for industry, and at the same time, it's prerequisite for the universities, and I'm sure that university will be making all efforts to enrich their students to have good knowledge of AI, ML, and IoT.
Yeah. So,
one more point, Mr. Singhal.
Would you just like to supplement this very quickly and briefly?
One more point I should mention here. There is a journal, very famous journal.
Professor Praveen Singh, sir. Sir, I'll come to you later. Professor Praveen Singh.
As far as the opportunities of energy transitions are concerned, I think sustainable development would be one very important aspect because we are trying to...
My question was, the coming time sees AI, digital, IoT, all these things, So how are the universities, academia preparing the students for that? That is my question.
So at present, sir, AI is not being taken up in a big way in our universities. And as far as NEP 2020 is concerned, we do expect that in the coming days, coming years or months, we should take up these courses. And how AI will have an impact on education is totally a different matter. Whether AI will be teaching us or we will be taking up the uses of AI, that is to be seen.
Very right. Yeah,
Okay,
Mr. Godawat, very, very quickly in just one sentence, and followed by Mr. Roy.
AI, ML is already been implemented. Industry has already adopted it. We have adopted it. And now I have seen people, we are taking the freshers from the universities They are very well versed, advanced in AI, in ML technologies. They know a lot more than what we can expect from them. So it's already in their curriculum. They are learning on their own, and they are making a very effective use of AI, ML technologies. So I think there is a very good push, and students are very bright, and that is basically opening more avenues for them as far as the employment opportunities are concerned. And we have also seen as an industry the benefits of implementing AI, ML, digitalization. So prior to this panel discussion, I had a complete presentation on implementation of digitalization in Bhaskar field, which has increased the operational efficiency by 15%, cost reduction by 20%. So we have seen the benefits, and AI, ML is going to grow longer
See,
in the industry.
I'm getting an indication from the organizers to wind up the session as quickly as possible. So my last question, we discussed many things, but natural gas is often described as the most realistic and transition fuel. We haven't discussed that. So, I mean, in just one word, if I can just ask you from Mr. Singh Saab, how do you see natural gas as a transition fuel in the next 15 years, Okay. And can gas realistically replace coal at scale in India? Just in one line.
Yeah, so sir, my answer is yes.
Okay.
My answer is yes.
Okay, I got you, sir.
Yeah.
I got you.
It's going to expand gas use in India, and you can see every year. Earlier we were 6%, now 7%, and maybe by 50 we will be 15%.
Sir, I got it. Sir, I got it. I'm getting a clock sign from organizers saying to wind up. So please, very briefly, quickly, all the other panelists, starting from Mr. Gudawat, please. Hello, Mr. Gudawat.
Can you, sir, repeat the question?
I said, natural gas is often described as the most realistic transition fuel in the next 15 years, And so can gas really replace coal at scale in India? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. I think it has a potential. Now the economy has become oil-based economy to a gas-based economy. The gas prices also become competitive in the market. So
Sir,
we now have almost $7 to $8.
Mr. Roy,
yeah,
yes
it
or
is
no?
an economy, gas economy that is going to prevail and rule.
Very right, sir.
Yes. Gas has to take a prominent role. It is already taking a prominent role. Already things are underlined. Once the Urja Ganga pipeline and all those pipelines are in place, I think we are going to go from Silchar, from this end to up to the south portion.
Very right. And so, one last question. Yes. Professor Karmakar, I think I missed you. Yes, please. Professor Karmakar, you wanted to say something?
Yeah. See, AI and other things already in different issues they have.
Sir, AI is done. Sir, AI is done. I am asking about natural gas now. AI is done. I am asking about natural gas. Natural gas is looked after as looked upon as a transition fuel.
Yeah, natural gas.
Please comment on that.
Yeah, when the oil will be exhausted, natural gas will take place. Fossil fuel definitely, because there are enormous resource of natural gas, which in different forms, maybe in gaseous form, maybe in hydrates form. All this we need the technology. There are enough natural gas there in and around Indian coastal areas.
I got your point. You see, my students are here, so I'd like the panel here, of all experts, to finally give one piece of advice or a takeaway you would like to leave with the student community to help them stay future ready. So, in one word, starting from Mr. Gudawat, can you please one word advice to the students for this related to transition?
Yeah, it's a bit difficult question. I mean, I don't have anything to say, but I would just say to focus. I mean, the world is open, things are changing, transitions. Always be open to the newer challenges. So that's my message to the younger generation.
They need to learn, unlearn, and relearn. That is what you want to say.
Learning is a continuous process, so they need to be open always to the new challenges, and always learning has to be in the prime
Mr. Roy,
objective.
Mr. Roy, please.
I think we will summarize from there itself that AI and ML has to be a long way to run, and you have to master on it. And once you enter the industry, you have to ensure that the interface does not take place, that you are also capable of convincing the approval process, by convincing them that what you have actually done.
Very right. Professor Karmakar, please. Very short and quick,
My advice to students, there is no shortcut for learning. If they want to learn about oil and gas, they have to study hard, they have to be updated. What is today's price? If you ask many of the students, they don't know what is the price of oil or gas today. So they have to update themselves. There is no shortcut.
That is what you want to say? Yeah.
There is
So
no
you want to say
shortcut
that
for
we
any
should
type
keep
of
abreast of the
learning. Yeah, that is my advice to the students.
Got it. Professor Singh, OP Singh, sir.
Yeah, so sir, my advice to the student will be two. One will be advice and one will be challenge. So advice will be, at Mr. Roy told, that they have to adopt AI, ML, IoT, because this is the need of the industry, and when they are leaving this institution, then they are going to face the reality of AI, ML, IoT. And second challenge, I want to throw to the students that today fossil fuel is considered to be a dirty fuel. Then how we can innovate, how we can put our energy, how we can collaborate and make this industry, fossil fuel industry, a greener industry by improving the efficiency and doing all the good thing what is needed to make it a green industry.
Very true. Very true. Praveen Singh, sir.
I have just one opinion that we need to save more energy and generate more renewable energy, and clean and green energy is the only way we can become Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. You see, I would like to sum up by saying that India's energy journey is at a historic inflection point. We are on the cusp of transformative changes. Clean energy is now central to economic growth, job creation, and self-reliance. With speed, purpose, and coordination, the energy transition can truly lead us to Viksit Bharat and Surakshit Bharat. Technology, innovation, and collaboration will define the pace of success of this transition. A strong partnership and consistent policy support can position India as a global leader in sustainable energy. Universities and higher education institutions carry a vital responsibility to nurture future-ready, skilled talent for the journey. But after all this, fossil fuel and coal for energy will remain in dominant position in the energy basket, supplemented by other clean energy sources and clean energy sources. So oil and gas are going to stay here. They're not going to go away anywhere. Students, be assured of that. So my sincere thanks to our esteemed panelists for their insights. We could have discussed this subject in a still wider way, but I think for the paucity of time, we need to wind up here. And I thank all my audience and my panelists for such an engaged participation. Thank you all. Over to the organizers, please.
On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our sincere thanks to all our distinguished panelists for making this discussion very informative and engaging. We would like to extend our thanks to the moderator, Mr. Arun Kumar Singhal, sir, for guiding us through this conversation. As a token of respect and gratitude, I request Professor Vikas Mehto, sir, Head of the Department of Petroleum Engineering and convener of symposium, to virtually felicitate our moderator, Mr. Arun Kumar Singhal, sir. Please acknowledge him with a great round of applause. Thank you, sir. I request Professor Vikas Mehto, sir, head of the department, to kindly felicitate all our distinguished panelists. I request Professor O.P. Singh, sir, to accept the token of appreciation. I invite Professor G.P. Karmakar, sir, to accept the token of appreciation. I invite Professor Praveen Singh, sir, to accept the token of appreciation. Now, I invite Mr. K.K. Roy, sir, to accept the token of appreciation. Now, I invite Mr. Rakesh Godawat, sir, to accept the token of appreciation.
Thank you.
I once again thank all moderator Mr. Arun Kumar Singhal sir and all our distinguished panelists for making this panel discussion very insightful. Your perspectives are especially valuable for the industry, professionals and students who are present here today. Thank you very much, sir.
Now, moving forward, we shall commence with the valedictory function and award ceremony. This session is dedicated to recognizing the efforts and achievements of the participants across various events of the symposium, including a oral presentation session and the poster presentations. I would like to invite OP Singh sir to please come to the stage to hand out the awards. I would also like to invite our HOD, Professor Vikas Mehto sir, Hamid Siddiqui sir, and Chandan Sahu sir to join him at the dais. So now we will be moving forward with the names of the winner. First, we are announcing for the paper presentation. The third rank goes to Miss Khushi Kumari, Miss Amir Haq, Subodh Kumar Salia, and Piyush Singh. They are from Pakur. Please come to the stage. Please come forward. They are the third prize winner, Mr. Khushi Kumari, Mr. Amir Haq, Subodh Kumar Salia, and Piyush Singh. They are from Pakur Polytechnic College, Pakur. Moving on to the second prize. The second prize is won by Ms. Priyanka Gupta from ONGC CBM Bokaro. I would like to invite Ms. Priyanka to the stage. Now, moving forward to the first prize, it's won by Mr. Saugata Rajak from Motilal Nehru National Institute of Technology, Allahabad. I would like to invite Mr. Saugata Rajak. Mr. Now, we'll be moving towards the poster presentation awards. The third prize is won by Ms. Shrishti Kumari, Ms. Halima Sadia from R.S. Moore College, Govindpur, Dhanbad. Please come to the stage. For the second prize, I would like to invite Mr. Ashwini S. from IIT ISM Dhanbad to collect the award.
ये खत्म होने के बाद वो प्रेजेंट कर देगा उधर से ये हाँ लिंक को बोलना और उसको बोलना कि कॉन्फ्रेंस वाला बैठ वापस जाना पड़ेगा उधर अभी क्या ठीक है अभी खत्म हो जाएगा ना इसलिए तो बच्चे को बोल देना अरे मैं इधर से लगा दूंगा मेरे पास तो है ही
For the first prize, I would like to invite Mr. Narendra Rao and Ms. Shreya Kumari from BIT Sindri.
इनको पहले वेरीफाई कर देगा ना उसके बाद ना रुक जा रुक अगर वो प्रेजेंट कर देगा तो ये सब सही है हाँ भाई सेट है
Congratulations to all the winners, and the participants will be receiving their e-certificate through their mail IDs. Now, moving forward, we extend our heartfelt felicitation to all our esteemed chairpersons of the oral technical sessions for their invaluable leadership, insightful guidance, and exemplary contribution to the success of this conference. First, I would like to invite Pavan Gupta sir, who headed who acted as a chairperson in Petroleum Department 1, room number 1.
हो गया प्रेजेंट पीछे
Next, I would like to invite T.K. Naya sir, D.V. Bhaskar sir, and Arun Kumar Mehto sir, who headed as the chairperson in Petroleum Department room number 2. Now I would like to invite Chandan Guria sir, Professor Suman Datta sir, and Dr. Triveni Kumar Mehto.
अरुण कुमार महतो फेलिसिटेट करना है एंड देन
त्रिवेणी कुमार महतो फेलिसिटेट करना अभी नहीं बाद में लास्ट में उनको शॉल देकर
Moving forward, I would like to invite Suresh Kumar Yatirajula sir to come to the stage. Shatrughan Sinha sir and Shantan Ghosh sir are also invited to the stage. Shatrughan Soren sir and Shantan Ghosh sir are please invited to the dais. I think the other professors are not here, so we'll be moving forward. Now I would like to invite O.P. Singh sir, as he was our chief guest, and we would like to hear a few words from him.
Very good evening to all of you, esteemed faculty of IIT ISM Dhanbad, industry leaders present here, ladies, gentlemen, and my dear students. To be very honest with you, it's a great honor or privilege for me to be here, to stand in front of you in such a prestigious institute. I was overwhelmed with the hospitality and all the other facility provided to us here in the campus. And yesterday night when I was visiting this campus, it was giving somewhat a brighter look. Campus was so lighted, so nicely decorated, and it was looking that something very big was going to happen here. And certainly, it's the century year for this great institution. So I congratulate all of you, director of this institute, head of department of petroleum engineering, all the faculty members for completing such a glorious 100-year and being part of this 100-year for this institute. When we were a student, it was a dream for us to get admission in such a premier institute. As a student, I could not make it to IIT, but today you have given me, because sir, you have given me, and ma'am, Keka ma'am, you have given me such an honor and opportunity to be part of this great institution. So big thanks to all of you, and I pray God and wish all the best for all of you, and especially this great institution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your support and grateful insights throughout this symposium. Moving on, we would like to now felicitate two invited dignitaries. Moving on to the next segment, we would like to felicitate three invited dignitaries.
We would like to felicitate the invited dignitaries from the nearby colleges who have been an invaluable part to make this seminar a success. I would like to invite Arun Kumar Mehto sir, Dr. Triveni Kumar Mehto sir, ma'am, and Praveen Singh sir to please come to the stage to receive the felicitation from our HOD, Shri Vikas Mehto sir. No, no, this one is at the end, bilkul end mein.
Now, vote of thanks after that, no? I'll tell this.
No, I will tell this. I have written myself.
ठीक है, just change the state.
Acha, you will tell me this. I'll tell on behalf of the last.
After vote of thanks, invite Professor Chandra. Did you inform sir? Did you inform Chandan sir also?
No, just don't tell him, no. He has to come now. He knows he has to do. As we are moving towards the conclusion of the event, I would like to invite Professor Chandan Sahu sir, co-convener for this symposium, to give a vote of thanks. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Respected dignitaries, my senior colleagues, my dear students, a very warm good evening to everyone. So, as you all know that IIT ISM Dhanbad started in 1926 with three departments, namely mining engineering, applied geology, and humanities and social sciences. And as of now, we have 18 departments, sir. We have who are running 12 UG programs, 30 PG programs. We have in campus more than 7,800 plus students and around 400 plus faculty members. After 1926, in 1957, the Department of Petroleum Engineering was established. And I'm very happy to say that our department has completed 68 years of existence. And in another 2 years, we will be celebrating our Platinum Jubilee. And maybe in 75 years, we will be celebrating our Diamond Jubilee. So parallelly with IIT ISM, Dhanbad establishment, we are also close to our Platinum Jubilee celebration. And on this occasion of this centenary week celebration, our department is privileged to host this symposium on fueling the future, navigating the global energy transition. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my deepest gratitude to our honorable chief guest, our distinguished dignitaries, all our esteemed keynote speakers who have graced this occasion with their presence and have shared their invaluable wisdom, experience, and vision with us. We thank to our sponsors, Oil India Limited, GAIL India Limited, ONGC, Sun Petro, Mekon, Novata Energy Transition Enterprise, Greenfield Oil Trading Company, TUVNL, and ARCL. Without their support, this symposium would not have been possible. We also gratefully acknowledge the continued support from companies who are associated today and are always associated with our department, whose collaboration has been very instrumental. And since our existence, we have also shared a strong collaboration towards providing our creamy manpower to the industry and sharing continued collaboration in the areas of research and development. A special words of appreciation to our respected convener, sir, our head of the department, Professor Vikas Mahato, and our co-convener, Professor Hamid Siddiqui, for their exceptional leadership, tireless efforts, and meticulous planning on and off the dais and on the stage, who's brought the entire event to life. I am also thankful to all the students who have supported in today's program, all our media partners, support staff, and our students, all participants who have joined this program and have made this success. The association and collaboration today will be highly cherished, and we remain hopeful and committed to carry this relationship further. And we look forward to welcoming you, all of you, back to this campus very soon. Once again, thank you all for making this event a very memorable one. And together, we continue to fuel the future. Thank you, everyone. May I now invite all of you for a group photograph, and then we can end this session. इधर सब ऊपर लेते सर एक इधर भी ले सकते एक बाहर भी ले सकते ओके ओके Just there's a small announcement. I think Greenfield Oil Trading Company, headed by our alumnus Babu Sivakumar sir, he wants to share a few slides that on today's program how much carbon we have emitted. He have calculated in based on all the inputs given by students. So maybe he wished to share a few slides that for a single symposium like this, how much carbon is emitted into the atmosphere.
To wrap up our carbon footprinting effort, here's the total emission generated across all activities, right from pre-event operations to the last session. This gives us the full environmental pictures of today's symposium. Here's how the emissions are distributed across major operations, sub-operations, equipment, and scopes. This exercise helped us to plan better sustainable events in the future, from optimizing travel to reducing printed materials and improving energy efficiency. And with that, we officially conclude the live carbon footprinting of the symposium powered by the Green Platform. I would like to thank the volunteers for their sustainability initiatives.
On behalf of the organizing committee, I am Niharika and Mihir from MTech Petroleum Engineering. thanking you all for your gracious presence and active participation. We wish you all a pleasant evening and safe journey back. Thank you. All the delegates, invited speakers and industry professionals, faculty members and student coordinators are requested to assemble at front of the auditorium for the group photo.
Also, there is a announcement. All the participants will be receiving their certificates through email, so you don't have to worry about that. Please come forward for the group photo.
अरे नहीं एक्चुअली कुछ लोग है ना नेक्स्ट प्रोग्राम के लिए बच्चे लोग बैठे हुए हैं.
So all the participants of this national symposium, please come together for a group photo. This symposium.
नहीं बाकी लोग जो है ना वो दूसरा प्रोग्राम 6 बजे वाले
डिग्निटरीज को ऊपर बुलाते हैं, स्टूडेंट्स को नीचे बोलते हैं. अच्छा वो उल्टा हो गया. हाँ they will do that.
I request. लैपटॉप में मोबाइल से ही कर.
I would request everyone to please stay for the national anthem.
गणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
With this, we formally conclude our proceedings for the National Symposium on Fueling the Future, Navigating the Energy Transition. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
ऐसा रुके बताएंगे वो तो सब दम भर के मारना है
Showstopper for this evening, Pandit Vishwamohan Bhattji has arrived. A huge round of applause for him. Actually, due to the flight cancellations and other things, traveling turned out to be very cumbersome for him. And he's not feeling good, yet he is here to perform in front of us. So a huge round of applause to sir. Welcome you, sir. Welcome you to IISM Dhanbad.
Good evening, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. As we commence the transition into the cultural segment of this momentous centenary celebration, it is our distinct and profound pleasure to unveil an evening meticulously woven with the finest threads of artistic brilliance, cultural heritage, and creative excellence.
आज की यह विशिष्ट प्रस्तुति हमारी संस्था की 100 वर्षों की गौरवशाली यात्रा का एक सजीव प्रतिमान है। यह इसकी समृद्ध परंपराओं, इसकी अंतर्निहित विविधताओं और इसकी उत्कृष्टता के प्रति हमारे अखंड समर्पण का एक तेजस्वी रूप है।
It is an extraordinary privilege to introduce our esteemed organization under whose auspices today's cultural showcase is being presented. SPICMACARE, the Society for the Promotion of Indian Classical Music and Culture amongst Youth.
This constitutes a pivotal, voluntary, non-profit movement dedicated to galvanizing the nascent generation through meaningful exposure to the rich, profound and wonderfully diverse heritage of Indian art forms. Its mission is fundamentally rooted in the conviction that classical music, dance, literature, yoga, and traditional knowledge systems possess the inherent capacity to cultivate mindfulness, stringent discipline, elevated aesthetic sensitivity, and an intrinsic connection with India's timeless cultural identity.
Spikmake orchestrates concerts, lecture, demonstrations, and intensive camps across major institutions, thereby acting as a critical bridge between the ancient traditions and contemporary youth. Through this tireless dedication of thousands of volunteers, this ensures invaluable cultural heritage is not merely preserved, but truly and deeply experienced. We are exceptionally honored to share that SPICMAKE functions in the close association with Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Today's cultural presentation is, therefore, more than just a performance. It is an immersion of larger cultural journey offering sublime opportunity for us all to connect to the depth, purity, and spiritual resonance of the Indian classical arts.
और अब उस क्षण की ओर बढ़ते हैं जो इस संध्या की शोभा को चरमोत्कर्ष पर ले जाएगा। आज हमारे प्रतिष्ठित मंच की शोभा बढ़ाने के लिए हमारे मध्य उपस्थित है एक महानतम कलाकार, एक विलक्षण वादक और संगीत जगत के एक ऐसे दैद्यमान सितारे जिनका नाम भारतीय शास्त्रीय संगीत के इतिहास में स्वर्ण अक्षरों में उत्कीर्ण किया गया है, पंडित विश्व मोहन भट्ट सर।
Sir is the pioneering creator of the world-renowned Mohan Veena, a unique slide guitar that masterfully blends the foundational essence of Indian classical music with resounding global resonance.
It was in 1994 when he garnered global acclaim, winning the prestigious Grammy Award for the album A Meeting by the River, composed with American guitarist Ry Cooder, thus bringing immeasurable distinction to India on the world stage. His unparalleled musical genius has been further validated by the highest national honors, including the Sangeet Natak Academy Award in 1998, the Padma Shri in 2002, and the supremely coveted Padma Bhushan in 2017.
His music definitively transcends all conventional borders, from the arid landscapes of Rajasthan to the most majestic international concert halls. Sir's melodies are revered all across continents. His compositions embody a singular imprint of tradition, innovation, and pure spirit. Please welcome Pandit Vishwa Mohan Bhatt sir on stage. Accompanying him today on stage is Himanshu Mahant sir, an Indian tabla player from Banaras Gharana. Sir is known for his mastery of traditional composition and improvisational skills. They do not merely execute music, they manifest auditory magic.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us and welcome the living legends with a truly resounding, thunderous ovation, the iconic maestro of the Mohan Veena, Pandit Vishwa Mohan Bhatt sir, and celebrated tabla vidwan Himanshu Mahant sir.
such a large, not a single seat vacant. And sorry for the delay and sorry for taking little time to adjust the sound as we were a little late due to, as she already mentioned, due to flight cancellation and all. So ultimately we are here. Wonderful to see all of you. SPICMACE, the Society for Promotion of Indian Classical Music and Culture amongst youth, has done a great job in popularizing Indian classical music and culture amongst the younger generation of India, which we really needed long back, and they thought of it, and I think now 47 years they are working hard to make our youth aware of the greatness and richness of Indian classical music. Usually, the younger generation, they don't turn up to classical music concert. So, SPICMACE decided to send the artists to the institutions, schools, colleges, universities, institutes, to make them understand what is Indian classical music. This music is traditional music, as you know. Tradition goes back to 5,000 years, and since then this is being maintained by the musician by memorizing the compositions, the ragas, and following the discipline, some do's and don'ts that we have to do to make it pure. The purity is very important in Indian classical music. The interesting part of Indian classical music is that it is completely based on improvisation by the musician when they perform, because this music is unwritten music, not pre-rehearsed music and not pre-decided music. The creativity takes place when the artist performs. That is why every time the imagination, the creation is different from the yesterday's concert and will not be repeated tomorrow. That is the beauty of Indian classical music. Our music is known for spiritual connection also. This music is supposed to be good for purification of heart, body and soul, and good for meditation. It lifts your soul and takes near God. That is the power of Indian classical music. When I traveled abroad and I have played in more than 82 countries, I found that Indian classical music is highly being respected, and especially the artists, they are so nicely respected, and many Western musicians, even then, they want to combine with Indian classical musician, as there is a lot of new things, new vistas they can open with Indian classical music, and the rhythmic patterns and ragas, they are very, very excited about it. When we perform, our first part is known as Alap Jod Jhala. Alap is the preliminary exposition of the rag, in which musician unfolds the characteristics, the structure, the mood, and emotion of the rag gradually and starting very slowly. This part is very spiritual in nature, It is instrumental solo. When we talk to God, we never talk in fast forward speed. Nicely, we slowly talk to God. So same way, the Alap portion is based on that. Then George Hala, some speed comes, and then the second part, Vilambit Gat, Trital, 16-beat cycle will be followed, and third part, Drut Gat, again Trital, 16-beat cycle in a faster movement. In between, the improvisation is very, very important. Suppose the lay, what we call timing. Lay is to measure the timing, like 1, 2, 3. So equal duration, equal that each beat, 16 beats it takes, and then when we improvise, then we play 2 beats in 1 beat's time, that is called Dugun, 3 beats in 1 beat's time, that is called Tegun, 4 beats, Chogun, 5 beats in 1 beat's time, 5 gun, 6 beats, 6 gun, 7, 7 gun, and 8 gun. So 1 beat has that much fraction when we play fast tan. So 16 beats multiplied by 8. So 1 cycle, 1 avartan is of that much beats. Very complicated indeed, but it's very easy for musician when they perfect it after lot of riyaz, lot of sadhana, and also the ras and bhav is equally important, because speed is not everything in Indian classical music. There is emotions, there are certain ras and bhav which is there in the rag. I am playing for you rag Maru Bihag. In that, I will play the same order, Alap and Virambit and Durudgat. Since this music is not pre-rehearsed, as I told you, not pre-decided, so lot of concentration is needed. If we can enjoy all of us together, that will be nice. The best way to enjoy and appreciate Indian classical music is just empty your mind. Let these sacred notes of Indian classical music enter your ears, your mind, your heart, and your soul. Please bless us. Thank you very much.
3 नंबर का आपने लिमिटर हटा दीजिए, उसमें से कंप्रेसर हटा दीजिए, रॉ साउंड दे दीजिए, न्यूट्रल साउंड दे दीजिए 3 नंबर पे। कहाँ से कंट्रोल है? 3 नंबर से लिमिटर हटाओ। वॉल्यूम बढ़ाओ 3 नंबर का, जो पहले दिया था वही दबाओ।